morning, everybody, and welcome to our channels. We are streaming to both Neva's and mine, but Neva is just running a little bit late. She's in the comments and said she's on her way, but we have the lovely Coda here with us today as well. Yay! And we're starting Harry Potter 3 today. So everybody excited for The Prisoner of Azkaban? So this is my copy. This is the cover of mine. Very similar. Yours is prettier than mine. I like yours better. Yours is sparkly. Mine, however, is very used and abused.
So, mine is it's been brand new. I'm gonna break it.
Oh, killing me. Don't you think on camera? I can hear everybody going across the globe. Don't do it. I don't mind if it's a secondhand book and it's broken. I try not to do it with my brand new ones.
I ended up with so many used books. It just is like, it doesn't feel like I've read it if the spine's not broken.
These days, though, you can get away with reading books that the spine doesn't break because they've got that floppy paperback now.
Yeah, some of them don't. These ones, though, they're real floppy, so I like to...
Yeah. Oh, that's just... Don't do it. I think the reason that I never used to care about it at all. Never used to care about it. But then my daughter is so anal about it that I'm scared. Like she gives me a book. Like I've got, this is her copy of Babel, and it's a floppy, like it lays flat anyway, so the spine's not going to break. But she gives me books, and I'm so scared to touch them because if I break the spine, I have to buy her a new book. That's the rule, apparently. So I'm like, hang on a second. What about all the books that you've wrecked of mine over the years? Do I get them back? So yeah. Hello, Neva. How are you today?
Hello, I'm here.
That's all that matters. You look like you're incognito because you're in the dark.
I know. I need to turn on the other light. I'm just I was taking a nap and then I had to talk to a few people, and so I'm not turned on all the lights, and I look like I have a halo.
Hey.
Look at Angel.
I won't say what I was going to say because careful the halo doesn't. I will actually. Careful the halo doesn't slip and check out.
I know, right?
That's what people say to me. Yeah, your halo's around your neck.
It's fine.
So how are you today?
Hanging in there, you know.
You're a nice distraction because I was on edge because Coda was looking like he was going to break the spine of his book.
Oh, see, I break spines. I don't tend to do it like on camera because I know it skeezes people out.
Yeah,
I don't give a crap. Like I don't care. Like my Jade City book, the spine is cracked on it, because it's like a soft, like a paperback. Actually, I think the only paperback I own where the spine is not cracked is Eye of the World, and that's because it's so floppy that I don't need to break the spine.
It's good that they've done that with the bigger books though, because some of those bigger books, like they write right into the you've got no alternative but to break the spine because you can't read otherwise because they write right into the middle of the page. So
I wish they did make, because we tend to get really floppy paperbacks for like contemporary romance books. And I wish that they just did that with all books. Like I don't know how they do it, but like I wish every publisher did that, because especially fantasy books, if you prefer a paperback fantasy, which I don't personally, I prefer a hardcover fantasy, but there are people that do prefer softcover books.
See, for me to buy hardcovers here, there's just they're
expensive, right?
Yeah, like I looked at a book the other day that only is in hardback at the moment, and it was like almost $60. I can't do that.
Yeah, and the conversion rates for it, like, because like I have my Throne of Glass series, it's all hardcover.
Yeah,
but because the covers were like phasing out, you know, they got the new ugly covers. I wanted the covers with the girl on them. So that's what I have. But I mean, they cost me, I think they were like $100 on sale. But I know that they were like $150 or something, like retail price, which like for Nicole would be an astronomical amount of money.
I'm off to see the devil again to sell my soul for the 4th time. So yeah, it's just, yeah, it's wild. Like, it's actually cheaper for me to get books out of the UK than it is to get stuff out of the US. But yeah, a lot of time I just wait for the paperback to come out, because the hardcovers are just not cost effective for me at all. So yeah. So we're here to read Harry Potter, Prisoner of Azkaban. Today I figured we could go up to I broke it. My copy has 316 pages in it. I don't know what your copies have. But we agreed that break it into threes. Is that correct?
Yeah, mine is 435. I don't remember where the thirds were, but it was like 9 or 10.
Hold on, and I'll pull up what mine is, because I have the Kindle version.
I mentioned it in the thing, right? Here, let me just look there.
I don't have my physical
chapter
copy.
8 today.
Yeah, that's what I've got. Chapter 8, then chapter 15, and then to the end. Yep, cool. Okay, so
because I'm doing purely audio.
Yeah,
I'm doing purely audio for this reread. Now I do have like my Kindle copies, because I am finding that if there's stuff that I want to remember, I don't really like doing it this way. It's kind of annoying, I'm not gonna lie, but I've been using like the bookmark thing on Audible, and then like typing in the first line of what I need to find on the page, because it'll mark the chapter.
Have you thought about maybe just using your sending a message to yourself on either Instagram or Facebook and just doing a talk text?
No, that's a great idea. Thank you. This is why I have people like you in my life, because
that's what I do. If I need to remember something, if I'm doing purely audio, I send a message to myself with the and you can talk for ages as well in Facebook if you use Facebook. It's not the 1 minute anymore in Facebook, so which leads me to believe that Instagram is on its way to change as well. So you can just press it and then you can just talk and go for it and send yourself a message. I do that with ARCs, and because I'm using like audiobooks for ARCs and whatnot. So
yeah, and unfortunately they don't have Whispersync enabled for the Harry Potter books. So the thing where, if you don't know what that is, for people that don't, like if you have an Audible book and then you also buy the ebook, it will sync across all of your devices so that your Kindle book will jump to where you left off in the audiobook. The Harry Potter books are not made to do that, so I can't do that. Like I've done that with like, I'm reading Punk 57 with a friend, so I've been able to do it with that. And then I'm re-listening to the Assassin's Blade and Throne of Glass before we start reading that next week. And so I'm able to do it with that, but the Harry Potter books do not appear to have Whispersync. So
yeah. And usually when it's got Whispersync too, if you buy the Kindle, you can get the audio cheaper.
Yeah. But I now have a trusty, handy dandy notebook. So as Blue's Clues would say, I went and bought a handy. It's very ugly.
I was going to say that's Blue's Clues, isn't it?
Yeah. I have my handy dandy notebook now. So listen, the generations of Blue's Clues have made it through my house. Ari watches the newest like installation. Like I watched Steve, okay, and now I follow him on TikTok. We're not gonna talk about it, but sometimes I just let Steve, because he like does TikToks where he'll be like, he's like talking to you. So he'll be like, how was your day today? And then he like pauses like for someone to answer, and then he'll be like, I'm so sorry, it was a hard day. Do you want to talk about it? Sometimes I just let it play. Okay, leave me alone. Ari does not like the original. I don't know if maybe it's like, I think it's the animation that throws her off. But she watches, what is his name? Not Joe. We do not do Joe in this house. Absolutely not. Josh. I think Josh is the newest one. He's like an Asian man. He's cool.
Yeah, I haven't watched Blue's Clues since like yeah, we're not going to talk. We're not going to talk about that. We're not going to talk about that because that just made me feel real old.
Joe was like Steve's brother or whatever.
Oh,
and I couldn't stand Joe because he like Steve always wore the same shirt. Like he was like Steve Jobs. You know what I mean? Like his closet was just the same shirt all the time.
Yeah.
Joe came in and he started changing the colors of his shirt, and then I think at one point he started changing the symbols. No, I think he was always squares, but like he would change the color, and I was like, I can't stand you, bro. Absolutely not. What are you doing? But now it's called like Blue's Clues and You or something. And then they did a Blue's Clues movie, and they had all three of them in it. And when I tell you that I watched that entire movie, Ari got bored after the first like 15 minutes, and she's like, I don't want to watch this. I sat there for like an hour and a half and watched the entire thing. So that's who I am as a person.
That's fine. I find myself watching those sort of things as well. Not Blue's Clues though. That's been a while. I used to watch Little Einsteins all the time, even when the kids weren't home and it'd come on. I just think that's the most cutest little show ever. And yeah, it was always playing in the background, and I'd find myself singing the theme song.
Yeah.
Popping out to it. I'm like, I'm so sad. And I'm home alone. There's no children, and Little Einstein's on. I'm like, oh my God, get a life, girl. Get a life. All right. So as you heard, we're planning on reading Harry Potter. What did we think about book 2?
I thought it was almost just as good as the first one. Like really close to being as good as the first one.
I felt the same way. I felt really comfortable that we're in the second book. I felt comfortable. I felt like I was very familiar with everything. I noticed there wasn't many differences at all from this book to the movie, whereas there were a lot of things that were left out of the first one. But this one was, there was, I think, on the Draco side of things, you got that sense that the Malfoys just think they're top notch, and
the bee's knees
and their shish don't stink, and all the rest of it. They obviously feel that came across very strongly. I don't think that came across in the movie as strong though. Because we had that extra scene of the parents fighting and all that sort of stuff. Like they actually went to fisticuffs in the book, whereas they didn't do that in the movie, which is understandable because it's geared towards kids. You don't want to show that violence between, especially that early on in the series. I get why they left that bit out, but yeah, I felt that it was very consistent with both movie and because I finished the book and then I watched the movie that night. So it was fresh in my mind. But yeah, I didn't think it was as good as the first one. Like the first one, I think maybe the level of my excitement was there because I was reading it, and now I just feel comfortable. So I've eased into the world and whatnot. So yeah.
I think for me, it was just the first one had that extra heartstring pull for me, and this one, as good as it was, the whole Dobby thing, it made me go, "Aw," but I wasn't like, "Oh," you know. So it was almost there.
it was almost there, but just not quite. And what about you, Neva? What are your thoughts? I'm sure you've got many.
Yes. Okay. So I gave this one 4 stars as well, which is pretty on par with every time I reread this series. The first 2 tend to be about the same rating. So I go into Chamber of Secrets a little bit different because I've already read this series a million times. So the things that happen with Dobby and everything pull my heart a little bit more than I think they would for either of you. Because I know things that are going to happen in this series.
Got ya.
You see what I'm saying?
Mhm.
I'm not going to say
Mhm.
anything because that would be
Yeah.
literally there would be
And
no
all
point.
we know is that, that was really cool for him to do that for Dobby, especially since
Yeah.
Dobby's kind of a fuck up. He just fucks shit up.
And the thing, and
please don't save my life again. Like,
yeah. So the second book is a lot of like when it comes to Dobby, there's a lot of foreshadowing that's happening in the second book. That we don't really know about until I think the fourth book is when it starts. You're gonna start like putting things together at like the fourth book because there's a big thing that happens in the fourth book with Hermione. But Chamber of Secrets. Here's the thing: the dude that they cast for Gilderoy Lockhart was like the most immaculate casting of any character in this book. Like I know
actor just got it.
A lot of people have issues with the way that like certain things were cast. Like they think that like Emma Watson is too pretty to have portrayed Hermione Granger, which like I feel like it's an adaptation, people. Okay. I feel like the people that say this is just my opinion. Do not come for me. Do not send me scathing messages. I feel like the people that are like this, you all should go watch like ID Discovery, like reenactments of true crime shows, because they always hire like this super like Hollywood-esque looking person for like a man or a woman who looks not at all like that. You see what I'm saying? So like I just feel like
I need to show this to Sophia. I really do.
Okay, go ahead. Do not eat it. Thank you. So there's that. But Gilderoy Lockhart, immaculate casting. Okay, I hate him, but like immaculate casting. I will say that for some reason I thought the movie did not do as well with Moaning Myrtle as they did. They did very well between the adaptation and Moaning Myrtle. There's like some things that I kind of forgot about that were smaller details. So like for instance, the way that Dobby gets the sock at the end is different in the book than it is in the movie. He like is very bold. It's crazy to me how bold Harry is with the sock in the book, because he just wraps it around like his dirty ass sock, like around.
And I went, oh, that's just janky.
And
like,
then
that's
just hands it to
wrong.
him. And in the movie, which I guess I should have said like warning again. Like when we talk about the book, we're gonna talk about spoilers. Okay, like that's
that's
we're
it.
gonna
Like,
assume that if you're here,
you're reading it. Yeah.
We need flashcards so we can be like mute.
Right.
That's your homework. That's your homework for this week. Make them pretty.
Here, actually. Here, hold on.
Coda's doing his homework now on the fly.
There, we have a spoilers banner now. Okay, so with with the way he gives him the sock in the movie, he like puts it inside the diary and then kind of like mimes to him to like open the book, and then he opened it and he's like, a bastard's gonna dump me a sock. Like, not really, but I mean, technically, you know what I mean? It's like that little loop.
Well, technically he did, because he handed him the he had the diary and then he handed it to Dobby. So therefore he did hand him a piece of clothing. So.
I will say, I think I like it better the way it happens in the book.
Yeah,
first of all, it's disgusting that Harry would just hand Lucius Malfoy his sock. Okay.
Plus, it makes Lucius stupider too, because he doesn't even think about it. He's just like, here, take this.
But then also the fact that
he threw the sock and it landed on Dobby.
Yeah,
didn't
and Dobby says Master threw the sock and Dobby caught it. And I'm like, what a save! You know, that thing could have hit the floor. You know.
Yeah.
I will say, yeah, they did so well. It's so gross. I didn't feel like we were missing very much when it came to the scene of them like in the Chamber of Secrets. I felt like they really did that justice when I feel like they could have left things out of that, but I feel like they did well. Yeah, I don't have really a lot of complaints about the second. You'll hear me complain when we get to like the fourth book. You'll hear me start bitching about like they didn't do this the movie, but they did this. I will say it still just chaps me. It just chaps my butt. Okay, it chaps my ass that they do not.
Now that's a yeehaw saying if I've ever heard one. It just chaps my ass. It's like it creams my corn.
Or he'll say like, or if he like if something happens, he'll be like, well, that's no skin off my ass. That's what he'll say. Like if like somebody does something that doesn't really pertain to him, he'll be like, do what you want. It's no skin off my ass. Yeah, it's just my country coming out. It's fine. But it really chaps my ass, bro, that like they really left Peeves out. You know what I mean? Like, because we do see Peeves throughout this entire series in the books.
Yeah.
And I just felt like there were so many things that Peeves was responsible for, but in the movies it had to be like someone else. Like they had to make it make sense for someone else to do the thing. But yeah, I'm excited to start book 3 because at the end when Harry's like, "This is a telephone," remember? It's foreshadowing for what's about to happen in like the first chapter of this book, and I am ready for it. It's like it's my favorite thing. Like one of my favorite things in the series is the way that Ron's family, because obviously Hermione's a Muggle born, so she knows how to like do things in the Muggle world. The way that the Weasleys try to communicate to Harry without using like owls and like magic, I just
oh good, I'm in for a giggle. I find that was one thing that I must say, like in the book you get that sense that because Harry doesn't have a family, he doesn't know what a nice home is, he doesn't know what home feels like to go, I'm going home. He doesn't really understand what the connotations of that is. So in the book I felt like he was coming into their place for the first time, and they're like, oh, it's essentially, I'm gonna just like say it how I like it, my house is crap, excuse the mess or whatever, but he's walked in and just gone, oh my god, and loved every part of it. And I think that came across also in the movie, but like Harry in the movie, just his whole face was just in awe, and he actually portrayed that really well from the book to the movie. I think that was
and I'm not gonna lie, this book is the first, so movie wise I cry at the end of every movie. We're not even gonna talk about it, but it's because it's playing in front of my face like that. That's so at the end of every movie, like something happens and I'm like, oh, and I'm like crying. Like Ari does not like to watch Harry Potter with me at this point because she'll look at me and she'll be like, are you gonna cry again? Do not cry. And then I'm like, cool.
Oh, Ari, you're a cold-hearted person.
Now I'm definitely this book is the first book in this series. It's not the last book in the series, but it is the first book that makes me like actually cry, like not just tear up, because like when Harry goes to the Burrow for the first time, and like you said, like Ron is like, I'm so sorry, like it's chaotic here, it's a mess, like our house leans to what?
I said you're only supposed to spoil book 2 during the spoiler section.
Yeah, this is just book 2. No, this is just book 2. But because in book 2 he goes to the Burrow, right? They kidnap him. They save him.
They save him. Let's face it.
And the first time that this is the first time that he's ever been there. Like obviously he met them on the train, but he's never been to their house. And Ron makes comments when they get there about like how their house leans and like it's chaotic in their house or whatever. And he says it's the best place. He's like, this is the best house I've ever been to or something. And like that makes me tear up.
And yeah, it sort of pulled at my heartstrings as well. Like knowing that as a person that didn't have a home to go to as a child that was safe and all the rest of it. I had a friend that, their place was always a hot mess and whatnot, but it just felt like home to me. So that sort of resonated with me. And as I was saying in the first one, I can see why kids love this, because kids from all walks of life can relate to a character or something that is happening in these books.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then when Hagrid comes back at the end, and there's, I don't remember, in the movie there's the exchange of, it's not Hogwarts without you, Hagrid, right? Oh, Jesus Christ, I'm not gonna cry. Okay.
Breathe, everybody.
And I don't remember if there's that exact exchange in the book, even though I just listened to this book the other day. I can't remember if there's that exact exchange, but there's a very similar exchange to Hagrid returning. And for Hagrid, for me, is like a symbol of who my Opa was to me, or is to me. I mean, he's passed away since 2018, but he was always like, if you look at pictures of him, he's not a very tall man. Like, he was, I think, 5'8" or something, but he had like the big like belly, like he was like, to me, he was larger than life. Like, even as an adult, like he was like this big. Like, if something happened, like I could call him and he would fix it. And that's who Hagrid reminds me of in the books. So whenever I read things with Hagrid, it like makes me emotional, which is why.
And I think because like Hagrid to me is that safe person that I can go to, that I can tell anything to, or that warm comfort place that if I need a hug I would be able to. That's how I feel about Hagrid, when he's Harry's safe space, so Harry's person, so to speak, like from the adults and all that sort of stuff. The one thing that I was slightly disappointed that wasn't in the movie, which I think would have made the scene a lot better, is when they went with the flu powder and Harry ended up in, and then we had that whole scene play out in the book with Malfoy coming in to get rid of stuff, because in the movie you get a brush on that he does have some Muggle stuff or stuff of importance that the Weasley, is it Arthur?
Arthur,
Weasley? Yeah. Arthur Weasley is looking into and raiding and all the rest of it. And so you get that whole scene in the book, but you didn't really get that in the movie. So there was sort of that disconnect of why they sort of didn't. Yeah.
It's like they glossed, like they show that part because he falls into Knockturn Alley. So we're supposed to believe like it's the opposite of Diagon Alley, right?
Yeah.
So it's scary and it's dark and there's like creepy people, and then we got Hagrid that comes through because he's looking for something that he can't find in Diagon Alley, right?
Yeah, the slug repellent or something, wasn't it? The flesh-eating slug repellent. Yeah, gee, harsh.
Yeah, right. Yeah. But I do think that it's very much, which I think they did it that way in the movie because we don't have the big scene in the bookshop in Flourish and Blotts. So I don't know how much sense it would have made. Like, I feel like you would have had to have all of that in the movie, because otherwise it would just look like, I mean, we already know that like the Malfoys are like dark wizards, right? Like, we know that they're not who we want to associate with, but because we don't have the whole scene in the movie where they're in Flourish and Blotts and they're like, these two grown men are like trying to beat each other up, like because it doesn't ever seem to come, I don't think it ever comes back up in the book or in the movie at all. Like, you see him in the creepy shop,
no, it doesn't,
asking about selling things, and then he leaves. But then in the book itself, like, there's the whole exchange of like, oh, I'm gonna write to your dad and let him know, or I'm gonna write to my dad and let him know to check their cellar or whatever after they do the flu powder. And I don't think that's a thing in the movie.
No, it's not. There's none of that. So you like I thought it felt like there was a little bit of disconnect. Like in the movie, in the book, you got that whole explanation of him having stuff to sell and how the diary has come into it and all that sort of stuff and whatnot. Whereas it was very glossed over. Like there was no real mention of it was just a sort of flippant comment.
Yeah, it was like a flippant comment about Ginny's used book, and then what you see is him slipping, like you see it where it's like this.
Yeah, he slips the two into her cauldron.
It this way back into her cauldron or whatever.
Yeah. See, I have a Harry Potter cauldron.
Yeah, that's cute. All I have to say though, I feel like this with the books and the movies, Voldemort is not a very smart man. Like you are not.
No, he's not.
I understand. Like the first movie, like he doesn't have a body, but like you couldn't have picked a different person to take over. I'm just saying. And then in this movie, like you put your literal, like soul, I guess. Like I don't know how else to really describe it. Into the hands. Yeah. Like you put your core memories of a big event into the hands of another person.
An 11-year-old girl.
Yeah.
Well, right. So you put them first into like this 40-year-old man who's a dumbass. And then he put your memories into the hands of an 11-year-old little girl. And it just happened to find Harry Potter until it didn't. You know what I mean? Like
it was I agree. Like he is like he has to be the dumbest villain ever because I mean this dude's supposed to have done great things, bad things, but great things to all you know, right? But yeah. And then, and then we've got him as you said, putting his essence into a diary, into the hands of an 11-year-old, but then didn't even think that the basilisk or whatever, however you say it, basilisk, is a venomous creature. And hello, dude, come on. I mean, with the program.
I guess I'll give him that, like, technically we haven't technically seen Voldemort yet, right? So we've seen like whatever was left of him out of the back of Quirrell's head, which wow. And then we see him as a memory. We haven't seen him like in the flesh, in like any kind of form because we're supposed to believe he doesn't have one, right? So like, but I just feel like that this is a pattern that he has. Like, why are you having, my thing is like, don't have other people do your bidding. That's the lesson that we learn from Lord Voldemort, because
basically if you want stuff done, do it yourself.
Do it yourself. That's the only way it's going to get done correctly.
You're not going to have to question anybody about it and whatnot. Also, we find out in this book why Hagrid was expelled.
Yes.
From Hogwarts. Given that now Harry has proven this to be incorrect, why was his wand not reinstated?
So, I don't know that we get a super definitive explanation. A lot of fan theories have to do with prejudice against Hagrid as being half giant.
Okay.
Also, we have to look at the fact that by the time that they figure this out, Hagrid has. I think personally, I've always thought that maybe people were aware that he was using the pink umbrella because he was given back the pieces of his wand. And I don't know that that's necessarily protocol to destroy someone's, like, I would think that if you're going to destroy someone's wand, you're not going to give them back the pieces.
No, you would assume that would be the case. So
I think that whoever destroyed his wand and then gave him back the pieces understood that he probably would use said pieces. in one way or the other, because that pink umbrella, which we don't see in the movies, I don't think.
We only see it in this one when he goes to
in
the
the
sea
first
shanty.
movie.
Yeah.
But sorry, I saw this freaking cold that Ori gave me. In the books, the umbrella is a big piece of Hagrid's identity because it's really the only way that he can use magic. Now he's found other ways to do certain things so that he's not constantly using magic, because I think that in the back of his head he knows he's not really supposed to. But I think it also plays into like what we see with actual police, right? They can come and arrest you, like me, for instance. This is just, everyone knows my life anyways, it doesn't matter. But like for me, with the charge that I got, after I was charged, like I went to jail, I was charged, and they did what they did and removed kids and all that happy crap. So that all happened, and then about a year into everything, they came back and they were like, oh, it does appear that the things that you were saying about, like, I was trying to get doctors to listen to me about, like, my child is sick, I need help, but they just took it as I was a terrible person and a terrible parent. But when it finally came about that what I was saying was actually true, once Aquila was able to get them into services and do the things that she had access to as a foster parent, then they came back and they were like, well, you've already been charged and you'll have a felony on your record for 7 years, but we apologize.
So they left it there?
Oh, no, I mean, it's expunged now. If it wasn't, so my deal was 5 years probation. If I didn't go to court, it would be 5 years probation, and they would expunge my record after 7 years. I wasn't quite sure where that 7 years fell, because technically they violated me one time. It was bullshit and they overturned it, but they did technically violate me one time. But because they didn't start my probation period over, they just reinstated it and counted it as like time served, and then I continued going. They did expunge it sometime. No one let me know it was expunged. So, but they expunged it sometime in 2022, because I wouldn't have been able to be a manager at Taco Bell if that felony was still on my record. And there's no trace. I mean, I guess if you did like a federal background check, you'd probably find it. But there's no, like, if you just do a regular background check, like, it's actually, you can't even find my second mugshot picture.
Cool.
Anymore.
Well, that's a good thing.
You know? I mean, you can find my like initial arrest one. Don't go look at it. You would need my full name anyway, and no one knows that. So. Well, Coda might now, because he's on my Facebook.
I haven't stalked you enough to find you on Facebook.
Yeah, well, because I was like, oh, Coda added me on Facebook. That's nice. I think I only have Coda. I think I have Coda, Brooklyn, and Paige. I think they're the only three that like are like book people. Like, because I knew Rainey before BookTube, so she's been on there for a while. But I think they're the only like book people, and I'm like, I always get nervous because I post much different things on Facebook. So I'm like, y'all will either love me.
I know what I'm doing first. I'm going to
or you're going to.
I'm going to track you down.
I post a lot of like like I don't know. I have a lot of family on there that like gets angry when you post like Black Lives Matter content. So I just post just inundate my Facebook with it.
She's like, oh yeah.
Yeah, take this.
And then my cousin will steal it all and she'll share it to hers, and they'll like come on her post and she'll be like, okay. And then I'll be like, well, I shared this first, so it's fine.
We forgot to take down the spoilers.
Oh,
have we finished? That was my next question. See, hon, you going to work, are you?
Yeah, I didn't want to remove it until we were finished.
You, so do we have anything else that we want to talk about from the book? The fact that we've been introduced to Ginny, that I think she come across as a pretty sweet character in the book. I love the fact that like every time it's like, you know, Ronald goes, well, that's not like her. Every time Harry was in her vicinity, like little like fangirl moment.
Does anyone else
did a good job of translating her little crush over to in the movie too? Like when he first arrives and she walks in and she's like.
I will say,
Classic.
I feel like in the books we got a lot more of like how enamored she was with Harry.
Yes, we did. Like, it was definitely a fangirl crush moment. Like, I just like
Yeah.
when she come into it, I'm like, oh, this is so cute. I think I even while I was sitting there, my little feet went up and down.
Yeah, and I
she was
will
having
say,
a fangirl moment.
I prefer Ginny in the books to the movies. I feel like the movies kind of did her dirty.
Yeah, like I was thinking that like that we got a lot, like even though there wasn't a great deal in the books, we still got a lot more of Ginny than what we did in the movies.
In later books we will get a lot more of Ginny than what we see in the movies. Like a lot of people feel like she was very like she's very much a background character, I feel like, in the movies. And that's not like, and this is like a theme with like all of the Weasleys except so like obviously like the twins and Ron and then the parents are very much like, especially like Molly Weasley, are very much part of the movies. But I feel like but like we get way more Percy in the first two books. You know what I mean? Like there's banter between like,
yeah. So Percy is still at Hogwarts, isn't he? He's head boy.
So he's the oldest kid living at home.
Yeah, because the other one's over in Romania doing dragon stuff.
Bill and Charlie, and Bill works for Gringotts Bank, and Charlie is in Romania working with dragons.
Yeah, I knew there was another one, but I couldn't remember where they worked. So,
and we do get introduced to them in later books, like fully introduced, where they're like emerge into the story. But like Percy is like a big part of the books. Like there's banter between him and Hermione in Chamber of Secrets. Like, because there's always like there's like kind of a, you'll see it as we go, like there's a weird dynamic between Hermione and Percy. It's like almost like a competition thing, even though Percy is like years older than them. But there's like continuous banter between those two characters for a good portion of the books. And I just feel like Percy was definitely like a background character in the movies. Like they make way more fun of him in the books.
I'm looking forward to getting to know him a bit better because, like as you said, there is more of him in the books than what we ever seen in the movies and all the rest of it. I've just seen a little comment that popped up here from.
Sorry, I thought. Okay, my bad. We clicked at the same time. I was trying to hide the spoiler thing, and you clicked.
Okay, now look, who's running this show, woman? it's a battle of the comments. So I've clicked it. We're not going to be spoiling upcoming books. We are purely talking about books 1 and 2, but we're predominantly talking about book 2 today. We would not do that, and that's why you can put the spoilers back up just in case we keep talking. That's why there we go. That's why the spoiler little banner is there, because these movies have been out since the beginning of the 2000s and the books have been out longer. So yeah, and we realize that there are people that are not, but we just assume that if you are here, you're here because you know we're reading these. And we are trying very hard not to spoil everything. And I feel like even though we've talked about this today, we've only taken little snippets that are randomized from out of the books and the movies, which is not giving away the 100% like spoiling.
Also, because Sid is not here today. So as the only person on screen that's read the books, I do have to think, like I actually took notes this time for Chamber of Secrets because I wanted to make sure, like, because there is a lot of foreshadowing in Chamber of Secrets for later books, but I wanted to make sure that there were not that I was saying like, well, there's foreshadowing for this thing, like when Coda brought up Dobby, right? Because I feel like on my first read, I didn't really like. I just thought that Dobby was like this character that it just was here to wreak havoc for whatever. You know what I mean?
To save Harry's life. Who needs friends when you've
In
got
the
a
most
Dobby?
violent ways possible. Like
Possible.
he really
I'm like, thanks, Dobby, but can you?
It was like
Dobby to me, especially in Chamber of Secrets, he's just such a great character because he reminds me of like when Ari tries to help with things,
yeah.
right? Like because Ari's 6, so she'll come and she'll be like, "Let me help you with this," and then she either like she's like really trying to help, so like I'm trying not to get like annoyed with her that she's trying to help me because I don't want to discourage her from helping. I would never want her to feel like I don't want her help, but I'm also like, you are doing this like the wrong way, or like you've made this like more of a mess than it already was, like, you know what I mean? And I feel like Dobby is like, I have to save Harry Potter, but also I can't go against whatever orders I've been given by my masters, but also I don't want Harry to go back to school, but also I picked the most terrible ways to try to keep this child in his abusive household. So not only did I ruin the damn pudding, but then I made it so he had to fly a car to school because he couldn't get through the gate.
Yeah, could have killed him at least
to top
twice.
it off, I tried to kill him with a damn bludger.
Yeah, fully. It's like
Better dead than at school.
It was just like, oh my goodness. As I'm reading it, I'm like, who needs friends when you've got a Dobby? Like,
Yeah, I just kept going like, oh, Dobby, dude,
And
bro.
he has like the best of intentions, and like and the thing is like I feel like Dobby is a character that people do kind of find to be just like this kind of childish like menace until we get really like we get very far into the books before people are like, because there is, it all comes into full circle.
You get a sense that he is quite you get a sense that he is powerful. The fact that, you know, when Lucius tried to you know, have a go at in the movie, I don't know whether I can't remember how it played out in the book
too, right? He was like,
so how this isn't really
and then basically kicked his ass
so this
for a better term.
This isn't really a spoiler. It's gonna be explained, like I'm not gonna explain it in depth because it will be explained later on in depth, I think in the 4th book. It's not really a spoiler because we see it happening on the screen and we see it happen in the 2nd book. House elves have like their own like brand of magic. So like they're used as like servants, right? So they're not given like wands or whatever. So they have like developed their own brand of magic, and the reason that Dobby was never able, like in Chamber of Secrets until the very end, is because he was under someone else's authority. So whatever they told him that he could do was what he could do. But once he was released, he now has his own agency. So he's able to do whatever he needs to do.
Like a genie, right? Like once you free the genie, he can use his magic for whatever he wants.
Right. So in
attacking and some myths and others, he becomes a human again, right?
Yeah. So as long as he was under the power of Lucius Malfoy and his family, he can't he can't do anything against them. Yeah. But as soon as he was freed, even though Lucius was like, you know, trying to attack Harry or whatever, because he's freed, now he can do whatever he's gonna do. And there's some struggle for Dobby with this. Like even after he's freed, he and I feel like we see it a little bit in the movie where he has like a little bit of trouble talking badly about the Malfoys. Which I mean, that's trauma, but like
Well,
Yeah.
it comes down to like he's been under their rule for so long that he wouldn't have the ability to disassociate from that.
Right. Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah,
yeah.
but I just love him as a character. Like I do not care. I defend Dobby to the death. Like he's just such like an innocent character, I think. You know,
Mhm.
that you just want to like listen. I tried to buy Ari a Dobby stuffy and she told me it was ugly, so I didn't buy it, but
Well,
I'm
you
about
just
to
have
buy
to
it.
buy it. You don't need to use
I mean,
Ari as
he's
an
not
excuse to buy yourself a stuffed toy.
I'm
Just buy it.
literally gonna just buy it for myself because I think that
That's
it's
right.
so cute. But she was like, "This is ugly," and I was like, "No,
I mean, he's not beautiful.
he's not beautiful at all. He's like a pug, like a pug dog.
Isn't
You know,
the correct isn't the correct meaning for cute, ugly, but interesting in the dictionary?
I think so, yeah. And he's
Yeah,
just
so
he's so
he's cute, he's ugly, but interesting.
yeah, he's just
Cute
so.
means ugly but interesting.
Let me look.
I'm pretty sure someone told me that once upon a time. Actually, several people in my life have told me that.
Maybe in the Urban Dictionary.
Maybe, I don't know.
Heard that before.
But the Urban Dictionary wasn't around when I was younger. So yeah.
According to the Oxford Dictionary,
Oh, she's pulled out the big guns. The Oxford Dictionary.
appealing in a pretty or endearing way. So a cute kitten is the example.
Mhm.
Sexually attractive. Ugh, why they had to use this name? Ryan's cute, but he's kind of young.
That's funny. If you know, you know.
Not in my situation, but okay. And then clever or cunning, especially in a self-seeking or superficial way. I don't want to be cute with you.
Yeah, don't be cute.
Like, don't be cute. That's cute.
Being cute. Oh, you think you're cute?
But he's so
That's
ugly.
my favorite definition.
Like I feel like Dobby is so ugly that he's cute because on the inside,
So there you go.
he's a
Ugly but
beautiful
interesting.
creature.
Yeah.
You know what I
I'm not
mean?
feeling
So,
that.
so if you can,
I didn't
if anybody can
think it was
update
cute
the
either.
Urban Dictionary, you need to update cute and put in there ugly but interesting. So there you go. Refer to Dobby from Harry Potter. All right, so I think we've covered just about everything that we needed to cover, and that don't forget to download this for your content, Neva, after we're finished. So, yeah, because I'm going to be using some of this stuff for content as well. Like, I don't know how yet, but I'm sure I'll work it out.
I'm going to be on so much content.
Oh, I just have to say, Nicole, you're gonna see
Yes.
this in you're gonna see it in a vlog at some point. But I got my Snapdots order.
Oh, okay, cool.
Here's the thing.
Awesome.
So I got all my tips, which is great because we know how
Yep.
much I like these tips. I don't know if I like this Red Hot. So I like the smell of it, but like, have you ever smelled something and then you can taste it?
Yeah.
So like I smelled it, and I even say this like in the little clip that I filmed of me unboxing everything. Like you smell it, and then you can literally, like, I can taste Red Hots in my mouth when I smell it. The issue I have with it is there's like a red dye, and it comes off on your fingers.
Oh no.
And so I've been watching. I'm using like different
so you can make
Snapdots
red
for my. Huh?
That's
Comes
so
your
you can
bingo
make
blotter.
Yeah. So I've been watching my ABs because in my Doctor Who, which is put away because I'm about to work on this. My Doctor Who has white ABs, and I haven't noticed that it's coming off on that. But like it's like when I roll them, because you have to like roll them between your fingers, like I definitely get like red, because I actually thought I was bleeding. I was like, why do I have dried blood on my finger? No, it was just like the dye. But they smell good, and they're like super sticky. I don't know. I don't
Cool.
know. They seem sticky.
Well, so if we see like if we're watching either on sprints or in
Yeah.
vlogs or anything, we see red streaks. It's not
It's
war
fine.
paint or anything. It's just she's diamond painting.
I've not killed
Just in
anyone.
there
I've just
sniffing
been
her
diamond
fingers.
painting.
Like he hasn't pulled a Dexter or anything. All right, let's have a look. We have been talking for an hour. These Friday sprints, when we finish a book, are going to be like this. So if you are new here and you didn't realize that, this is what we're going to do. So feel free to mute us and read and all that sort of stuff while we're talking about it. But it's a way for us to do our content for our vlogs and stuff as well and talk about it, and also to appreciate the books and the movies and the differences between them. So we have Raleigh here, who's not having a great day, so is just trying to relax and read. We're all having somewhat of a great day. My anxiety has decided to leave the building, which is great, which meant that I got all my work done. I haven't been that way for a very long time, and the only thing I can put it down to is the color purple.
It probably is.
Yeah.
As
Anticipatory anxiety.
The
Yeah.
color purple was
Now you
also
hear it
kind
comes,
of.
here it comes.
The color purple has also kind of been giving me anxiety.
Yeah. Okay, cool. So it's not just me
But I
then.
think it's
I mean,
just
not cool that you've got anxiety, just like it's not just me.
Yeah.
Like I'm not just being
I
a
think-
basket case on my own.
because
Like,
when I said I'm not really in the headspace to read this, and I didn't, and I chose not to pick it up, I did feel like a burden was lifted. Because I was like, if I don't finish it this month, it'll be okay.
mhm,
But I
mhm.
had to tell myself
It'll
that
be
it would
okay.
be okay if everybody else finished it and I didn't.
Yeah, no, that is fine because they're like, as I said, I was actually, what's the word? Is it visceral?
Yeah, visceral
Reaction?
reaction. Like you were having,
yeah, and I'm like especially that scene with the police and Sophia, and I'm like,
I forgot. I wish I would have like
read
warned
through it.
y'all. I forgot how graphic the book actually is, but I haven't read it in probably 15 years, and now I know
Well,
why.
I've
I
never
haven't.
read the book. This is the first time I've read the book. I've seen the movie, but I've seen the movie back in the 80s. Like, yes,
Yeah,
like
and
that.
if I remember, like it's still a pretty hard hitting movie, but if I remember, the 80s adaptation is not as.
No, it is like
graphic.
from what I can remember of it, it is not that graphic. Like, yeah, so I was not prepared.
And I don't.
Yeah, I've
I'm
never
kinda
seen the
scared.
movie, but I wondered about that, like in the scene where she goes with Shug to look in the mirror.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
I was like, this is probably not in the movie.
No, that was not.
wondering-
That was not in the 80s movie either.
Yeah,
I don't
okay,
think.
I was gonna
Is
say
this
I've never
new?
seen it, but I was like, there's no way this is in the movie.
And in the remake of the movie is supposed to be musical, but I'm kind
Yeah,
of scared to watch
Maybe
it
at that time.
because this is 20. I think it was it released in what
Maybe-
2023. I'm
maybe
scared.
it'll
Like,
sing.
How are they going to work that scene into the musical? I'm
Maybe
almost
it'll
curious.
sing. Maybe it'll sing in the mirror.
like I
Hello,
think. Hold on,
you
let me
see
see.
me
Because I
for the
think
first
the color
time.
purple. I think I was told that it's it's a musical drama.
Yeah, because it's a movie adaptation of the Broadway show.
And I'm
Right.
scared.
Mm.
Like, I mean, they have really big names in this. Like they have Fantasia, they have Taraji P. Henson, they have Halle Bailey, which is who played the new Ariel. The Ariel that Ari says I look like, that's very nice of her. And then like they have like Sierra in this. But like I'm scared to watch this because I'm like, what are you people gonna put in this movie? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know if I can. I don't know if I'm gonna watch it.
I mean, I
want
think
to.
Oprah is actually producing this.
She is, yeah.
Yeah,
There's quite a few
and
And she was in the original.
she was in the original movie, and she's
with Whoopi Goldberg.
yeah, and Samuel L. Jackson was in there as well.
Yeah.
She's always been obsessed with this book and movie.
Well, Alice
Like,
Walker.
I don't
the
think
author-
I've ever watched anything where she hasn't mentioned it.
And it's because for Black people this was a big thing. You know what I mean? It's
oh
right
yeah,
up,
no, I get
right
the
there.
why she's obsessed with it and all that sort of stuff, especially from her trauma as a child and whatnot as well.
And
so
this-
it's yeah.
This book for adults is like what for Black adults, from what I understand, is like what Roll of Thunder, Hear My Cry is for a lot of like Black teenagers, like from
Mhm.
when I was a teenager. Like Roll of Thunder, Hear My Cry was a book that a lot of Black teenagers that I know read when we were in like 6th to 8th grade. So
Well, Alice Walker, the author,
Yeah.
she also is producing.
yeah, she is.
Okay, yeah.
It's not
But
just
I think she
her,
No.
produced the first one
and
too.
Spielberg's name is on it too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Alice Walker also helped produce the first one, the original adaptation.
Mm.
And I know that she narrates the audiobook. I just didn't buy the audiobook because it's an Audible exclusive and I don't have any credits right now.
Yeah, I got the audiobook on that, and she does a pretty darn good job of it.
Yeah, I
I've
listened to
been-
the sample and I was like, oh gosh, I'm gonna have to buy this.
I've been reading the whole book with my eyeballs.
Yeah, me too.
If you get a chance, you need to get the audio.
I want to
Like,
get the audio. I listened to the
because
sample.
the dialect,
Sample's
the way
on
she
par.
she speaks and how she brings the dialect, it's even more hard hitting. Like, it's just like,
That's why
I need to turn the audio off.
That's why Nicole's having a harder time than me.
I
Plus,
think
I'm just like,
yeah.
this person's life is so horrible. My life doesn't look so bad. I think
But
I'll
wait,
stay
yeah, when you hear it being read, because I just listened to like it's like a 2-minute sample, and I was like, what
Maybe
the
I'll check out
hell?
the sample, but I'm enjoying it in my headspace right
I'll
now.
say that this. I'll warn you now that this sample is at the beginning when she's talking about her dad.
Mm-hmm.
When her mom is sick. That's that's what you get as a sample.
Well, yeah, the
her-
sample usually is like the first chapter.
I was like, we couldn't have
One
picked
time the sample was the preface
Like a
or the author's note at the beginning of some book, and I was like, "You're not even gonna give me a sample of the story." What is this shit?
That's just rude. That's just rude. And Jean is also here as well. We're going to speed through these comments. 5 centimeters of snow. I think the weather is about to change because I have a headache. Laying down, drinking more water. Awesome that you're laying down and drinking more water. And I'm sorry that you have a headache. That's terrible. Purple Rain Hearts is here reading Fatal Fudge Swirl. Awesome. Nice little cozy. Hello, Chris. How are you today? No, I haven't seen the nonfiction long list. Don't tell me. I don't need any more books to read. Just don't tell me. I will go and have a look at it, though, in the first sprint and see if there's anything on there that appeals to me, because we're heading into that crazy season. That's why I'm not doing any readathons or anything next month. So, yeah. Hello, Tina. Thanks for joining us. Glad that you're here. Christina is also here. This is very old. You're on your way. You're here. Hello, Deb. How are you going? Thank you to everybody that's joining us and has been sticking around for the last hour while we talk all things Harry Potter and how sick I get from reading The Colour Purple. Hello to Shadow Honda, which is Michaela. Thank you for joining. Appreciate you being here. Pizza for dinner. Sounds like a good Friday for me. That's a good Friday night. Jamie's also having pizza as well and started a new audiobook. I was watching Jamie's weekly reading vlog this morning, and oh my god, the woman is on fire. Like, the books that she's reading are amazing, like just burning through them. Monica is also here. Great timing, because I just got back from a lunchtime work. We'll be lurking and reading Hawthorne Legacy after work. Hope you're all doing well. Hello, Cool Gamer. Thank you for joining. Dinner sprint for Bethany. Awesome. Lexi is also here. Need to read Murder in the Drawing Room by CJ Archer, because it turns out it's due in 2 days. Don't you just hate that? When you've got a time crunch on a book, like, that drives me mental. It doesn't happen to me often, but when it does happen, it's just like, I can't fit it in. So, yeah, it happens a lot with my library app. Jen is also here. Hello. Thank you for joining. Tina says, I love breaking the spine on books, but it depends on the book, because some are too weak and they've already been broken too much. Yeah, that's fair enough. That's fair enough. Hello, Linz. Thanks for joining. Lula is also here. Courtney is also here as well. Thank you for joining. Lula says, I was studying for my GED when I realized I am not good at multiplication. So I went on to Khan Academy and now I'm practicing third grade math. I'm feeling a bit embarrassed that I'm doing that. You shouldn't feel embarrassed because if you haven't been studying for a while, the principles that are put in place do tend to leave you for multiplication. So don't feel embarrassed. You shouldn't feel embarrassed about that. At least you're making inroads to get back to where you need to be. That would be cool if the book came with a real date too. It's a blind date one. I've seen those on, there's a couple of Etsy stores that have those. A blind date with a book, and they send you, like, you just give them like the genre that you want, and then they send you a random book. It's in brown paper and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, baby steps, don't beat yourself up. That's exactly right. Hello, how are you going? Neva, name? Do you remember the sexy lady's name?
Yeah.
That's
Kiana.
Kiana, thank you. It completely left my head. I'm so sorry, Kiana.
I'm not gonna lie, for the first 6 months that I had my channel, that she was like on my channel, I just called her sexy lady the entire time.
Yeah.
Like to the point that Ari was calling her that, and then I was like, okay. I was like, and it sounds funny coming out of Ari's mouth. So I was like, if you want to tell me, that's when I started being like, if you guys want to tell me what your names are.
Yeah.
Because here's the thing, it doesn't bother me personally, but she would like go up to people and be like, yeah, my mom has a friend on YouTube, and she would not say it like with the SCH, so it would come out sexy lady, and people were like, what the kind of YouTube are you running?
I can just see it now. Neva rocking up to the school gate, having a fabulous time, listening to an audio book, walking with her daughter, and then there's all these side eye, stink eyes coming at her.
I'm like, what? What happened?
Because I mean, let's face it, the school gate's the most judgiest place on the face of the planet, right?
Dude, I don't even listen, I'm not gonna lie to you, I don't even have mom friends here because like
I don't either.
I don't want to talk to you. I don't want to, like, I don't know you. No thanks. No, thank you.
So to answer this question, today we are going to chapter 8. I'm assuming Christine is talking about this because Christine is joining us now. Yes, because we're at to book 3. So yeah, we are going to go for a sprint. Just go through all of the hellos. Okay, I think I'm officially completed my goal of annoying my crazy doctor. He gave an interview to the news and said, I'll try to fry our eyeballs in reference to the eclipse that's happening in April. Awesome. Oh, dear me. My husband used to watch the
Phineas and Ferb. This is like a Disney Channel original show. It was on when I was in like middle school to high school. It was the greatest show. I love Phineas and Ferb. I'm sorry. Here's the thing. I don't know. Like Coda and Katie have talked about how they want to come like visit me, which I mean now you're gonna come visit me in Iowa, but how they're gonna come visit me, and I'm like, okay, like all I watch is cartoons. Like if I'm watching shows, like I'm watching Gilmore Girls or I'm watching cartoons, so it's gonna be a lot of like Hey Arnold in my house.
I've watched a lot of cartoons as an adult. Like I'm a big SpongeBob fan.
Yes, we love SpongeBob. It's not really
my kids look weird at me when I start watching cartoons because I like watching Scooby-Doo, Wacky Races, all those sort of ones.
But I think when you grow up watching cartoons, that's just like your comfort. You know what I mean? Because like I will binge watch. Like I just binge watched like a couple months ago. I binge watched Hey Arnold. I didn't tell anybody about it, but I did, and it was so good. Helga Pataki is literally probably the worst, but like, do we love a red flag in a show? Absolutely.
So we're not the only ones that have watched the Einsteins either. I was young enough to remember Switch from Steve to Joe, or was it the other way around? I was like 4. It's mad.
Yeah,
It's
so
mad.
it switched. It was Steve, and then so Steve was like the original,
Mhm.
and then he left to go to college. The real reason is he was balding and he didn't want to scare the kids, but he also didn't want to wear a wig. So, or like a toupee.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah.
So then we had Joe, and then now we have Josh.
Mhm. I don't know who was around when my kids. I think it was Joe.
It was how old are your kids?
My oldest is 30 tomorrow, and then 25 on the 3rd of March, 19 and 17.
So I mean, if your oldest watched, probably Steve. You probably had at least a couple of years of Steve if she
Yeah.
ever watched Blue's Clues. The rest of them probably was the era of Joe.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it was Joe. Because my son didn't. I don't think he watched Blue's Clues. He was more of a Wiggles boy.
Oh, we love the Wiggles too.
Oh, I hate that big red car.
Salad, yummy, yummy.
I start to get angry when the big red car song comes on.
Honestly,
My son was
worst.
quite repetitive, and it was just constant.
Yeah.
And then my 25-year-old daughter, the Shrek theme song to the first movie. Every time my husband and I hear that, we start to twitch. She listened to that on repeat. It was
So
just
Ari watched Shrek for the first time when she was 5 years old because she just kept bothering me, and like I didn't really think it was that appropriate, but I was like, I guess like it's from 2001. You know what I mean? Like I guess like go ahead and watch it. And the way that she laughs when she watches Shrek, like I don't even have to be watching it with her, and I'll know what's happening because it's like this full body like laugh. And she prefers the first one over any of them.
Yeah, I think the first one was the best one.
But she just like, and then she figured out that Donkey and Mushu from Mulan are voiced by the same person as Eddie Murphy. She doesn't know who it is, but she was like, "Did you know?" So she had watched Shrek, and she was like, "Did you know that Mushu is in Shrek?" And I was like, "What?" And she was like, "Yeah." She's like, "But he's a donkey instead of a dragon."
Oh,
And I was
that's
like,
awesome.
the same person does both voices.
Yeah. That's pretty good of her to pick that up. Like that's a very fine-tuned ear.
Yeah, and I do feel that Eddie Murphy has a pretty like distinct, like he doesn't change his voice per character really, but like I was like, I don't know that I would have picked up on that. Like if I didn't already know who played both characters, like
I told him we're wearing t-shirts that say it'll fry our eyes. It's funny.
like
All right. Well, we have got to an hour and 15, so I'm going to star the next comment, and we're going to go for an hour sprint. So if you have arrived here and we haven't said hello to you yet, hello. We will come back to the comments because we've had our Harry Potter talk. We're reading, for those that are reading Harry Potter, we're reading book 3. We're reading up to chapter 8 today. Or by Sunday, and then we'll read, and I will put that over in the Discord of the schedule for it, so everybody knows what's happening during this sprint. Now I've got everything set up. We've got all the Harry Potter things happening, the train, the whole lot. We will be back in an hour. Everybody, happy reading, and thanks for hanging around. Well, hello. How everybody?
Possibilities. And when at last the
Hold
journey
on,
re-entitled
sorry. My bad.
Mom.
Go to sleep, Rory.
Because did I not turn my book off?
Sorry. I'll turn it back on in a minute.
That's good.
Sorry, I
we go?
forgot I had Ari's playing.
Kyda, how'd you go?
I am almost halfway through chapter 4. And I got typhoid. Of course.
I got to chapter 4. I'm at the beginning of chapter 4 because I had to do the Discord post and all that to begin with. And I can't, as much as I'd like to be able to listen and type without transcribing what I'm listening to the screen.
Yeah, I can't listen and type either. I can't do anything in type. Like if I'm typing, I won't even hear you.
Yeah, I'm the same on that. I'm focusing. Don't talk to me. Don't look at me. Don't do anything. I'm trying to get some stuff from the brain to there.
Yeah.
But yeah, I have been taking notes. So like Neva, I now have a notebook that is very pink and it's for my buddy reads. So yeah, this one is probably just going to be dedicated to Harry Potter because yeah, I'm taking lots of notes, breaking it down chapter by chapter and all the rest of it because I do realize that this even though Neva has said that there will be some, like the first 3 books are pretty much true to the movies. The next book is going to have a lot of differences and stuff like that. And that's I'm sort of comparing and seeing what the differences are, trying to figure out in my own head why, they didn't add this bit in and all that sort of stuff because I like doing that sort of thing. So yeah, so I thought I will just get a book wholly and solely dedicated to the Harry Potter buddy read along. And plus it's also good notes for later on, if I do a reread of it, I can sort of refer back to it and I'm sort of highlighting in these books as well. On tomorrow, I'm hoping to find the last book that I need. So I've got all the physical books and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, how'd you go, Neva?
I made it 5 minutes into chapter 4. Also, I apologize. I forgot that I had Ari's audiobook playing because she's laying down, and so I turned my sound back on without pausing. It's fine. She's listening to the audiobook for Matilda, and she let me speed it up, so she's listening to it at 1.5. Okay, we're moving up.
Wow.
Yeah, she's listening to it because she asked if I would speed it up, and then she's like, "You can go a little faster. You can go a little faster." So she listened to it at 1.5, which I'm amazed because this lady does have an accent. Yeah,
but it seems like she's got an ear for voices, so for her to be able to pick up the different, the same person in those 2 different movies, and that she obviously has an ear for it. So you never know, you might have a little linguist on your hand. She might end up. And
she doesn't physically, with her eye, she doesn't read very well. I think it's possible that she's dyslexic. I have to get some more testing for her done. But at her old school, they thought that she was showing signs of dyslexia. So I think reading for her is actually hard. Reading with her eyes is actually hard.
Yeah.
So she does prefer audiobooks, which audiobooks are still reading. So
there's an app that I'm pretty sure you get access to because if you've got Everend. I think it's called Farfaria. And it actually has audio but highlights the words. I think it's called Farfaria. Farfaria. I can't remember. I'll have to look it up. If I find it, I'll send it through to you. My eldest daughter, who's 25, when we had all sorts of issues with her reading, not the fact that she couldn't read, she didn't have dyslexia or anything like that, but she found it hard to focus on reading and to sit still long enough to read. And that, so I got that app for her when she was she wasn't in like kindergarten or whatever, she was in primary school, and basically it helped her because that the highlight was going to each word. It was forcing her to focus on each word as it was being read to her. And it really did improve her reading. She actually reads as an adult, and that was one thing I didn't think she would ever do, because she just hated sitting there reading and whatnot. So how are we feeling about the first couple of chapters of this book?
I'm enjoying it so far. I thought the part with his aunt, what's her name? Marge.
Yeah.
Marge, yeah.
Funny. She's a bitch.
Fully. I just thought, I didn't think any of the Dursleys could get any worse.
That woman is horrible, but I was laughing about it because the things that she was saying was so horrible. I was just like, and the voice that Tim Daly does for her, she sounds like an old smoker. She's like, oh, Harry Potter, blah, blah, blah.
And when she's drunk, like it's hard to understand her when,
Yeah, that's the other
when
part
he's
where I was
pretending that
laughing.
she's drunk because
He
he
does
like
her
slurs his
voice.
words.
And she literally has that sound like, I know there's this impression I always do where I'm like, when I'm drunk, where I'm like, Harold, hand me my cigarettes.
Oh my goodness. I didn't get that because I have Stephen Fry reading mine, but she is horrid. Like the fact that, you should write to the school and tell them to beat him more and all that sort of stuff. It's
In my
like,
opinion,
Are they using the cane? And he's like, oh, yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
A lot.
yes, ma'am.
they
A
did
lot,
not.
yeah.
They did not portray how horrible she is in the movie.
No, not at all.
Like I feel like
like-
it was glossed
from
over
the
in the
movie.
movie.
What was
And
that, sorry?
also, what, Coda?
I just said I don't remember it from the movie because it's been so long.
She it like the actual act of what happens, like where she blows up, whatever that happens in the movie,
Oh,
but we
okay.
just don't get as much.
Except she goes out of the house in the movie.
Yeah,
Oh, she like inflates
Yeah, whereas-
literally in the movie. Okay.
yeah,
Yeah,
she, like,
and
becomes a
goes out of the
literal
house.
I think
in
I
the
do.
book
Maybe
she's-
I've only seen them once, and I saw them as they were coming out. So
I
maybe I've
will-
seen them twice. It's
I
still
will say
been-
that I
10
wish they had put this phone call in the movie.
Oh, I know.
It's like,
I'm looking for Harry Potter.
it's like my favorite part, just because. And then they're like, and they're like, sadly, he probably told Hermione, and like Hermione would have known how to use a phone. Like she probably would have called and just been like, "Hi, I'm looking for Harry Potter." And then if they were like asking who she was or whatever, she'd probably like lie. Like they're honest with that. But I
Yeah.
wish that they had. I wish they had portrayed the phone call in a later. I don't remember which book. Like, there's a couple of different times in these books where, like, the chorus, like them trying to correspond with Harry, like the Weasleys trying to correspond with Harry, just does not. I think maybe the next time we see it is the fourth book. I won't tell you what happens. It's funny.
Yeah.
But like because they are not using magic, like they're using like Muggle thing. They just don't know how to do, and like even, and I think people are like, oh, they must know about these things because of Arthur, but like I don't think Arthur actually uses any of the Muggle.
No, we'll see in the other book, he was getting in trouble because he is getting Muggle things, but he was getting in trouble because he used the car, he enchanted the car. That wasn't portrayed in the movie. It was just like, he enchanted the car to fly and all the rest of it, but there was consequences for him.
Right, for him
doing it, yeah.
Yeah,
And
for
the
him
thing-
putting enchanting the car is the word I'm looking for.
and they
So,
don't really use like wizards, like, because we saw this portrayed in the second book, right? They don't really
Mm.
use cars. Like that's not a
Mm.
thing. So he had to have acquired this car from a Muggle person
Yeah.
and then enchanted it, because it's not like it was given to him as like a magical car.
No.
They have other ways of transport.
Yeah.
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 I don't know. I just
With the phone call one, like my nonna, she was like Ron. It was just like as soon as he started doing that down the phone, I'm like, oh my god, it's Nonna. But then throw in some broken English in that, and we used to laugh. Like you would be with my mum or my dad would be on the phone, but they'd be holding the phone out here, and it was like a speakerphone because the Nonna was on the other end.
yeah.
On the phone too. He's
Yelling.
like hollering. I'm like, it's a phone, not a tunnel. You don't have to yell.
Yeah, he like screaming into the. It's so funny, but I mean, yeah, and I think it's funny because like
It's so
obviously
weird.
you have like Hermione and Harry who, like, we have Harry who has only ever known how to use Muggle ways of doing things, and then we have Hermione who, while she has only known Muggle ways of doing things, she does so much research after being accepted into Hogwarts, you know, after getting her letter, that we assume that she knows how certain things work because she's done the research to figure out how the magical world works around her. And then we have Ron who's completely ignorant when it comes to Muggle anything, even though his dad works with Muggle artifacts. And it's just interesting to see the three of them trying to just like navigate this world of like figuring out where they fit, but also like keeping in touch with each other while they're far away.
Separate.
They all know to like send letters through Owl Post, but they also, but like the Ron and Hermione don't necessarily want a bunch of Owl Posts to go to Harry. They know that will draw attention, you know?
Yeah.
That's just, but I do wish that they had incorporated the phone call. I think it would have added a whole different element to the movie.
Yeah.
I also love this second article on Sirius Black.
Yeah.
Where the author says, while Muggles have been told that Black is carrying a gun, a kind of metal wand that Muggles use to kill each other.
Yeah. It's just so interesting to see how like how different, because these two worlds correspond within each other.
Yeah,
you know?
they coexist together, but
they're still also like clearly separate.
Yeah,
you know.
And the bit I liked, non-magic people, in the outpost and that, where they were talking about the burning, how one of them.
Oh,
they enchanted so it's like a tickling, and one of them had been caught 47 times
in different disguises. And she's just getting burned like,
yeah. And like when Uncle Vernon is watching the TV and they're talking about Sirius Black on the TV, they're talking about he's armed and dangerous, there's a special hotline, all of this, and then they like switch to something else and he's like, you haven't told us where he's escaped from, look at him, a hoodlum. And like I've always kind of wondered if Aunt Petunia actually keeps up with the magical world. There's things later that make me think that she must, because she never seems to have these like crazy reactions. Like in the first book, she definitely was like caught off guard with, you know, the events of like her sister and her husband being killed and stuff like that. And then you know, Harry, what that meant for her. But I've always kind of wondered if after getting Harry and knowing that he was going to be going to Hogwarts, if there was something somehow that she was keeping up with what was happening,
because she definitely knows, because her sister got the letter.
Yeah, and
so she knows that she knew the process and all that. So like,
right,
she,
and I
yeah,
just
but,
feel
yeah.
like even if she had to get the information secondhand, like she had to get a
Mhm,
hold
mhm.
of Dumbledore, or she had to somehow get the information. I've always wondered when I reread these books if she is keeping up with it, because her reactions to things like Sirius Black being on the loose, she doesn't have the same reaction as Vernon does. Like Vernon
Mhm.
clearly has no idea what's happening anywhere but
Mm.
in his own head. But when he makes the comment about they should be burned or whatever, or hanged or whatever, and he was
Hanged,
like,
yeah.
"Isn't that right, Petunia?" And she was like, "Quite right," but she's like also paying attention to something in someone else's yard.
Yes, she's,
And I'm like, I feel
because,
like
yeah.
you already knew that this was happening.
And
it
yeah,
would,
because
to me, it would
she's
make
looking at, like, why would she be looking in her backyard? Like,
yeah, and to me, it would make sense that there would be some kind on Petunia's part, that there would be some kind of affection for Harry, even if it's very much just like I have to keep this kid alive until he's out of my house.
yeah. Well, that was sort of alluded to when he got to the Leaky Cauldron and he was talking to the Minister of Magic, where he says to Harry, deep down, you must care for each other somewhere deep down. So that is sort of alluded to.
And I don't know that Vernon cares about Harry, as bad as that sounds. I would even venture to guess that he doesn't.
No, I don't think he does. He has a lot of like, as you're getting to know Harry a little bit more and the environment that he's lived in and is living in, there is a lot of disdain that comes through on the page from Vernon. So that is the safe assurance that, and also Dudley doesn't like him either.
Right. And Petunia seems more like afraid, but I feel like her fear may be coming from what she knows of the wizarding world and not actually like a fear of Harry, because like even in this book she's more maternal. Like she's still toxic, she's still like a terrible person, but she's more maternal toward Harry. Like she answers his questions even though she doesn't want to. Like there's more of a dialogue between her and Harry. I mean, it's not ever something that's like really talked about as to like how much she does or doesn't know.
And also you've got the added aspect of she doesn't want to say too much, because then that's going to elicit questions from
Harry,
her husband,
or from
and her family,
right?
Because they're trying to keep it all. They're trying to keep it all secret. And
she definitely doesn't talk to Vernon about it. And I'm almost wondering if, I feel like at some point it's like kind of touched upon, but I can't actually remember if it is or not, or if it's just something that I've like deeply thought about. You know what I mean? I mean, I guess we'll find out as we read. But I almost think that Vernon would not be accepting if she said like, because there's clearly like a jealousy around Lily.
Yeah, oh yeah, that came across in the first one, because Mum and Dad were so proud we had a witch in the family, and the way she said it, like, and even
it doesn't seem like their parents had an issue with the magic side of things, right? Because they wouldn't have sent their 11-year-old off to learn magic and been proud of her, and she wouldn't have gone all the way into adulthood with no issues, right? So I think that you guys are hitting it right on the head, where like it's Vern that has the problem with muggles, or I mean with witches and wizards.
Oh, he has a problem with muggles too.
Her issue is more jealousy, I think.
Yeah.
Like it's almost like
at the end of the day, it's still her nephew, and it is also touched on
Mhm.
yeah, it's also touched on in chapter 2 when Marge turns up and how much Harry doesn't like her, and the feeling is mutual on both parts because she even says, if it was me, I would have sent you to an orphanage.
Right. So there's something there.
Mm.
There's something there that she, I don't know. It's like a love-hate relationship, right? Like,
Yeah.
But I also
Yeah.
feel like if she had looked at Vernon and said, my sister's a witch, but also like I was jealous that I wasn't also picked, he would be like, absolutely not, ma'am.
right. And that's
Yeah.
probably why
Yeah, so
she
this-
avoids elaborating on
Mhm.
anything that would set him off, right? Because
Yeah.
as much as she's jealous of them, she doesn't want to hear him bitch and moan more than he already does either. She doesn't want to add fuel to the fire.
Yeah. So like there's there's that fear there that she has of the confrontation that she would have with her husband if she let anything out of the bag. And also even if she elaborated on things, or even, you know, I mean, from the news story, there's no way that that Vern could glean that he was a wizard.
No, he's just like, oh, he looks like a hoodlum with his long hair and his wild eyes or whatever.
Right, but what I'm saying is if she does know things like you're saying, Neva, she still wouldn't, she still would stare out the window, try to make everything not as big a deal as she knows it is, just to avoid setting him off and having to hear about it from him. And that's like a common thing with marriages that everybody does.
Because then it would because then it would become
I'm avoiding a
even on things
conversation.
you agree about, right? Like we might both agree that this is a horrible thing, but I don't want to sit in here you bitch and moan about it for the next 25 minutes. So I'm not going to.
If she says, oh no, this man is truly dangerous, he's escaped out of the greatest wizard prison, whatever, he's gonna be like, how do you know this information that they didn't put on my television? Because
clearly from chapter 3 you can tell there's something going on. They're worried about Sirius. So if they all are going to be if they're clearly worried about Sirius and something to do with Harry, they are not going to let those people be in danger as well as Harry. So someone somewhere in this family knows more than they're letting on. And I think you're right. It is the mother. And the fact that, you know, she doesn't want to have those hard conversations with her partner because, let's face it, she's going to eye roll.
Did anyone else pick up on the fact that they modified Marge's memory, but not the Dursleys?
Yeah,
yes, I found that very interesting.
I assumed that it was because he's their guardians. And
Which
this whole
is
time she's been treating it like it's like they ignore the fact that the Dursleys are horrible, evil, wizard-hating people. And they just pretend like it's okay.
I suppose, but here's my thought process on this. Because they could have modified everyone's memory except Petunia. Petunia is not going to say anything for fear of her husband. What just happened? Oh, crack the spine?
He goes after the camera, guys.
I made eye contact with her and was all.
That is brutal. They could. I'm surprised what they chose to do was not modify the Dursleys' memories at all, but modified just Marge's memory, because they could have also modified
the Dursleys,
Dudley and Vernon, and not modified Petunia. Petunia's not going to say anything anyway.
But if they were going to do that, why wouldn't they just? I don't know what I was going to say.
I mean, they also didn't modify their memories after the pudding, but the pudding was also made to kind of look like Harry could have done it. Even though
that's
the
what
pudding,
I was going to say. So, like you're saying, why didn't they modify the Dursleys' memory? Well, you know, why did he not get in trouble for using magic this time when he did last time?
Yes,
so it's like,
that's exactly right. And he questioned. He actually
two
questioned
fishy things there, right?
So there is an explanation. You just don't have it yet.
Yeah.
Well, I've
Like it'll
I
make
think
sense.
I
by the end.
remember from the movies, like how
Mm.
somebody maybe knows everything the whole time.
Yeah, I mean, there is a reason. Like the biggest reason that he got in trouble for the magic in the secrets is because there was no way to trace where the magic was actually coming from. Was the problem. So they couldn't. So all they knew was that the only magical creature that should have been in the house was Harry. With that,
Yeah.
But there is
Right, but
actually
the
a little bit
minister-
more
The minister
explanation
even
for
said
why.
things change. When he asked him, why didn't I get in trouble this time? He's like, oh, well, things change.
Yeah. And there is like an actual explanation as to why
Things change.
this time seems to be different, that he blew up his aunt and didn't get in trouble, but when the house elf was in the house making things float around, then he got in trouble.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, and they've written this one off as accidental magic, not purposeful magic. Yeah,
Right.
so they've written it off.
And-
I must
Yeah,
admit the chapter where basically Harry's birthday, we haven't touched on that. Because at the beginning of all the books so far, we're at Harry's birthday.
Yep.
And how the owls and everything. Errol, that poor bird should be retired, like being carried by the other owls.
Well, the Weasleys sent him over there with like a trunk or like however many presents all tied together. I loved all the letters from Ron too. There's like one with every present.
Yeah. Yeah. And the fact that Harry, for the first time, at the end of chapter 2, was it? For the first time ever in his life, felt like his birthday was important, that people actually cared about him, because he's turned 13. For those that don't know, he's turned 13, and it says, as extremely unusual though he was at that moment, Harry Potter felt less like everybody else, glad for the first time in his life that it was his birthday, which is sad to think that a 13-year-old would feel that way. Like, yeah.
Yeah, the birthday thing is like, I don't like, because it's definitely like a two-folded thing, right? Because we get like in the first book, Hagrid shows up, right? So so he's gone like 10 years, and then all of a sudden on the 11th birth, well, we'll say 9 years, because theoretically his first birth, well, no, was he dropped?
No, he turned 11.
Yeah, he was 1 when he went to the Dursleys.
Yeah, so theoretically his first birthday may have been great. We don't know. We don't see, we don't see that birthday. So the 9 birthdays that he has spent, or 10 birthdays, whatever, that he spent with the Dursleys, 9 of those birthdays have been not great. They've just been not acknowledged. Nobody said anything. And then on the 11th, this 10th birthday that he spent with them, Hagrid shows up. And then, of course, like the 12th birthday is a little because of Dobby, right? Because he stole all his letters. But he knows
it's that great friend Dobby.
Ultimately, he knows that his friends did send him things, right?
Yeah.
And so then with this 13th birthday, he's gotten letters, he's gotten gifts, he's gotten newspaper clippings. Like he knows like what's going on, even though he's not near anybody. So it's like two sides, but still nobody in his house has acknowledged his birthday.
Let's have a look and see how everybody else went. It's shaping up to be a pretty good book so far. I'm pretty happy with how it's going. Start again. My youngest absolutely loved Little Einsteins. We even made his first birthday cake in the shape of the rocket. It's probably the only thing I watched for a year. Yeah, my kids loved it. Like to the point that they'd hear the theme song start and they'd tear through the house to get and jump on the couch. I don't remember which book, but my favorite was had the Marauders map in it.
We'll be introduced to the Marauders map in this book.
In this book, yeah. Oh my god! For once, I have a question. Once you finish the books, would you consider rereading Harry Potter fan fiction Manacled? I've heard a lot about this.
So here's what I'm going to tell you. Manacled is not probably where you want to start.
Okay.
So Manacled is a combination of Harry Potter and The Handmaid's Tale. So
I haven't read that, but yeah.
So if you know anything about The Handmaid's Tale, right? That's like a basically like apocalyptic or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's like in the future, like women are used for breeding. It's just weird. Anyway, it's very dark. I read the first 5 chapters and it's on hold. I know that people were doing this challenge last year where they were reading Manacled in 72 hours and they were doing like a reel or a TikTok where they would say like me before I read Manacled in 72 hours. And then the next clip would be like me after I read Manacled in 72 hours. And they were like crying and like weeping and like broken apart. Yeah, it's extremely dark because it takes place at like after the events of book 7. And essentially, like, Hermione is given to Malfoy. Like, in a Handmaid's Tale situation. So she's given to Malfoy in order to produce an heir. Because his wife can't have kids. So, they're, like, I would definitely read trigger warnings. I have some, like, fluffy ones that are, like... I personally only read Hermione fanfiction, which is Draco Hermione fanfiction. I just feel like the pairing is great. You could delve into Archive of Our Own, but be careful because there's like people really just be pairing everybody else up with everybody else. Like there's definitely like Harry Draco fanfiction, which like cool. Where it starts to feel uncomfortable to me is when we're pairing people like Professor Snape and Hermione. That feels weird. And there's like a whole sect of people that do that. And I just, no. Like, I've seen McGonagall and Snape fanfiction. I can at least get behind that. Like, they're...
You know, like, what is that fanfiction called? Slytherin in?
God damn. I mean, I saw Harry Potter fanfiction accounts, like binders, like they take like the fanfictions and they bind them like into books. To know that I don't know that I want to read Snape Hermione fanfiction. But
I'm not sure I want to read any fan fiction, to be honest with you. I think I'll just read the books and The Handmaid's Tale and call it a day.
Yeah, I'll just do that too. I think I'm like my girls have talked about the fan fiction and Manacled as well. And I knew it was dark and whatnot. And I sort of side-eyed my girls, and I'm like, my youngest one, she's a dark horse. That one. That I'm just like, I look at her and I'm like, yeah, I know what you're about, Missy. Anyway, she's been a couple of books she's read. She's come in, she's been a bit traumatized. I'm like, well, that's what you get for poking around in that part. It's like the dark web. These are dark books. Start poking around, you're going to see things or read things that you don't want to read. She's traumatized by a lollipop. Anytime I want to get to her, I just go, lollipop. I don't know what book it was in, but she told, and it's it's unhinged section of our sprints, and so and all I hear is, oh. She walks out of the room, and I just crack up laughing every time. She's like, "You're a bitch." I'm like, "I know, and I love it."
We'll have to remember the next time she pops in, and you're like, "Hi." We'll have to be like, "Lollipop, lollipop."
Yeah, but I mean, I do know
that goes with it.
I do know that people that don't wish to read Harry Potter, like to read the actual books for whatever reasons, a lot of them will read fan fiction because there's no way for any of the rights to go to the author.
Yeah. And that's
So
fair
it
enough.
still
And
allows
you
to
said
be
you've
part
got
of
some
that
light,
one.
fluffy ones that you would recommend.
Yeah, I have. I'll have to look at my Kindle because they're all on my Kindle. I just downloaded them from
Well, that's maybe
Archive.
something we can do once we've got to the end of
Yeah,
it. We can
because
do a
there's
list of the
definitely
light
like
and fluffy ones, and then for all the dark people out there, this is the
they
dark
can,
stuff.
there.
Yeah.
Maybe I could make like a fan fiction recommendations video or something because I've read a couple.
Yeah.
I don't count them towards my reading goal just because like they're
Mhm.
not technically books. I mean they
Mhm.
are,
Well,
but
they are.
and they don't work for like most readathons don't allow you to do fan fiction just because it's a copyright thing that's a little bit
Yeah.
weird. But I mean, there's definitely like what they call one shots, which would be like a novella. Sometimes it's only like one chapter, sometimes it's 5. But it's just like a one shot story. Like they've written it in one shot essentially. That are much fluffier. There are full length ones that are like more contemporary romance than like dark romance. You know, yeah.
So, Lula is saying that she tries to write fan fiction sometimes and has trouble. I think a few scenes here and there, but then can't think of an actual plot. For example, I have a great idea for
Goju Satoru from Jujutsu Kaisen.
I knew Jiu-Jitsu. Okay, so but I did the other one. I'm like, yeah, I'm not going there. To come across a young teen with cursed energy, that seems a great idea. Scene idea, sorry, but would need a point to that, the plot. Yeah. I have no idea how to help you with that because I'm not a writer. So any suggestions from the writer in the house, like over here, there, that way?
I'm not a writer either. I mean, I have written things. Okay, but I basically like wrote a story when I was like 16 for a creative writing class that I had to take in high school, and they were like, we had to write something that was like inspired by something else. So I wrote I wrote basically like Clueless fan fiction.
Fair enough. See, I've never written anything with someone else's characters. I've always written from scratch. So I can't answer that question either. For one thing, I don't know who the characters were that they were talking about.
Well, they were. What's crazy about this, like the reason I say it was like a Clueless fan fiction is because like the characters were my own characters, like they were my own people. But I like completely stole, like, you know how in Clueless she has like the closet with like the computerized closet. I completely stole that right off Clueless. I was like, yeah, she's gonna have this computerized. I need a computerized closet.
Me too.
I just like something to clean my closet, like to actually fold my clothes or hang the rest of my life I can have organized and neat and tidy, but for some unknown reason I have this one part of my life that is so disorganized and is a hot mess, and my entire closet is in the corner in front of the closet in a pile in a washing basket.
Yeah, so Ari put all her clothes away in her drawers. You know where my clothes are? In both of the laundry baskets. They're just sitting there. And she's like, are you ever going to put away your clothes? And I'm like, probably not.
Listen here, Missy,
so
feel free.
I separate my shirts. I separate my shirts by solid shirts, graphic t-shirts, long sleeve solids, long sleeve graphics. And then they're all in rainbow order.
So what you're telling me is that you need to come organize
I hang them in rainbow order in the closet. And they're separated by style too, so I can just go in there and
they're right there, wardrobe goals.
Huh?
They're my goals. That would be my, like, thank you. Just come into my closet.
Yeah, right.
I know it's a long way to come. Come on.
In this situation, Coda is the adultier adult. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
No,
I'm the teenage girl.
I just happen to work at Old Navy off and on for 20 years. So you should see me fold clothes. I can fit so many clothes in a suitcase.
I must admit, I can fit a lot in a suitcase. My Girl Guide training comes out there. Yeah.
I'm just good at Tetris.
My-
Like you should
And also getting kicked out of home like every 3 months when I was like between the ages of 11 and 15, on average, every 3
Yep.
months I got kicked out of home. So you had to take all your belongings with you. So you learn how to pack a
Right.
suitcase.
My stepdad
Yeah.
taught me how to roll all your clothes so that everything would fit.
Yeah.
So when I pack, like that's why, because people will be like, I don't understand how you carry such a small. I just use like a small duffel bag, like when me and Ari travel, and it's literally
Mhm.
because everything gets rolled up. So like all of her underwear gets stacked and then rolled up.
Yeah, I
Um,
roll underwear, but I don't roll t-shirts. I fold them into like little squares. 'Cause
Yeah.
then they like flatter too. And
Like-
you can stuff
like
more in.
t-shirt origami.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I don't do that. Jamie saying that Arthur is one of her favorite characters on the reread and loves his obsession.
Yeah.
I'm back and ready to read, says Michaela. I always think Neva's real life of
Delilah.
Delilah Sue Lockhart. Don't know
Who
why.
is it? Who's Delilah Sue Lockwood? Let me go look this up. So
Yeah,
she's
I don't know.
comparing my life to Delilah Sue Lockwood, I think is what she's saying.
Yeah. I got stuck on the name because I'm thinking, who's this person? I don't know who this person is.
I always think of Neva's real life.
Oh my goodness.
I don't know who Delilah Sue Lockwood is. Who is this?
I don't know if this picture of Tammy Sue Wildman.
Yeah, I
popped up.
saw it.
She looks wild for show. She looks.
Okay, I need someone to explain to me, like, is this like a book or something? Like, I need someone to explain this to me.
I'm not sure.
Because when I Google it, I'm just going to say it's just a bunch of headshots of people. So,
I don't understand. Please explain.
I'm confused.
It's,
So she's like,
It's
name
a cryptic
like that?
clue. Get your handy dandy notebook. Write the clues.
I'm like, where? I don't know. I don't know. I can't
I don't know
find
either.
so she's saying she thinks of my real life name as Delilah Sue Lockwood.
Oh, okay.
Do I look like
Maybe.
Do I look like a Delilah Sue to y'all?
You don't look like a Delilah. I'm sorry.
When I think of Delilah, I
Delilah.
think of Delilah Green, and Delilah Green is a lesbian. So I feel like that's, like from Delilah Green doesn't care. Like that's who I think of when I think of Delilah.
Yeah. Well, that's what I automatically thought of too. Trying to say Delilah
I-
Green, like
I look nothing like Delilah Green. I wish I did.
has Neva decided to go on Love Island yet?
I should go. I should.
Hello,
Try it out. Here's the thing. Hi, Katie. The Love Island thing, these like dating shows look intriguing to me. The problem is for me is not that I would have an issue with a bunch of other people dating the same person I'm dating. I really could give a crap less. I'm gonna get annoyed by the dumb bitches that come on the show and are like, I really thought he cared about me, but he's actually like hanging out with her. And I'm gonna be like, you literally signed. What do you mean? Like, I'm gonna end up getting into people are stupid.
Well,
Like, y'all signed up for this. If polyamory is not for you, why would you sign up for this?
Yeah.
You sound stupid.
Yeah.
Then I'll have to call bail me out for beating someone up.
You should never
I'll
be
be there.
embarrassed for learning something different. That was about the math and all that sort of stuff. Finally getting a chance to join. This is going to be a dinner sprint. We did just go through a lot of stuff that we were talking about 2 hours ago. So it was just acknowledging the fact that we have seen your comments and we've already covered a lot of that stuff. So yeah. Pages and Floss is Josie. Thank you for putting your name at the end. It makes it nice and easy. Still reading The Teacher by Frida McFadden. Read that book. I read that book a lot today and it's been in timeout. Picking up a YA romance. Fair enough. Is it a heavy book or something, The Teacher? I haven't
Probably
read it. So.
it's freaking Frida McFadden.
Oh, this is the crazy ass.
She's probably,
author.
you know what? It probably, maybe it's not even heavy. She's probably just tired. She's probably just exhausted from all the twists and turns. Because when I read The Housemaid, me and Katie both had to go take naps afterwards. Like we were like, good night. Like, because it's just exhausting trying to keep up.
Oh, dear me. Chrissy M read 75 pages when we came back from the sprint, and Michaela listened through to chapter 4 and played Payla on my Switch. Awesome. Took the dog for a walk and took 40 minutes because she wanted to play in the snow, still getting her bearings with snow. It was first winter experience, and spent the remainder catching you. Awesome. Thank you for joining. Up on BookTube, which will still have videos from September to watch. Did I miss something?
That was
catching up. Oh, it's 2. Yeah, catching up on BookTube. Yep. I just realized I have split into the comment. Hello, Steph. Thanks for joining. We'll watch back your thoughts on book 2 tomorrow since I'm joining tonight. Hoping to get a little bit of reading done on Harry Potter 3. Awesome. Made it through the first 2 chapters after hubby went back to work. Excellent. Got to 32% in Stoner. The young man, Mr. Stoner, is a faculty member now, has married, and his wife seems to have washed out. It seems like a washed out version of Scarlett O'Hara. There you go. Got Harry Potter.
Yeah, Jean in the 3rd book, Petunia has a sister. That's who we were talking about.
Yes. Vern has a sister because it's Vern's.
It's
is it Vernon's sister?
Yeah.
Because Harry Potter's mother is Petunia's sister.
Yeah, that's right. That's why he says, like, even though Marge is not a blood relation to him, he's always had to call her Aunt Marge.
That's right.
Yeah. But that's actually quite interesting that that's put in there, because she would automatically be his auntie because Vernon and Petunia are married.
But I think that they're really focusing on the fact that Vernon is not of a blood relation to Harry, which I think is why Vernon is so cruel to Harry.
Yeah,
because like to us, okay, like for instance, like my uncle Aaron, right? His now ex-wife, my Aunt Teddy, they got married when I was like 10, I think 10 or 11. But they started like dating, and she became like family or whatever. I don't know. She was a Jehovah's Witness back then, so like the family functions that she came to were not very many. But I remember like the first Christmas she came to, I was like 8, and I like did not have the time of day for this woman. Like I was like, I do not like you. Like I was very protective. I mean, I still am. He's like basically my brother, but I was very like protective of my uncle, you know, as a small child who could do literally nothing to anybody. But like there's never been like a differentiation. So like even after they got divorced, like I remember a time before she was around, and then obviously when they got divorced, like she's like technically she's no longer my aunt. You know what I mean? But like my family doesn't differentiate like that. So to me, like she'll always be Aunt Teddy. But I think because of the disdain that Vernon has for Harry, there's a lot of focus on the fact that Harry is not actually blood related to Vernon.
And because also too, like that's very relatable, because that happens in real life where with you know, like stepdads and stepmoms come in, and the children come with whichever party, and you know, or they go into a family unit that's already well established, so it's also a way of making it relatable.
Also in the Wizarding World, blood is a very important thing when it comes to magic and protection and things like that. So there's a lot of emphasis on it, because I think it's explained like in more detail later, like by Dumbledore to Harry, as to why it was so important that Harry not just go anywhere after his parents were murdered. Because there's that protection from Lily, the love that Lily had for Harry, but there's another underlying protection from Petunia to Harry because of the blood relationship there. So even though she doesn't seem to like Harry, there's power in the magic of the fact that they are blood related.
Yeah. And also too, like there's been in the last couple of books where they've done comparisons like between Voldemort and Harry. You know, they're both essentially without family. I mean, Voldemort was in an orphanage. We know that from the second book. And we know that he didn't want to go back to the orphanage and all that sort of stuff because he hated being there. Harry has some similar experience, except he's going back to a family that doesn't hate him and all that sort of stuff. And from what I'm taking from that, it's showing how our circumstances that we sometimes don't have a choice in how things pan out for us, but we have a choice on how we're going to react to that. Are we going to use our knowledge for evil, or are we going to use our knowledge and experiences for good? So it comes down to that choice. And I think that we're going to, I'm just guessing at this point. Having seen the movies and all that sort of stuff, I've never really thought about it. Seeing these words written on the page and stuff like that, I'm starting to get a bigger sense of like how much wasn't portrayed in the movies. Like we still get that underlying thing, but there's a lot more. Like we even seen it in the first couple of chapters of Harry losing his temper and doing what he did to Marge. Of it's starting to show that Harry could actually have a dark side and that it's going to be a battle for him to keep on the straight and narrow, so to speak. Because it's easy to do the wrong thing. It's easy to do that.
And that's
you have to learn for yourself, right? And I think that Neva is why they didn't erase the memories of his aunt and uncle.
Yeah.
Because it's about letting him learn for himself, right? Same reason he wouldn't sign the permission slip for him either.
I loved how Harry was bribing him. I'll be really good.
Well, with that, there is. I mean, obviously, we've already seen that there's something that the adults are afraid of when it comes, you know, to whatever is happening with Sirius Black behind the scenes, because the whole trying to get other people that are important to him to sign his permission form, this is like a thing that you'll see him do this with multiple people. And they all kind of tell him like, it's just better if you don't go right now type thing, but they're not really telling him anything. But yeah, I think another thing with it is like at the end of book 2, Dumbledore says something to Harry about it's not the choices that we make, or it's something about like it's the choices that we make or something. I was trying to find the damn. I highlighted it. I know I did.
It's not what we go through; it's the choices that we make.
He says it in chapter 18. He says it is our choices, Harry, that show what we truly are, far more than our abilities.
Yeah.
And so I think that's also a thing is like Harry, we've seen in the last 2 books, has made conscious choices to not be a terrible person. And then but when he loses a little bit of his control, that's when it becomes more about ability than it does choice.
Right. So if you think about it now, that just going back to your original question, think about it from a parent's perspective, if the Ministry of Magic had erased the memories of his aunt and uncle, what would that have taught Harry Potter?
Right. Yeah.
In most cases, it teaches a kid that they can do whatever.
I can just
get away with it, right? So
I think it shocked me because I had forgotten that they even modified Marge's memory, but Marge doesn't have anything to lose if she goes around saying that Harry's a wizard and he's a crazy person and he blew her up. Like, you know what I mean? So it does make sense that they would modify her memory because she doesn't have anything to lose if she's out here like
Right. She could
talking shit.
out him potentially, whereas the aunt and uncle aren't going to out him because they don't want anybody to know.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Hello, Shayna. Thank you for joining. Appreciate you being here. How is everybody going for NetGalley? I am officially at 62%.
I'm at 50 because they approved me a 4th book before I even started reading the 3rd book. So, and Jean's like, you should count those towards your read what you own. And I'm like, yeah, that would make it go by faster, but I'm just not going to request it anymore.
That's
so
fair
I'm
enough.
kind of.
I don't have any recommendations at the moment. I'm doing some craft because I essentially I want to get arcs for craft books and stuff like that for my craft channel as well as normal books. So I've been reviewing some craft books and some cookbooks, and they're things that I'm interested in anyway. So I've been reviewing a few of those and stuff like that. So I was a good girl yesterday, and I put all said 8, 9 reviews that I had to do up on NetGalley. So yeah, because I was back down to because I got like they were read nows and a couple were approved as well, but that put me right back down to 30%. So I had to work my way back up or 40% or something. So yeah.
Well, considering that I started a new NetGalley at the very end of last year and I have reviewed 0 books out of the like 15 that they've given me, I am at 0%. So,
and Neva's going to make a better attempt at doing that because I've been told to make her accountable. I don't know how I'm going to make you accountable.
So here's what I need accountability for. I need accountability to like finish books before I start a new one. Because I am having an issue. Like last month, I only read 3 books. This month, I think I've only read like.
Well, you've read Harry Potter.
Yeah, but I've
1
not.
and 2.
Like my reading at this, I've read a total of 9. I've read 9 books this year. I read 4 books so far this month, and I read 5 books last month. Which is very it's not so in no way do I want anyone on this stream to feel badly by my numbers and be like, oh well, you read way more books than me. This is just not good for me. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. I have a question. I have many questions, but I have one burning question.
Sure.
Do you think that your rereads are what your stumbling block is? Because you're hyper focusing on your rereads as opposed to other books? Just going to put that out there for a little bit and let you think about that.
Or do you have too many buddy reads going on?
So that's a question for us, Coda.
So I'm
juggling well, I think. I'm juggling. I mean, we had to postpone Anna Green Gables, but the rest of them, I feel like I'm juggling pretty well. Except for
which turned out to be good because with the book club is doing Anna Green Gables next month. So,
right, so that worked out. I'm like, okay, cool. Yeah, we'll just wait till March.
I don't think it's rereads because currently the only books I'm rereading are Harry Potter. And I'm only reading Harry Potter on Thursdays and Sundays. Like if whatever I don't get done on Thursdays, transfer over to Sundays because I can I can do the rest of my pages or whatever at work. So I don't think it's rereads. What I think it is that I set myself up for failure at the beginning of the year. And instead of telling myself to focus, because so I did TBR-a-thon, sort of, not really. Like I didn't, like I made it my own.
But you said that from the start, so that's not unusual.
But for this month, because I'm hosting girl bands, but then I also, well, I've given up. But I was attempting to do Jante's Inferno. I think this month I messed up with trying to do Jante's Inferno because it's only a week, and none of the books really matched up. So I currently have like 12 books in my currently reading folder on
And how many of those books have you actually started?
All of them.
Okay.
How many?
How
of them
far?
have you read? At
Okay.
least
How many of them that you've read more than 10 pages in?
Yeah. Or more than 10% if you count Fan.
Yeah, more than 10% then. Yeah.
4. So we're not going to count the winners because I'm not actually doing that on my iPad or on my Kindle. I was going to, but it's just too long. I'm doing a vlog later in the year, like way later in the year. I'm talking like September.
Yeah.
Where I'm going to reread the entire series and annotate, and I'm going to vlog myself doing that, but that's not right now. The winners I'm reading specifically for the vlog that comes out next week.
Yeah.
So I'm doing it via audio on Libby.
Yeah.
So technically the Assassin's Blade I've been listening and Throne of Glass I've been re-listening to on audio, so I won't count those. So I guess that knocks 2 books out. But I have Butcher and Blackbird, I'm 23% through that. Haunting Adeline, 43% through that. The Color Purple, 23% through that. And then Daisy Hates, I'm 10% through.
Okay. So The Color Purple, that's not the right time for you to read this right now with that. So you're off the hook for that. So take that off.
So I told
right?
I told y'all
you can come back to that later. Haunting Adeline, yes, that's for a vlog, but it's not for an imperative vlog. So you can put that off for a little bit because, yeah, and then just focus on those last 2 that you mentioned, which was Daisy Hates, because you like that universe and you like being in there, and the other one, you can finish reading those. But all the rest of them, take them off your TBR, and then they're not looking at you. Take them out. Just take them out. They're not. You haven't started. If they're less than 10%, you haven't started reading them. Just take them out.
Or just pick the one that you like the most and get it done real quick. You know, like the one that you're enjoying the most, just kill it first.
Good. Yep.
And then you've got one out of the way, and you can do it again.
What does Amy from Amy's Bookish Life call it? Reading snowballing. So you go the least path of resistance.
Yeah.
Right.
Or whatever she was. Whatever's going to take the least energy to do that.
Or the least amount of time.
I don't know why
Either way.
I don't know why I didn't just go into 2024 doing what I did in 2023, which is I would have 1 to 2 audiobooks. Now, I say 1 to 2 because if I'm doing a buddy read or they're like completely different genres, I can kind of switch between them, right? So like with Harry Potter, I only listen to those on certain days of the week. Yeah. So I will switch to like a different audio. But last year I was doing like 2 audiobooks and then 1 Kindle book, and I would read that Kindle book all the way through, and then I'd be like, okay, it's done, and then I would move on to the next one.
But when you say like last year I did it this way, you didn't do it intentionally, right? Like it just happened. That's how it worked out last year, right?
2023 I intentionally went into 2023 with the intention of reading 1 physical book, which for me is on my Kindle,
right,
and 1 to 2 audios. That was my max last year. And that even transferred after I started diamond painting in September. And then I just went into 2024 and was like, it's a fucking free-for-all.
Well, it is really, and that's I don't want to throw shade at anyone, but let's face it, Leandra, all of us said we were going to take it slowly, and Leandra over here with her little cauldron and her little magic TBR-a-thon goes, there you go. Have that.
Last year, my most hectic month was August when we were doing Amazing Readathon.
Yeah.
It was my most hectic year, and I remember literally nothing from it. Like I went through the books that I read in August. I remember 2 books that I read the entire month. I read like 20 books that month, and I only can tell you about 2 of them: Bloody Princess and that Finna book. I remember reading both of those and what they were about. But anything else? Nope.
Forget it.
It's left the building. It's left the brain.
Most people think that I have a lot of books going at one time, but I'm actually I might have the same. Like I'll have an audio book going, and I'll have one that I'm like immersive reading, and then I'll have one that I'm physically reading. But I complete the physical one and all of them pretty much. And even this year, like I'm just focusing on one book at a time, except for buddy reads, and I've allocated days. So maybe you need to take a leaf out of Bree's book and set yourself up a calendar of what you're going to be
Yeah.
reading on what day.
Yeah, I think, and actually, I had set up a calendar. When I switched my planning situation, which that's
Mhm.
much better. I just want everyone to know so much
I
more.
used to really struggle with reading more than one book at a time, even until we started doing so many scheduled buddy reads. Like, so
Yeah.
just the fact that I know I'm reading Harry Potter on Thursdays and Sundays, I'm reading The Color Purple on Wednesday, right? And
Yeah.
then so just whatever the fourth book is that I happen to be reading, I just read it in between.
Yeah, so I think I did set up a reading calendar, but then I was like, well, how am I going to utilize a reading calendar? Because like a lot of people use it to like mark like currently reading, but I'm like, well, I'm reading 12 books at once, so how am I going to put all of them into the little square? But maybe, yeah, I should just be like, okay,
Well, you don't read 12 on one day. You span them out
but
over the month.
But it
Right.
was like to the point where I was like looking at my Kindle and I was like, I don't even know what I want to read because I have 12 books just like
Well,
staring.
you don't write them on the calendar, and even you like designate one color of highlighter for each book and make a key on the side, and then you just add like a line of that color for the days that you're going to read that book. That way you can put multiple highlighter lines on each square, and you don't have to do a bunch of writing. Just have a key for which color is which book.
Oh yeah, that's a good idea. See, this is why I have you.
I mean, hello, colors, rainbows, use your rainbow markers. Sharpie makes the best highlighters. They click like a pen and they come and
and it sounds so official. It's like
there's a red one and a purple one and a like dark blue, and you can still read through them.
Yeah.
It's kind of cool.
Yeah. And it makes it all official when you go tick. Anyway, Petunia has to know quite a lot about what's going on. She doesn't want to deal with it. If she knows about Voldemort, it's totally avoidance of the magic world. And I think that is very true. She and as Coda said, very jealous and all that sort of stuff. And then this is a really good question. Are you going to edit these discussions into videos for your channels?
You know what? Just speaking to Jamie's last thing, and just with you saying that, yeah. And wouldn't that make even more sense why she would not talk about the magic world? Because yes, she probably does know about Voldemort. And so there's probably two sides to her coin, right? Like she's super jealous of her sister, but then probably at the same time, she really understands the danger that came with that life. And so she probably,
because she knows that her sister and her husband were blown up, because she says this.
Right.
And she went and got herself blown up, and basically so she knows this. So it would be her motherly instinct trying to protect her family.
Yeah, imagine if she was jealous her whole life, right, until that happened, and then that event probably gave her a reason to dislike the wizarding world. Whereas before she was
even
jealous,
more so,
she wasn't a part of it. She wanted to be a part of it out of jealousy, and now she's like, oh, maybe it's good that I wasn't a part of it, but it's probably also really tears her up that her sister died because of that. You know what I mean? So a lot of emotions going on for Petunia.
Very much so.
She got trauma.
Are you going to edit all these discussions?
I'm going to attempt to edit some of it into like vlog footage. I technically have a vlog. Well, it's not going to go up till Monday. I fucked up this week, so yeah. Because I wanted my first diamond painting how-to video to go up on yesterday. And then I realized that, so I was like, well, I'll just put it up anyway. But then I was like, well, Patreon did not get it first. That's a Patreon perk. And I don't like to not give y'all your perks. Y'all mean. So I was like, it's fine. So I've pushed it. And I've decided that I'm going to upload Monday, Wednesday, Friday, because those are the 3 days that I don't have anything going up. And I'm gonna be real cliche and just use Wednesday as Whip and Chat Wednesday, because then I'll remember that that's what's supposed to go up. Which I have a thing on my community tab if people want to send me questions. I want to answer questions this time. If people have them. But like Monday will be a vlog style video because I stop vlogging either Thursday. I haven't ended this vlog yet, but I either stop vlogging Thursday or Friday, and then I edit and I edit it on Saturday. So it's easier for that to go up on Patreon on Sunday, and then the main feed Monday, and then Whip and Chat Wednesday, and then some kind of extra video will go up on Friday. So that can be anything. It can be a whip and cover. It can be like a how-to video, whatever. But I'm gonna try to edit the conversations down and just like put in, I don't know how to do it really, but put in clips throughout. Like maybe if because I do say in the vlogs like we're reading this book from Harry Potter, so I could probably just like insert a clip of like sprints into that.
Use it as B-roll or something like that along those lines.
Because God knows I don't film B-roll.
Yeah, I don't either.
You don't have time for that.
And on that note, we've probably been talking for about an hour now. Seeing we've been on for nearly 3.5 hours and we've only done one sprint. Granted that the first hour is us discussing the book and all that sort of stuff. And I did put a post up in the Discord explaining that that's what will happen at the beginning of each sprint, just so people get used to it. So if they don't want to see spoilers or anything like that, they can turn up an hour later and hopefully we'll be done with that. But as the books get bigger, it's going to take a little bit longer to get through our discussions and all that sort of stuff. And obviously we'll do a wrap-up discussion when we've finished a book and about to start a new one.
Maybe if we continue to talk about, like, so since we're splitting this one into thirds, so if we talk about the first third at the beginning of Sunday and the second third at the beginning of the next Thursday, then maybe when we get ready to talk about the book as a whole, when we finish it, we'll be able to wrap it up a little bit quicker because we've talked about some of the other things already.
Yeah. Well, see, we're not all together on Mondays. So Sundays. Yeah.
Right. That's right. So it's just Thursdays that we're talking about it,
But we could, I guess we could, because we're all together on Thursdays, we could just come together on Thursdays, talk about the pages that should have been already read.
Yeah. Yeah. And we can put that spoilers thing down the bottom.
Yeah.
So
because then on by that next Thursday, when we start the next book, we'll have already talked about
a whole book, right? We'll just cover one
portion, so we can just talk about, instead of talking about the book as a whole, every Thursday we could just talk about the pages that we read.
Yeah. Cool. That sounds like a plan to me. All right, let's go to a sprint, and we'll see you all in an hour. Happy reading, everyone. Well, hello. How did we go during that school?
I'm in chapter 6. I am almost done with chapter 6.
Neva, how'd you go?
I'm also into halfway through chapter 6.
Well, I am halfway through chapter 5 because I had to make a phone call because when we came back for the other chatty bit, my husband rang right as we came back and I hung up on him. So I had to talk to him. And then it's all right. That's our relationship. We do that because we're either working or he's driving or he gets another phone call. So it's normal behavior. And I made a batch of Anzac biscuits because I came out last night to get an Anzac biscuit that I made a couple of days ago. And my teenager had eaten them all. So I thought, dang, I have to make some more today. So I made some more. They're all cooked and done. But yeah, and I only got halfway through chapter 5. So.
Are you enjoying it?
Yeah, I am actually. I just had a giggle to myself because obviously the editor and also J.K. Rowling didn't pick up on the fact that Ron was slapping Harry, going, Harry, Harry. And then on the next page, Harry goes, I don't know how he knew my name. Because in the previous page, Ron was slapping him and the teacher was in the room because it was before he gave him the chocolate. So yeah, I'm like, that's how you knew your name, dude. Like, so yeah. Anyway, just.
Are you talking about Lupin?
Yeah, plus everybody knows who Harry Potter is.
I mean, but also, I can't say anything.
Mm-hmm.
Everything that's happening right now, it all makes sense at the end.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
It's much harder.
Don't say anything. Here's what
I'm saying. It's much harder to do a read along when you're the only person that's read the books.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
Yeah,
because you're all like speculating, and I'm like,
well, that wasn't a speculation. He was in the carriage with them, and Harry like hit the deck because the Dementor was there, and. Yeah. And Ron then proceeded, both Ron and Hermione both proceed to say
his name.
His name, not just once, but several times. And then Harry says, how does he know my name? After when Lupin leaves to go and see the driver, then comes back and goes, I haven't poisoned that chocolate, you know. Yeah. And whatnot. And I'm like.
But also, like, I think that Harry forgets sometimes that, like, people know him in the Wizarding World because he's famous.
Yeah. True.
Also, really quick before you start reading comments, I just have to acknowledge a comment really quick.
Yep. You can do the comments this time.
Okay, great. But I am... Katie, I'm so glad. The last book I recommended you was not your thing, you know what I mean, which was Pucking Around. Truthfully, as bad as it sounds, honestly, I don't know that Pucking Around is anyone's thing but mine, to be real. Like... Because a lot of people don't want to read it because it's 800 pages almost. And it's
how many pages?
It's 758 pages.
Yeah, it's got audio though.
It's a it does have audio. It does. It has audio.
Like, there's no problem if there's audio. Like you can read some of it.
And if you get the audio, then you also don't have to read the novella because the novella is a part of the audio. So like you get the novella and then Pucking Around. Anyway, I'm so glad that you're loving this. But also this too, because they really are like a hot mess. I know Nicole wanted to just like mash their heads together.
It's just like, right, you two need to just sit down and get with the program.
Yeah, I can't wait to get through Daisy Hates because I'm actually liking Daisy Hates a lot better on this read than I was when I DNF'd it at 25%. Well, really, I just paused it. Like I really just soft DNF'd it. But I will say maybe don't go from Magnolia Parks to Daisy Hates right away. Like give yourself a break in between. I know some people read like Magnolia's books first and then read Daisy's, but I also know that there's enough of a crossover that you could spoil yourself if you do it that way. Like they're meant to be read in the order they were written, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay, I will read comments this time. Since the Harry Potter books are from Harry's perspective, we don't always get to see how well informed the adults in his life really are, Muggle or otherwise. Yeah, well, I mean, I don't feel like it's really portrayed in the movie either. And in the movie, we definitely get more than one person's perspective. You know what I mean? Yeah, I just feel like there are things that happen around, like in the Wizarding world, that are not ever surprising to Aunt Petunia. That I'm like, you have to have known. You just not saying nothing, girl. Which, like, I get you. But yeah. If the Dursleys had their memories adjusted, they would be less able to protect Harry if anything really bad happened. Yeah, I just wondered. I think my wonderment with this is more of why they haven't modified Vernon's brain mind. I understand not doing it with Petunia.
Yeah.
But I just wonder why they don't with Vernon. Because he clearly has disdain for Harry. So like hello Sarah. Got home from the longest day in existence. Not going to stay long. What chapter are we going to today? 8, right?
Yeah.
We're going to chapter 8. If you're still here, because this was...
I'm pretty sure Sarah's also in the Discord as well. And I tagged everybody, so...
What the hell? Okay, well, I can't rely on my computer because my computer says that it's Monday, February 12th at 8:02 p.m. and it's definitely not that date or that time. Tom Riddle and Hermione fanfics as well. I can't get on board, but it's popular in a niche group of people. Yeah, this one is a choice. This pairing, listen, I'm all about like non-canon pairings because obviously like Hermione and Draco are a non-canon pairing. But some of them just don't make sense in my brain. Like they just don't. Which I mean, if you want to read it, that's cool. I'm not gonna tell people not to read it. I'm just gonna say I'm not gonna read it. Coda will be touring the world, organizing closets for all his favorite books. Who is that? Marie Kondo? Is that her name?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, the
organization. Marie Kondo. Yeah. That'll be like Coda, but we'll just vlog Coda. You know, organizing our closet for us. Hello, Nikki or Nicole. Sorry, I know we have another Nicole that's a Nikki.
It's just weird. Like,
good to see your faces. Enjoying Harry Potter. Thank you so much. Hello, Brooklyn. No reading for Brooklyn since she's on her lunch break. I hope you're having a wonderful day at work. For some reason, I would think of Niwa's real name. Okay, now we're discussing what everyone thinks my real name would be, which is none of these names. But I would think of Niwa's real name as something like Anastasia Jacqueline or Colette D'Amboise. D'Amboise. I don't know how to say that last name. That's really nice. I mean, I'll tell y'all what my real name is. Like all my siblings from my mom's side, we all have very different kind of names. So my actual first name is Geneva, like Geneva Convention. Yeah. I don't know. She looked in the baby book, she saw it, she liked it, and she spelled it with a G. That's why for book challenges and stuff, when I have to find a book that fits my name, I've used Geneva Rose before because she spells her first name different than I do. She spells it with a J, but that's my name. We all have different kind of names. Some people do not count aunts and uncles by marriage. Marge is Harry's aunt by marriage. Yeah, that's also true. I don't know. Maybe I'm just from like a weird family because like my Aunt Teddy, like her brother is technically not like he would technically be like my uncle by marriage, but I still call him my Uncle Brent. You know what I mean? Like
You'll
makes
see,
sense.
my family, if you like, yeah, they're aunties and uncles. Like
They're just your family, bro.
Mm.
But we also
They're-
don't discuss like half siblings, step siblings. Like people assume that I have the same parents as all my siblings. Because I'll say like, yeah, my siblings, like unless I say something like the siblings from my mom, which is usually how I put it, or the siblings from my dad, because then they know they're separate. Because we don't I don't say like my stepsister, or not my stepsister. I don't have step siblings. My half sister is what I meant. Like I don't say that. Like I don't know. I don't know. My family is really weird though, because people that got divorced still get along and act like married people. So who knows? I'm probably just from a weird place. Uncle Vernon doesn't really want to claim Harry. Yeah, that's also true. Delilah Sue Lockwood is one of those mysterious names that could go in any direction. I also think Neva would also have a flower name, something like Iris Marigold. That's so nice. We're about to go get engaged.
What have you done to Shannon?
I'm about to go get a name change. I'm about to become my name is I won't tell you my last name, but my full middle first name and my middle name is Geneva Paris is my name. Like that's my legal name. I shorten it to Neva because a lot of my siblings couldn't actually pronounce my name when they were little. And so it was easier for that. And my family nickname is Nevy. That's what everyone calls me. So it'll throw me off if someone, because I've had people that would have no idea of knowing that call me Nevy before. And I'm like, I do not know you like that. Let's not do that. So my siblings call me Neva or Nevy because that's easier for them to say than Geneva, because my mom decided to give me a mouthful of rocks for a name. But I'm about to go get my name changed to Iris. I feel like
Iris Marigold.
Iris Marigold. Oh god.
Iris Marigold Delilah Sue.
Jesus Christ. Wow, I thought I really did a misservice to two of my children by giving them two middle names. Good lord. Could you imagine having 4 names? God dang. Hello, Courtney. NetGalley been going through for arcs. If you read Blood Debts, request Blood Justice. If you read Blood Debts, request Blood Justice. I probably will try to request this one because I did read Blood Debts. I got that last year as an arc, and I did read it on time in a miracle. And then yesterday I got what was the book that I sent y'all yesterday?
That was a pretty cover.
This Could Be Us by Kennedy Ryan. I read her other book last year or the year before. I don't remember, but I want to actually reread her other book, but I don't have time for that right now. But I had put this in as a request. I don't even remember when, but I'm pretty sure that I saw it and I was like, oh, I'll just put it in as a request and see if they give it to me. And I really didn't expect to get it because it's from a bigger publisher. But I will say this, because I'm getting NetGalley arcs that I requested before the whole boycott thing. I check all the publishers because I'm not trying to promote. You know what I mean? My problem with sticking with the reading plan is I resent date/time frames, and I have serious commitment issues when it comes to books and movies. Yeah, I did go ahead and start setting up a little calendar while we were in this last sprint. I set up with a key and all that, like Coda suggested. And I'm gonna basically what I did was I broke it down by the books that I would like to get done first. So right now, the only books on there, because I've been given permission to wait on The Color Purple. I have Butcher and Blackbird, and I have the Harry Potter book, and then I do have the winners on there also, because that actually has a time frame that it needs to be read by. Thoughts on Butcher and Blackbird? I'm actually really enjoying it. I am on chapter 6. Hold on. I'm on chapter. Oh, this does not have chapter title. I'm on Under Glass, which is like Sloane's whatever point of view. I'm at 23%. I'm personally really liking this book, but here's what I'm going to tell you. Please read the trigger warnings / content warnings. Also be aware that this is like a romantic comedy horror thing. Like it's like a mashup of genres. Like it's horror because these two people they're serial killers, and like Sloane, like the female is a serial killer of serial killers, like Dexter, like think like Dexter. And then the dude is also like, they're both like Dexter-esque kind of serial killers. And it's like friends to lovers, I guess. I don't know. But it really there's no punches.
Hey, I kill people. What do you do? Just like, hey, I kill people too.
Well, the thing is like they're both famous serial killers, so they know by each other's names like who they are. You feel what I'm saying?
That
But like,
sounds interesting, actually.
but the first chapter opens with her being inside of a cage with a dude that she murdered. Like she got trapped inside this cage. He's like dead, and she's trapped in this cage. So like, just know that this book is very disgusting. That's in a lot of detail. Okay, so just be aware. I'll read something for 15 to 20% and then switch to the next book. Currently have 8 books I'm going between. What? Oh, here we go. I'm going between. Here we go. This is where she fixed the comment. Okay. Are you ready for a sprint, ma'am? Nicole? Or are you? I cannot hear her. Is she? Oh, she's muted.
If you want. Sorry. I was yeah, I just realized that I had some stuff open on my computer that was probably draining on my internet, so I was just closing them down. You can keep going if you want, or we can pause it.
Okay.
Okay,
you can pause it. I just wasn't sure, and then I was like, oh, she's muted. I was like, maybe she's on the phone. My bad. I'm like, over here like, Nicole, like shouting at her.
I've got the headphones in. It's all good.
You're pretty close
Listen
to
to
the.
me.
If you hurry, you could probably make it to the end of the comments. You're pretty close.
Okay.
Yeah.
The past few months, I've created a reading schedule, laid out the chapters planned to read, and it's helped me tremendously. No work days equals catch up days if I get behind. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do something like this. Browse through all the Goodreads giveaway books, which will be ending from today through the.
You know what really sucks about Goodreads and their giveaways is
They
they're
don't
not
take
international.
Australia.
They're just rude.
That's just.
Why can't they open it up and send us like e-arcs if they don't want to send us the actual book? Like,
I'm not gonna.
No,
I'm not
or
gonna lie to you. This is why I don't do giveaways on my channel. I've been asked this, and I'm like, I don't do giveaways because not everybody reads ebooks. And the
Yeah.
only way for me to feel like it's inclusive for everybody that's part of my channel is to do it internationally. Like I would not. I don't do giveaways because I don't feel right only opening it to the US.
The thing is, though, I've done giveaways for books on my channel, and I had someone in England win, and I just sent it from Amazon. They had it the next day.
Okay, then I might do that because I actually
gift wrapped it, and they gift wrapped it for me as well.
When I hit 1,000 subscribers, I would actually like. I wanted to do one at 500, and I couldn't figure out how to do it where it would be fair to everybody because I was like,
when I reach 1,000, I'll be doing a giveaway, and it'll be open up globally, and that's what I'm going to do. So I'm going to say, if you don't want to receive something from Amazon because you don't like dealing with that company, that's how I'm going to send it. So don't enter. That'll be the disclaimer. That'll be sent from Amazon. So I'm going to make people list. So
then I'll do that, and I'll just have people like send me a wish list or something from there.
Yeah, I'm actually going to select my favorite books.
Rallies in time to get a bit of reading done. Stopped entering Goodreads giveaways because I keep winning, and publishers would expect speedy reviews. Yeah, that's way too much pressure.
Do you have to give a review?
Yes.
I didn't think you had to, unless it said that you had to.
Most of them, they require a review. That's why I don't do Goodreads giveaways, because if I'm gonna win a book, that does not mean that I want to give you a review. Like right now, I have an arc.
I went through the.
I actually have an arc sitting up on my shelf that I won in a giveaway from my friend Delaney. She was doing a giveaway, and I don't ever win things, but I won that giveaway, and I haven't even read the book yet. Like, it's not released, I don't think. But when I do read it, I probably will actually read my paper arc copy. So I need to have time to want to read a paper book. You know what I'm saying? I didn't realize you'd have to post a review for the publisher if you want a Goodreads giveaway. I've entered so many and never won, but I also never read the disclaimers. Yeah. Finished chapter 4. Then it was bedtime for the younger one. We'll have to do a couple at night so we can be caught up by Sunday. Yeah, Ari, I asked if she wanted to do this with us, and she did not have any interest. She's already listened to Charlotte's Web this week, which she said she gave 5 million stars. And then
High praises from Miss Ari.
and now she's listening to Matilda. So.
Matilda's a good book though. Like it was Savannah's my middle child.
Yeah.
My middle daughter, I should say. She loved Matilda. Like absolutely loved Matilda. It was her favorite book.
Yeah, so we read it physically. Like we just finished. I haven't marked it yet, but we just finished reading it physically the other day. It took us like a year. It's fine.
That's fine though.
And then she but I have never listened to the audiobook. So I kind of have listened a little bit, and like the audio sounds really nice. It has like music and stuff with it. Read about 50 because we're waiting for her hold of Amari at the library. That's why she hasn't started Amari, because she wants to do it through Libby. So I was like, Amari's on hold, and she was like, on hold. Yeah. So we had to have a discussion about what it means when we have to wait our turn for library books. Read about 50 pages of Heartless Hunter. Need to switch books until bedtime. I was thinking maybe No Exit by Taylor Adams. This is a book that I need to reread. This is one of those books that got lost in the abyss of Amazing Readathon.
You could pretty much read any book from August last year, and it'll be like a new read for you.
I actually have a list of the books that I read during Amazing Readathon that I want to reread, because I feel like because some of these books I gave 5 stars, and I need to know why I gave them 5 stars because I don't remember reading them. You know, it's fine.
I've taken to actually with readathons to not have my anticipated reads part of the readathon.
Yeah, I screwed that up.
Yeah, like, and because otherwise you burn through them so quickly, and I don't think you enjoy them as much. So like Inkblood Sister Scribe, that I was going to read back in November for Clue, and I started reading it, and I'm like, you know what, I need to concentrate on this book, so I put it down. And that's why Babel and Dune and even still, like I'm reading Inkblood Sister Scribe, but I'm still reading it. Like I'm taking, I think I've got 2 hours left of it. I didn't read anything last night because I was working. So I've taken my time with it, and I've taken notes and all that sort of stuff. And I think that I just want to do that because I read Yellowface really fast. It was the first book that I read. And I honestly, I know there's plagiarism. I know there's racism. I know that it's highlighting the issues in the publishing industry, but I feel like I've missed something.
Yeah, like you don't know what you...
Yeah, because I've read it too fast. So, yeah.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah. 28 pages of Sisters of the Lost Nation. Picked up on so many clues for later. It's so fun rereading. Also, so hard not to spoil. Yeah, Mikhail, I agree. Also, rereading this, I'm reminded of certain things. And I'm like, oh, that's why XYZ is...
The pet name that Draco gave Harry Potter. And Potty Weasel. Oh, look, it's Potty Weasel. I spat my biscuit everywhere. I'm just like, I love it.
It's funny to me, the things that got like left out of the movie, but that give like so much dynamic to the book.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I'm like, why was that not in the movie? Like Potty Weasel, that's hilarious.
52% in my audiobook. Stoner's wife is definitely in the psychopath, the triad, similar to Scarlett O'Hara. I do have to finish Gone with the Wind to compare.
Psychosis.
I've actually never... So I've seen the movie for this, but I've never read the book.
Which one? The Stoner's Wife?
Gone with the Wind.
Gone with the Wind. Gone with the Wind is... I read that not last year, the year before. It was one of the first reads that I did on on Discord, and we just did. I think it was about 100 pages. The 100 pages seems to be my go-to for read-alongs and all the rest of it. It's something that I can get through, and we spread it out over however many weeks it was. That's what we were doing each week, and like I've seen the movie and all the rest of it, but the book was it was like, as with most cases, the book was so much better. There was just so much more nuance to the story and all that sort of stuff.
Maybe I should read it. I do like the movie. Like it reminds me of my. This doesn't sound so bad. Like the movie reminds me of my great grandma because she just like loved that movie. My grandma Betty, like she loved that movie.
What
So like
movie?
Gone with the Wind.
Gone with the Wind, yeah.
Read to chapter 4, off to bed. Good night, Steph. Can't wait to read more tomorrow. Hello, Adrian. Personally, I like my last stepdad and his family better than some of my own. I still claim them, even though my mom is not with him anymore. His kids are still my siblings. Their kids are my nieces and nephews. Yeah.
My ex-dad and ex-mom are both still my mom and dad.
I mean,
too.
we all know how I feel about my parents, so it's fine. They also know that's how I feel.
My parents can fall into the abyss for all I care. I haven't spoken to them since I was 31.
Honestly,
I'm now almost 54, so
I honestly prefer my step parents over my biological parents. So. Sorry if anyone's watching this. Who cares? It is what it is. Hello, Sadia. Yes, she's talking about that book that I got because I posted it to Instagram and I was like, "Thank you to NetGalley as a publisher." I was so excited. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. Like,
I think everybody got a personal message from you yesterday. Even people you probably haven't spoken to in 10 years got a personal message.
Like, wow. Well, because
earlier when I was like all looking at stuff, I was reading through the terms and conditions on the giveaway and it doesn't say anything about making a review. It does say that if you do make a review on any of your social posts, or if you mention the book on any of your social posts, that you should use hashtag Goodreads giveaway and give credit to the
now
giveaway.
from what I understand though, the publishers and or the authors will pressure giveaway winners because they can see who won the giveaway.
Oh, that's fine. If they want to pressure me, cool. That's fine. I really was looking up because I won that one book and I haven't even thought about starting it yet because I didn't own it before I started to own.
See, here's
where are you? Sorry to cut in there, Neva. Sorry about that. Just a quick question: where are you on like freebie books and giveaways with your Read What You Own challenge? What's your rule that you've set for yourself?
I'm allowed to read whatever I want. I just can't count anything towards the challenge that I didn't own before I started the challenge.
Okay, so that includes anything you've got as a giveaway as well. Yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah, and I got to keep my subscription, right? Like I subscribed to Abominable Book Club out of the UK. And so I get to keep it, but none of the books that come after the last month that I paid will count. So the idea is just to read stuff that I had before. And I've made an exception for a couple arcs because I honestly wasn't expecting to get approved for so many arcs right out the gate.
Yeah.
So
cool. Sorry, Neva, I didn't mean to cut you off then.
No, you're fine. But the only other arc, I mean, I get arcs from NetGalley all the time. You know what I mean? Like, not to like that sounded really terrible. That sounded narcissistic.
I get arcs all the time. That's how you're supposed to say it. I'm sorry.
and do that.
I'm better than everybody else because I get arcs all the time.
But a lot of times I request like lesser known like authors that I haven't necessarily heard of. That's actually how I get a lot of like diversity in my reading is by requesting arcs from people that I don't know who the hell they are. Like that's how I was introduced to Nicole Trope. Apparently other people knew who she was. I had never read her and I was like, I think so, yeah. The way she writes, I think so. And so I was like, ooh, thriller, yes. And I love Nicole Trope. She's like a top author for me.
I think Tina was saying that I think it was Tina said Nicole Trope was really good.
Yeah, she writes like psychological thrillers. Like the first one I ever read by her was called The Stay-at-Home Mother, and wow, like that was a ride. But the only other arc other than the Kennedy Ryan arc that I just got that I was like so excited about that I had to like post about it was the Gilded Ones. The next book in that series, I got the arc for that one.
The last one, the third one.
Yeah.
What is the Gilded Ones?
Oh, that's such a good. Oh,
It's so good. And my sister,
I don't mean.
Oh, I recognize the covers from Nicole's videos. Just kidding.
yeah. So my sister, my sister and I. Well,
the ones, isn't it?
I recognize the covers. That's so funny.
yeah.
I just remember you raving about him.
My non-binary sibling. Okay, so I have two non-binary siblings. They're both okay with me referring to them as my brother and my sister on the internet so that it's not confusing to other people. But my non-binary sibling, who is my sister, the first series that she and I buddy read together was the Gilded One series. So we buddy read the first 2 books, and then I got the last one or the first.
Dakota, if you haven't read you need to put these on.
Them.
You
They're
have
so
to read
good.
them.
They're so good. Yeah,
put them at the top of. I've finished my challenge. These are the first books that I'm buying.
If the new one should be on paperback. Hopefully by the time I get off my challenge, and then there should be a box set. Maybe I'll just grab a box.
I don't know if it's the last one though.
I don't know if it's the last one.
Still, they'll sell them in a tri-pack. You know how they are.
But the newest one, yeah. So I'm actually gonna try because I am doing Realmathon next month. I need to look at all the prompts and everything because I want to try to fit the Gilded Ones, like the series, into Realmathon. Do you want Nicole? I'm gonna message you, Nicole. Just settle down.
I'm so excited for you that you got the arc. Like that is so exciting. Like I would have been posting that everywhere.
I literally like I'll read you the message that I sent to my sibling because I didn't know who else enjoyed this series, and so but I knew that they did. It's called The Eternal Ones. Is what it's called.
That's the third book.
I can't remember when it's released.
I know this because it's the only book that I'm like, apart from Amari, that I am like sitting on the edge of my seat. That it's like, bye.
But I sent her a message and I was like, I got this as an arc, and like sent her like the screenshot.
Yeah.
And they said, oh shit, that's sick. I want it, LOL. And then I said, I almost died. And they were like, I bet.
You would have heard me. I would have been running around the house going,
yeah, well, and then yeah, and she was like, I can't. And then a couple days later, they had called, like we were talking on the phone, and they were like, I can't believe you got the Eternal Ones as an arc, and she's like, you're one of the first people that can read it, like.
That is so exciting. I'm so excited for you. Like I'm like, bitch, but I'm so excited for you at the same time.
Like it was like the best series I had read in a while, and I don't feel like people talk about it enough. So I feel like I should start talking about it because I just feel like it's so good.
Well, I think I fangirled all over it.
Yeah, you definitely did.
Yeah. I came across. I can't remember where I came across it. I think it might have been Murphy Napier mentioned the Gilded Ones.
That's possible. Yeah.
Yeah, I think she may have because I can't.
Oh, no.
What was that? Sorry.
I'm excited to check them out now.
Oh,
yeah, you have
good.
to. Like, yeah, as soon as you're off your read what you own, like go own that and then read it. I'm just saying. Get it from the library.
How many books have you got to
go? I got to read more short books and quit picking up books like Dune.
Yeah, fully. How many have you got to go?
75.
What are you doing? Oh, because you're doing 100,
That's
right?
Really good for me though. Like I typically read 60 books a year, and I only started in November, so I'm killing it.
You're doing great.
Plus, I have a bunch of
you're doing awesome.
Short stuff on my Kindle that I can use, and I have some like middle grade and YA books that I could use. So it'll be okay.
I have the Wizard of Oz bound set. It has like the first 5 books in it, and that would count as 5 books.
Yep.
That's right.
Good night, Michaela. I have Blood Justice, the NetGalley arc. Yes, this is the one that we were talking about up here.
I think Courtney said, was it Courtney? No.
Courtney was saying, yeah, if you've read Blood Debts, get Blood Justice. Here's a fun fact. If you have a local gaming store, they may actually carry the book Blood Debts. So if you're having trouble finding it somewhere else, just go into the geek store and get it from there. I only know this because my local gaming store has it. So they have it over with like their manga. I just got my giveaway book from Goodreads that I won back in October. Good Lord. Don't have to do a review. Katie said she's never done a review and she's won 3.
Yeah, I didn't think you had to do a review.
Yeah, Christina said she's not been asked for a review. You will win less often than a few years ago because there are fewer books and more people entering. For every book I've ever received from a publisher physically, they usually just want me to promo it. Reviews are appreciated but not required. Yeah. Love to read more still, but I can wait, Christina said. She's talking to you.
I did promote that book. Like I posted a picture of it on Instagram and was like, thanks, NetGalley giveaway, blah, blah. So I did my part.
This
I'll review it when I get there.
It's the minimum required.
This comment is for you, Coda. Christina said she wants to read more.
Oh yeah, dude.
Of the cell,
so Christina, she's still here, right? You put down Harry Potter for the night, right? Because
because she's waiting for her kiddos.
Right. So yeah, that's fine, dude. Just do you want tell me what you want to read to? Probably the next part, right? Is I think about as the same as the first 2 parts that we already read and page coverage. So Jesus, it's a long section. The Fading Roses. If you just want to do the next part, yeah, I'll just catch up with you like I did today in the morning or whatever if I pass out later. Ask Nicole. I'll catch up in the morning. Like I got the audio now, so we're square. This book is really good, actually. Like I don't know why I do get why like big King fans, hardcore King fans might be like,
oh, I liked that book.
But it's
different, but I liked it.
Fun. And sometimes you need a fun King book because he's supposed to be the master of horror, and sometimes his horror is so between the lines.
And it's also just
or
like
it's overarching, you know what I mean? It's not like boo horror, like a scary movie. It's underneath the skin.
It's a journey.
Yeah,
right,
right.
So it's nice when you get a Stephen King book that's like boo. You know? It's cool. I'm good with it.
King writes psychological horror that makes you have to actually think in order to be scared from it.
Yeah, sometimes it's psychological, but what I mean is it's like what's really scary about the scary parts of Stephen King books are not usually like in your face. You know what I mean?
They're because
subtle.
Because it's psychological horror, so you have to think about it.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, you have to like it almost causes you to overthink, and then that's what freaks you out.
I can see that in some of them. Yeah, for sure. And then some of them aren't scary. Like he writes a lot of books that aren't really scary, like 11/22, for example, right? It's got some scenes of horror, but they're just scenes of horror because they're grotesque or whatnot, like or violent.
Well, see, the Stand's not. I wouldn't class the Stand or the Dome, any of those ones, as horror. Like they have elements to it, but
I think Under the Dome I would classify more as like a sci-fi thrill.
Yeah, but Dome was scared. Dome scared people because it could be a thing that actually happened.
Yeah,
I think the Stand
the opening scenes of the show when the dome come down and that cow. That was some top-notch special effects right there.
Yeah, it
That was awesome. Like, I'm like, yeah. My husband just looked at me, goes, I don't
Ooh.
understand you.
I loved it. I was like,
I love that kind of shit, dude. And when I'm watching a horror movie and there's some gross, awesome
Yeah.
shit that happens, I also am one of those person that jumps off the couch and is like, yeah.
yeah.
And my husband just looks at me and goes,
Rewind it.
I don't understand you. I feel a little. Like, he almost looks at me as if he's been violated by my presence of being. I just laugh at him because he's such a chick flick girly,
Oh,
and I say it to him all the time. You said you're just a 15-year-old girl just dying to get out with the movies that he watches.
yes, No Exit is a good book to read while it's snowy outside. I mean, truthfully, I felt that it was creepy either way, and I read it in the middle of the summertime. So
I like No Exit. It's
May
nice,
depend on the-
fast-paced. It's like
I've had
read-
publishers email me. 2 others sent me review instructions through postal mail. Wow.
Oh well, they can't. Oh, you know what? Maybe there's something on that letter they sent.
There's probably some kind of thing on there that says they can have your address. To catch
Oh,
up
the
to-
letter that
they
I
can
screwed up
they
and threw in the bin.
They can email me all they want to. I'll never find it. If I don't know an email's coming and know to
Yeah.
watch for it,
So, Jean, this is an option that you have, but you're going to miss things. I mean, not a lot of big things, but there are going to be things,
That we've talked about that aren't in the movies and all that sort of stuff.
yeah, that are taught, and there will be things like in the 3rd book that are talked about that aren't in the movie. So I don't know. You could if you think that it won't matter.
I mean, if any of the movies that you're going to do, it'd be for book 2, because you can always just, like, for the things that you've missed, you can come back and watch the beginning of this spring,
Yeah.
and then you'll get what you've missed in the movies, because I'm doing the comparison. So
Here's what I'm going to tell people if people start falling behind. Do not try to go watch the 4th movie and then think that you're going to read the 5th book. Do not do that. Because over half of what's in the 4th book is not in the movie. So you're not going to have any background on things that happen from books 4 to 7.
Look, you just have to look at it this way, okay? This is book 2, okay? And there wasn't a lot left out of this. That like the movie was pretty much, you could pretty much say they were equal, right? So this is the size of book 2. Okay, and this was the size of book 1, and the movie had a couple of things left out. This is the size of book 4. Okay,
Yeah, so you're not.
so they've cut a ton of stuff, like, by the size of the book. This is what they've based the size of the movies on, are based on these size books. This is so I wouldn't be thinking that you could watch the movie at all.
But you could, for books, if you're behind on book 2 and you want to go to book 3, you could watch the movie and get in and have enough background to move on to book 3.
Yeah. So yeah, you could definitely do that.
This is why
Jean's already read book 2 in the past. She could
But-
probably just watch the 2nd movie to refresh her mind on
Yeah.
this.
And then
that's
just
what
start
she's
with book 3.
doing.
Yeah.
This is why I started keeping a reading journal and writing bullet point summaries for my books. Reading 200 plus books means some get lost in the memories, and I can reference back on past books in series.
Yeah,
Not
I
really
remember
supposed to pester giveaway winners. I occasionally get messages from authors offering ebooks of books I didn't win, but never from publishers. Tried to read the sequel to Gone with the Wind called Scarlet, written by an author in the 90s. It was horrible. I could only get through a quarter without DNFing.
I read a chapter. I read a chapter of that and went, no, thank you.
Of Scarlet.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I read Gone with the Wind, and I watched the movie, and then I picked up Scarlet. I mean, I'd like to read it one day, but back when it came out,
Okay.
I only read a chapter of it and I put it down.
I imagine it's probably cheesy and written like a TV miniseries.
Well, the thing is, it wasn't the original writer that wrote it, so
It was somebody else that wrote it.
yeah.
Right,
So
I have it. I have
Yeah.
both of them.
But then, like I was quite partial to the movie, and I was quite partial to the original book and whatnot. So I tried it, but I just I just couldn't.
I think I'm gonna read it with Christina sometime at some point.
Mhm.
We've only briefly discussed it.
Hello, Monica. Welcome. I'm okay with being behind. Okay. If my father is alive, he could fall into the abyss with Nicole's parents.
Yeah, my parents don't deserve any company.
They could just all fall into their own abyss. How about that?
Yeah, my parents.
Well, in fact, we're splitting them up into their own business. They don't even deserve each other.
They don't even. No.
Each of you
Yeah.
get your own lonely abyss. I always say
Yeah.
at the end of my giveaway reviews that I got them from free. Gotcha. Nicole's right.
I
sound
think
the
my-
right level of pretentious. I'm
I
sorry.
think
I clearly didn't sound the right level of pretentious when I said how
Oh yeah.
that I get a lot of Clearly, I'm not a very pretentious person. I guess
My dad's his family are Catholic and all the rest of it. I wouldn't say my dad's a devout Catholic, but his parents were. And my parting words to my dad was, "I hope you enjoy purgatory."
Damn.
and I left, and that left him with that. So yeah,
Damn.
he wasn't impressed, not to say the least. I hope he enjoys
I
it.
hope that you love the Gilded Ones. Apparently, it was on sale, so Jean got it for $1.
Oh wow, cool! $1.99. That's awesome.
I had a few over the years as arcs that were in my year-end top 10 list. A few I've made my public library buy copies of. My best giveaway win, though, is probably still book number 2 of the Stormlight Archive series by Brandon Sanderson. 75 books. Yep. Coda has 75 books left on his list. Are you talking about the Eternal ones?
Yes.
Yes, I am. Killing it, Coda, with your read what you own. Jean said you're killing it.
I'm trying to kill it as fast as I can.
I feel like no one talks about the Gilded Ones. They really don't. Like, we read the Gilded Ones simply because we found it at like a used we found it at half price books, so we each bought a copy. We did that with that one, and then the Children of whatever. The second one I can see is Children of Virtue and Vengeance. I can't remember. I think it's Children of Blood and Bone is the first one. We can do the next part. I think I would rather do that rather than starting a new one. This is for you, Coda.
Yeah, that's cool. Let's do the next part.
I love the covers. These are my covers.
I know. I
They're
was just looking at them again because I have it in another tab. They're so pretty.
This one's really, really shiny, and this one's not so much. But
it's still teal. It's beautiful.
So pretty. The first one is what caught my eye. To be honest, I think I seen it in a bookshop when I was browsing with Savannah, and I thought that is so pretty. I picked it up, and I think it was like 3 or 4 days later I seen someone talking about it, and I'm pretty sure it was Murphy Napier that was talking about it. So next time I was down in Brisbane, I went straight back to that bookstore and bought that one, and then ordered this one online.
Yeah, I went ahead and I pre-ordered when I got I pre-ordered it before getting the ARC, and then I double checked that I had pre-ordered it after I got the ARC, because I was like, well, now they give me an ARC, I have to buy it physically. Like, what kind of person would I be to not? Stephen King often says stuff in interviews about how in his books the horror is often due to what people do to each other. Yeah. So
that's kind of what makes a lot of stuff scary. Like, and I think The Stand is defined as horror because of the whole like apocalyptic concept, right? Like it's
really
because when that was written,
scary.
like
right. It also has a lot of theological horror to it.
A lot of times with Stephen King, you have to think about his horror because it's not like ghosts in your face. Like, it's not like
Have any of you read his son's books, Joe Hill?
I've read 20th Century Ghosts, his short stories, and they were entertaining.
I read, I think it was not last year, the year before, in October. I read what was it called, Nosferatu, I think is how you say it. Yeah, that was really good. He writes really well.
The only
that's a show too you can watch.
Yeah.
The only Joe book that I've read is a collab that he did with Stephen King, and it's called In the Tall Grass.
Yeah, I've read
And
that
that
too.
book was wow. It took me like 2 hours to read, and I was so fucked up at the end. And then I watched the show that's on Netflix, and I was so freaked out. I was like, if anyone ever pulls off on the side of the fucking road, I'm not getting out. If you pull over and there's just like weeds on the side in a ditch on the side of the road, and I hear a child screaming, I'm getting in my car and I'm driving away. Absolutely not.
Okay, so just a hot tip for you: if you ever come to Queensland and you're in northern Queensland and you pull up on the side of the road, there's long grass and you hear like a woman screaming. That's just a bird. It's called the Kulu bird, and it sounds like someone is screaming.
And I don't care who the hell it is, I'm not going in there. Here's the thing with me and Stephen King that I need people to understand. I had a huge Stephen King phase in high school, like through my entire high school career. I was like a Stephen King stan, okay, before that was even like a thing outside of Stan the Eminem song. So like here I am, okay, and when I tell you that psychologically Stephen King has fucked me up psychologically, like I already have psychological issues, and then Stephen King,
and he's just the cherry on top.
Yeah, and then Stephen King was like, hold my shit, and entered the chat. You know what I mean? Christine, I feel like Christine did not freak out people the way it freaked me out. And I grew up with mechanics my entire life. So the thought, and my uncle and my aunt now they live in the house that we used to live in, but at the time we lived in the house, and they lived in like he converted it into like a garage / apartment, but it used to be like a gas station. Like that's what the building was a gas station, like a fuel up. So he still has like this slab of concrete out front where you would like pull up to like fill your gas tank and all that shit. Anyway, so my aunt is the one that used to give me the Stephen King books. She hid them in the shed and gave me a key to the shed and was like, when your mom takes your books away from you, you can just come out here and get a book, because my mom liked to take my books. And when you have conspiring family members. So I read Christine. I read it in like 48 hours. And let me just tell you, I was so afraid of cars. Like I'm already afraid of the dark. So my mom would be like, can you go out to the car and get this? And I'd be like, absolutely not. Because I'm
petrified of the dark.
Live.
I'm absolutely petrified of the dark. When I go out into the dark, I feel like the eyes of the world and the things that go bump in the night are right there.
Like, and here's the thing is, people are like, how are you afraid of the dark, but you work till 4 a.m? You don't understand. I get out of the car to go in the house, and I run to the house with my keys in my hand. I run to the house, I open the door, and I unlock everything, and then I hold the keys in my hand while I open the door and go in and like turn the alarm off and all that stuff. Like, but I run to the house. Like I say, like, thank you so much, drive safely, to the Uber driver, and then I proceed to sprint to the front door. Like I'll be damned if someone's gonna grab me. Absolutely not. Nope. Check out No Exotic. Oh, she means no exotic. I was like, no exotic. What?
Well, I was like, what have we missed?
Fun fact, I totally Googled no exotic movie because I didn't see the correction.
Courtney says it's really good. I've heard mixed reviews of this. Some people like it, some people don't. Good night, though, Courtney. Thank you.
The movie it pretty much follows the book. They're pretty close, but the book is written like a horror movie. Like it has the pacing of a horror movie.
It is. Yeah. I was only gonna skip book 2 if I was skipping. Yeah, if you are only gonna skip book 2, you should be okay. I have not read Scarlet, but I've seen the movie. Hello. Jean Loved Horns by Joe Hill.
I think I've seen the movie, but I haven't read the book yet.
I think Sleeping Beauties was Stephen King writing with his son. That was really good. I've not read that one.
That's with his other son, though. Sleeping Beauties is with Owen, right?
So Christina tried to read Sleeping Beauties, but read one he wrote with Joe Hill instead. And Sleeping Beauties was with Owen King. We have birds here called nightjars that scream like that. I almost stepped on one on a trail on an evening date hike, and my date spent the rest of the night mimicking that stupid bird and laughed.
Okay,
That
let
is
me
not-
paint you a picture. Okay, I had been living in the cities for ages. It had been for a long time before I moved out into the bush, right? I moved out here to a place called Geelong, and I moved into the middle of nowhere. And I mean, the middle of nowhere, in the middle of the bush. We had to clear land to build the house and all the rest of it, right? We move out there. I've got a baby of 6 months old, and I've got a 6-year-old daughter. My husband goes off to work, and then I'm, pottering around thinking this is fabulous. I'm living the dream and all that sort of stuff. We're building our house and whatnot. Until that first week, when the first time I went to sleep, I'm laying in bed and I heard a Kulu, because we get them down here as well. In the middle of the bush, there's no one around. It sounds like a god awful, blood curdling scream of a woman, and I was frozen with friggin' fear, because I thought, my God, my husband, and he was away, like he had to go away for work. And I'm sitting there with 2 babies, essentially, absolutely crapping myself, because it dead set sounds like a woman screaming, like she's being ripped from limb to limb. In the middle of the bush, where there is no other sound, there is no car sounds, there's no air traffic, there's no noise pollution whatsoever. It is clear, crisp sound, and it's like, oh my God, where the hell is that coming from? And who the hell is killing that woman? And then my neighbor, who lived like about 1.5 kilometers away, they said, oh yeah, that's a Kulu bird. And I'm like, it could have like a different sound, like in the middle of it. It was so, and then you hear dingoes howling.
Yeah.
Terrifying.
Hell no. Here's the thing. As an adult, I also loved Christine, but as like a 16-year-old impressionable child who still occasionally played with Barbies with her little sister, absolutely not. I was like, my mom would be like, can you go out to the car and get me something? I'd be like, absolutely not. And she would be like, why? I was like, well, first of all, it's dark. Second of all, the car is going to come alive.
Sorry. I shouldn't laugh.
No.
That's funny.
That's just like when they moved out to the country, and the property that they lived on, like the guy that they rented from, he had like a cornfield. So when I was 8 years old, the first like horror movie I ever saw was Children of the Corn. Okay, as far as corn mazes, I do not go into cornfields. You can no. The last time I was in a cornfield, we were in a group of people in the back of a truck to detassel corn. Okay, I'm not about to go out there in the middle of the night, and it's not like a fun thing for me to be like, yeah, let's go do a corn maze. Absolutely not. Okay, it's not gonna happen. I will stand at the other end. I will wait for you with the snacks and the water when you come to the corn maze. My ass is not going in there. Okay, I'm too black for that. I'm not doing it. So,
because if anything's gonna happen, it's while you're in there.
It's funny you say that, because have you seen the remake of the original Children of the Corn? Because it stars a black girl instead of a white girl.
And I'm absolutely not. Like, you would not be hiring me to be in that movie. Absolutely no. So my mom, I'm like 9 months pregnant with my second child. My mom was like, did you go put your bag in the car? No. Well, why? I said, well, because by the time I got my bag packed, it's dark outside. And she would park the van right next to the cornfield. You got me fucked up. I'm sorry. Like, absolutely not. So she was like, you need to go put this stuff in the car. And I was like, you know what? It can wait until the morning. Like, it can wait. And I was like, because maybe by then, like, it won't be so creepy out there. And she's like, she was like, what do you think is going to happen? And I was like,
I don't know, but I don't want to find out either.
Exactly.
Cornfield. And she was like, nothing is in the cornfield. And I was like, yeah, I bet that's what they said in Children of the Corn too. There's nothing out.
There's nothing there.
That's what they said in
I tell you what, there probably was something in the cornfield, and even if it wasn't anything,
I don't give a shit. It would rustle.
It couldn't, like, even a possum is scary as fuck, dude.
The
like,
wind.
Possums are evil.
Have y'all ever heard the wind blow over the top of full?
Your possums, I'm sorry. Your possums look like demonic creatures.
They really do.
They really do.
Possums are evil.
They're evil.
No, they're not. Have you seen our possums? Have you seen our ringtail possums? How cute they are. Google ringtail possum.
I have. They're very cute.
Well, first I googled this, guys. Listen. It's supposed to be the stone bird.
First of all, here's the other thing. Okay.
Did you Google the Kulu bird?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you ever
Does it
heard?
not sound like a screaming woman? I'm like,
Have you ever heard what it sounds like when the wind blows over the top of corn stalks? It's creepy as hell. Okay, I can't. That's like as bad as the word moist for me. I can't.
so a moist cornfield is definitely out of the question.
Now,
I grew up in Texas, and I used to think it would be cool, like, to go drive through a cornfield. And then one day I was just driving down a dirt road between cornfields,
and he was like, "Never mind."
windows down, and one of those big ass fucking like 2-inch grasshoppers flew into my car window, into my face.
Here's the thing.
And I
Okay,
almost-
That's just the locusts. They're harmless in our cornfields and
Yeah,
cane fields. Man,
It
we've got
just
snakes
scared
and
me because it
poisonous
came flying
toads,
in.
and
here's the
Ew,
if
thing.
you're
no,
far up
see, I
up
like
north, there's
snakes.
probably an alligator or two in there, or a crocodile or two in there. We don't have
The
alligators here,
only
but anyway.
time, the only time I ever feel safe off-roading at night is if I'm with my friend from Iowa. That's the only time. Is if I'm with my best friend, because you know why? Because I know that at the end of the day, if something tries to attack me, he will attack it. You know what I'm saying? But otherwise,
Oh my gosh, bushtail possums look nothing like the possums here.
nothing. Our possums look like
Aren't they
swans from
cute?
hell.
Our possums look like giant rats.
Our
Your
possums
possums
look
looks
like
like something from
They're
like,
like-
the spawn of the devil.
They're not scared of anything either, like, and they'll hiss at you. You'd be
Hmm.
trying to shoo them away, and they're just like.
We've got different types of possums here. So just look up possums of Australia.
I did. I looked up the bushtail.
first time I saw Children of the Corn,
they're
I was
kind
There's
of
brush
cute.
tail, and then there's the ringtail, and then there's flying fox. The gliders, they're called. They're little, like they're only tiny, and they fly from. They've got
Oh,
like
the ringtail's cute.
yeah.
Yeah, so I was also 8 years old when I watched Children of the Corn. It was not Christmas time. It was like the middle of the summer or something.
Mhm.
And my dad was like, "You want to watch?" He was like, "You want to watch a scary movie?" Because like I was that kid. That's why when I was like 12, he let me watch The Silence of the Lambs, and then I
Mhm.
had freaking nightmares for a whole month because I was convinced that Hannibal Lecter was coming to kill me. I was convinced he was
Dude,
going
the
to make
first time you
sweet
see that
weds
movie,
out
it
of
was
my
so
body.
Scary.
What?
Like that movie is so scary the first time you see it, especially if you watch it in the dark. Like that last scene
so
that takes
scary.
place in the dark is so fucking intense. I watched
Well-
it when I was like 16 or something too. for
And then
first
the
time.
one is it? I think it's Red Dragon. I think is the one with Gary
sorry?
Oldman in it, where Gary Oldman doesn't even look like himself. So,
Red Dragon's the third one that they made, but it's the first book.
okay,
Right.
I know, like chronologically, or maybe it's Hannibal Lecter, maybe that like Hannibal, like the movie Hannibal. But there's one movie that has it Gary Oldman is in the movie, but you would never recognize him because his face like is scarred up because the whole movie is he used to be a doctor, and the whole movie is talking about his encounter with Hannibal Lecter, and Hannibal had him like cut chunks of his face off.
Oh yeah, it's Hannibal.
Oh my god! Like talk about psychological. Listen, this is where my trauma stems from watching horror movies.
His
Because-
face is all-
Literally, no, my dad was like, yeah, and then when this goes back to Harry Potter, right? Because in Harry Potter, Gary Oldman plays Sirius Black, and he was like, yeah, that's the same guy. And then the Fifth Element, Gary Oldman's in that, and he was like, yeah, this is all the same man. And I was like, there ain't no motherfucking way that this dude right here that's in Fifth Element and this dude over here that's also in Harry Potter, like I believe they're the same person, but there ain't no way that the dude in Hannibal is the same. And he was like, yeah, that's just good makeup. I was traumatized. You're welcome for try. I probably need.
Also, Gary Oldman's a pretty good actor too. So
Oh yeah, I love Gary Oldman.
with the makeup
Oh,
and have that good acting, then it all makes sense. That's like, dude, you guys, I thought that Leonardo DiCaprio was really a challenged person until Titanic came out, because the only thing I'd ever seen him in was
Gilbert Grape. Yes.
and
Yes.
I didn't realize he was
Yes.
talented in real life. I thought it was for real, dude. I thought, man, he did a good job with that kid. He did
Yeah.
a good job. And then Titanic came out, and I was like, oh, wow, he's a good actor.
Oh, okay. okay, this dude can act.
There's never anything in the cornfield while you're prepared and looking. It's when you turn your back or let down your guard that something is and may have always been in the cornfield. That's what I'm fucking saying. I'm sorry. Absolutely. Also, my mom's favorite movies when I was growing up, she was obsessed with the Alien franchise.
Dude, Alien movies are good.
They are good, okay, but here's what's not good. Here's what's not fucking good.
I've watched one and I've never watched any more of them because I just can't. I can't. That shit can happen.
Here's
Oh,
what's
the
not
second one's
good.
the best.
Here's what's not good, okay? She had these little ceramic clown dolls from my grandma had given her. That's bad enough. But she also had all of these like collectible figures from Alien. And they would all sit on her dresser. So when you walked in her room, that's the first thing that you saw. Was this creepy ass.
She's probably trying to keep you away from something on that shelf.
I'm sorry, Neither, but your mum's fucked up. She's messed up.
People are like, you shouldn't blame your mom for your trauma. My mom is my trauma.
Just on that alone, no wonder you're scared of the dark and cornfields and yeah.
And here's the thing, I can't sleep with the lights on because of my migraines. So I don't have any choice but to sleep in the dark. This is probably why I'm a night person, because I can sleep during the day. So like I know.
Do you know? I
there's
do you know what
light.
I do? I buy clocks, like my clock radio that has a light that you can turn up, like
Yeah, so-
you can make the numbers brighter.
So
it
what I
acts
do
like
is
a night light.
So what I do is I just turn on like my phone, like I play like a YouTube video and then I turn it upside down because then I can see the light coming out from underneath the phone. I'll be goddamn. So the woman made me afraid of the dark and gave me fucking migraines. Like what? That is very narcissistic for her. That is just rude. Listen, Christina, I'm glad. If you ever want to come, like, do a corn maze, like, I will literally be the one, like, that's like on each
We'll
other.
be over in the football field that's near it.
I'll have-
That's clear all the way
I'll
around.
have snacks and drinks for you when you get out. You know what I'm saying?
I will go in the corn maze with you, Christina. I am scared. Wait, depending on what state we're in, if there's snakes in the cornfield, I'm out, dude. If I disappear, run. There's a snake.
Well, see, the thing is, you wouldn't be playing in cornfields around here.
No, I
Because
wouldn't.
you
If I
you
came
got-
to
you got all-
Australia, I would just be like right next to you the whole time,
Yeah,
scared to see
'cause,
anything.
you know, that's why
wild.
we've got cute possums, because everything else is trying to kill you. So we have to have something cute to look at. Koalas, possums,
That's good.
anything creepy crawly is going to take you out.
I don't do creepy crawly, dude. Especially snakes. Ugh.
See, all my trauma stems from my mother having me watch weird ass movies. Like, who? I'm not trying to be funny, but like, whose favorite movie is Alien?
Lots of people liked Alien. Aliens. Usually,
I
people.
can't. You know, the one scene that gets me when the alien comes right up to Sigourney Weaver's face, and it's got
Yeah.
all the stuff hanging
Silver
off it, and
drool.
all the drool, and it's just like, oh,
Yeah.
What does it say? What does it say?
Here's the thing: the only like extraterrestrial movie that I really enjoy is E.T.
E.T. I
That
can
movie-
watch
wait a
slasher
second.
movies and stuff like that, but anything with aliens in it, it just I
You
don't know,
don't
it just trips
contribute
me out.
any of your trauma to ET?
No,
Dude, that movie is so traumatic as a
not
child.
even a little bit of my trauma is from fucking ET. Okay, here's the thing: my mom would find it funny to tell me that no, you can't watch a movie, and then let my dad be like, yeah, you can watch it, and then for me to be freaked out by it, because then she would be like, see, I told you that it would be scary. My mother is like, my mother needs some help. I hope that the
Probably
Lord
the
gives her help.
scariest part of ET when I was a kid, because I was like, what, 4 or 5? What year did ET come out?
I don't know, 1980.
One, I think it was.
1982.
So I wasn't even born when it came out. It came out 2
Because
years
Drew
before.
Barrymore was like 8 years
I was
old and I'm
12.
6 years old.
But I watched it when I was probably like 4 or 5, and
I grew up
I
on it.
distinctly remember being frightened by the hospital scene. When
Okay,
they
the
take
hospital
him
scene was scary.
to the hospital and he's screaming in the ambulance and shit. Like that was traumatizing for me. And then of course
Listen,
the end is like just
okay, just everybody wants to kill
Okay.
Bambi.
But
the
basically,
thing.
if you watch E.T. and you don't cry, you're dead inside.
Do you want to
Like
know
I
the
told you, I
movie?
cry at everything.
Here's the movie.
I cry
Okay,
at happy shit. I'm like, God damn, that's so happy.
so I can actually pinpoint for you the movie that started all of my trauma. Do you want to know what it is? And then I'm going to give you the backstory. You ready?
Is it Never Ending Story?
No.
No, that shit's traumatizing too.
I
It's
reckon
the
it'd,
first-
it'd have to be Labyrinth.
It's the first
Okay.
movie that I ever saw in the theater.
Oh, we
And
have to
I
go later
went with
then.
my Girl Scout troop to watch it. I was like Ari's age.
Was it a
and
Toy
grown-up,
Story.
like an adult movie or a kids movie?
Well, she was in her Girl Scout troop, so
They claim
she
it was made for
Ari's
children,
age.
but Ari's
I
never
would
seen
go
it.
Toy Story.
Coraline?
Mighty Joe Young.
Oh, Mighty J. Young. Why were you going to see that?
That one's
I don't
sad
know.
too.
Because my fucking troop leader was like, yeah, we're going to take the kids to go see Mighty Joe Young. My mom was like, all right, cool, great. I came back from that movie. I was traumatized. The freaking Ferris wheel scene. Absolutely not. I have not watched that movie again.
I
since.
haven't watched. I don't think I've watched it.
I haven't seen it since it
There
came out.
is a Ferris wheel scene in this movie, bro. This movie is old, but there's a Ferris wheel scene. There's a kid trapped at the top of the freaking Ferris wheel. So Mighty Joe decides that he's going to climb the Ferris wheel to rescue the kid, and the Ferris wheel falls on Mighty Joe.
I definitely
was
have not seen that movie.
Traumatizing. It was so
I like
traumatizing.
Ferris wheels, and I'm not going to go and watch that movie at all.
It was, and I didn't really care that the Ferris wheel fell because nobody was actually in the Ferris wheel. It was just the fact that like it squished Mighty Joe Young. I mean, he was fine, but like, spoiler alert. But like, what the
I just finished saying that I haven't seen the movie, and you go into a full blown spoiler.
Neva's the
And
only person I know that spoiler alerts after she drops a spoiler.
It's like, sorry, not sorry. Take that.
Do not go watch it. It will traumatize you.
No, I'm not going to anyway.
That's why I spoiled it for you.
Just
Because I was like, if I
just
spoil
wait
this,
a couple months, you'll forget.
right?
Yeah,
I was like,
that's
if I
it.
spoil
Like
it for you,
senility
she'll
is
go watch
setting in. I'm in my 50s now, so the chances are of me remembering it in 3 weeks' time pretty slim. Because
What
I
is
can go from
Matt-
the lounge room to here and go, what the hell did I come out here for again?
Right.
I do that all the time where I'm looking for my glasses and they're on my fucking face.
Oh yeah.
I did this the other day because I usually use my AirPods to talk on my phone, and I happen to have my phone up like this.
Mm.
And I was like, "Oh yeah, hold on, let me find my phone." I was like, "Where the fuck is my phone?"
I've done that too.
I was like,
On
"Oh."
the phone. I've like actually told the person I'm on the phone with, like, I'm looking for my phone right now. Hold on.
You should check out Mac and Me. I don't know what that is, but it's awful.
That is that the one with the dog? No, don't watch
That's
that shit.
no, that's Marley and Me.
Oh yeah, that
Don't watch that.
Yeah, that dog
No.
one. Oh my god.
That-
That's Marley.
I
and Me.
think I
days
got
after that
up
one.
and cussed the TV out at the end of that movie. I was like, "Fuck this movie."
Yeah, Marley and Me is traumatizing.
But it's like not just traumatizing in great movie, oh how sad. It's like unnecessarily traumatizing. I felt like
It's trauma for the
threw that
sake of
in there
trauma, that movie.
just to traumatize you. It had no
Right.
purpose in the plot other than that. I was just fucking
Jean
cheap
said
shot.
that E.T. that she dropped her popcorn right before the movie in the hospital scene had her freaked out for weeks. Yeah, the hospital scene is pretty traumatic. I think I just blocked that part out.
It was scary as a child, dude. Like, I remember being scared. That's like I went and saw the original Little Mermaid in the theater when it came out. I was 5, and I remember when Ursula gets big at the end. I remember crying because it scared the shit out of me in the
Because it's
theater.
scary. It's
Scary.
especially because like the theater screen is so much bigger than like your TV screen. Like I feel like everything is just so much more traumatizing if you
I
watch
think
it.
it was
in the
probably
theater.
the first movie I ever went to where I was old enough to remember going to the movie too. Like,
Oh, Drew Barrymore was 7 in E.T. apparently.
Yeah, I was gonna say she's a couple of years younger than me.
I love
Apparently,
her.
this is an
She's a-
alien movie. I'm about to look this up. Mac and Me.
She's in my favorite chick flick. So my favorite all-time favorite chick flick of all time is Boys on the Side.
I was going to say it's
Seen that?
either Poison Ivy or Boys on the Side, because I think those two movies I think are my favorites as well. Although she was pretty good in Firestarter too.
I loved
Firestarter
Drew
too.
Barrymore. Are we
Yeah.
talking about like young Drew Barrymore? Or are we talking about like just in general?
Just in general.
Just
So-
I was just saying, like, that's my favorite Drew Barrymore movie is Boys on the Side, but Boys on the Side is also my favorite all-time favorite chick flick of all time.
Yeah,
I
I'm not gonna lie.
love that movie so much.
There's that movie that was like, what is it called? Never Been Kissed? Is that what it's called?
Mhm.
That's a good
Yeah.
movie too.
I like
good
that
too.
one. So that
Yeah.
one, and then 50 First Dates. But I really like Adam Sandler.
Those are post drug era Barrymore.
They are, yeah,
Yeah.
they are. But I still like her in those.
I pretty much like anything that she's in. I'll sit down and
I
watch
actually
it. Anything
don't-
she's in.
I actually don't think that I watched anything that is during her drug era, to be honest, because I think my mom didn't let me watch anything. Like, I watched stuff that she was in when she was a child, like a kid.
Talk about fucked up parents.
You should
Yeah.
watch Boys
She's
on the
a
Side
winning
sometime
set there.
when you can handle a little bit of sad stuff too. It's about friendship and it's
I'll
got
watch
her,
I mean, not today. but I'll watch.
Goldberg, and
Yeah.
Mary Louise Parker from Weeds.
Okay. But I think my mom kept me from watching that because like the stuff when she was like I know all the backstory, because I mean, when you're a drug addict in recovery, you try to find like other people to relate to, and like Drew Barrymore was a person that I could relate to. You know what I mean? I was also afraid of my toys coming alive because ET hid in the toys at one point. Honestly, Ari believes that her toys come alive like Toy Story style whenever we leave the room. So she's always trying to like catch them. She'll like open the door.
I used to think that too when I was a kid.
Candyman 1 was a little creepy, but they did not need to make so many sequels. I feel like this was Saw. I feel like you could have made like 2 or 3 of the Saw movies and just left it alone. They made like
at
10.
least Saw like has
The
a
story progresses. There was a
continuous,
reason.
right? And it
Like
links
the
back.
overall, like I think a lot of people were like, "Oh my god, it's just gore after gore," and I was like, "No, there's like an actual plot line to this story." Like,
The first Candyman I think is scary, and then Farewell to the Flesh is fun because it's got that 90s vibe and it takes place during Mardi Gras. So it's just fun. It doesn't have to be scary. It's like zombie movies. They don't have to be scary. They just have to have zombies in them, and A+.
we've made
All
it.
right,
To
we
the end.
have got to the end of the comments.
Whoa!
It only took us 6 hours. We're done. So yeah, we're gonna go for a sprint because I think we've sufficiently scared everybody about talking about movies, and
Good.
I'm in the daytime, so I'm good for a few more hours yet.
I
You,
feel like
however,
my
are all in
presence-
the dark.
I'm not going.
Enjoy
outside.
the next sprint.
I'm gonna go out in the dog.
If Coda doesn't come back,
Coda's like,
trying
"I'll
to-
take you with me so I don't get kidnapped." That's what he said.
get scared. All right, let me start the timer. All right, we'll see you all in an hour. Hello. We are back. That hour went quick. How'd we go?
I finished my pages or our pages and read some more of Cell. So I'm on chapter 10 of the part that we're currently on.
Cool. I got up to. I actually went past chapter 8. I just realised while I was listening to. Hang on a second. I think I heard 8 and realised that I've gone into chapter 8. But anyway, I've stopped now. That's all that matters. So yeah, I still crack up at the what's it called? The thing in the closet. The
Bogart.
yeah,
Bogger.
yeah, it cracks me up every time. From the movie as well, like, yeah, and it's just as funny in the book as well.
I have 5 minutes left, and then I'll be done.
Cool.
Which means probably I have like a minute and a half left because it's at 2.5 times speed.
Yeah. How fast is it?
2.5.
Okay. That's not that fast.
I mean, good. I mean, Audible only goes to 3.5.
Yeah. I'm listening to mine through my library app, so I didn't have to pay for them.
Oh yeah,
I'm using
already
Audible.
own them,
So what did you think?
Yeah, still enjoying it. I like I like the Bogart scene too.
Mm-hmm. Didn't Harry get a turn at the Bogart?
No. So, and it happens in this too.
Yeah.
And it is explained, so like I don't mind saying it because it's actually explained in the movie.
Mm-hmm.
Harry gets in the movie, he gets shoved out of the way by Professor Lupin because Lupin realizes that he's the next one up because you see it through like Ron goes and Hermione doesn't go, I don't think, but like a bunch of other people go, and then Harry is supposed to be the last one, and he says,
Jumpy
like,
there, Coda. Things going bump in the night.
The cat.
I heard that door. I heard that door close.
The cat knocked something over. I have no idea what she's doing.
Oh, yeah.
In the movie, he says like, "Right, Harry," and then he like kind of shoves him out of the way, and then it turns into a moon. He turns it into a balloon, and it away.
Yeah.
No reason is because Lupin assumes that Harry's worst fear is Lord Voldemort, and he didn't want to scare the entire class. But that's not Harry's worst fear.
No.
Not right. Meow.
I mean, honestly, I don't think if we go solely off of the movies, right? Because everybody's seen the movies.
Yeah.
I don't really think that Harry ever had the fear of Voldemort that people expected him to have. Like, I think in the back of his mind, he knew that like Voldemort was trying to kill him, but there were other things in his life that were scarier to him than that.
Yeah. Yeah. Because really, like, he's only going on what other people have told him. He's never experienced Voldemort. So, apart from, in the first 2 books, but never, like, not to the level that, like, he's an actual physical being here and all that sort of stuff. So, yeah. I had lunch and now I'm all sleepy because I ate too much.
I also ate again. I'm
Oh,
sure
yeah,
everybody
I
saw
also
it 'cause
ate
I
too.
on camera.
Yep.
That Tom Yum shrimp soup is so good.
It sounds really nice.
It's heaven. I don't even know what the broth is. I think it has coconut milk in it.
Yeah,
know
it looks
what
to.
else.
Well, it's Thai food, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, most of their soups are coconut milk based.
And then it's got shrimp and tomatoes and cilantro and green onion in it and mushrooms.
Nice. Yeah, I just had a pasta, as you both seen.
Yeah, it
Uh,
looked really good.
Yeah. That's just like I just throw it all in a pan. Like there's no rhyme or reason to it. Like that me writing that out in the procedure that I do it, it's like, well, that's sort of how I do it, but it's more just thrown in the pan.
That's how I cook. I just throw shit in the pan too. I'm gonna snip it. Oh, it needs more of this. Needs more of this. Give it a sniff.
Because when I was growing up, my nonna grandmother taught me to cook. So I had my grandmother who was Spanish, English, and then I had my nonna who was Egyptian. I don't even think Egyptians know what a measuring instrument is. Because it's just all thrown in. A bit of this, a bit of that, a pinch of this, a pinch of that. And I'm like, slow down. And she's like, you don't worry about it. You just throw it in and taste it. If it tastes good, then it's fine. And I'm like, okay. So instinctually, that's how I cook because that's how I was taught. So like the other day when I made the Anzac biscuits, I just grabbed the stuff out and like Neralee's like, how do you even know how to do that? Like, how do you remember what's in it and like the measurements and all the rest of it? Oh, it's easy. Like, it's just, yeah, just toss it in and hope for the best. If you need a bit more butter, add a little bit of extra butter in. If it's not sweet enough, add a little bit more sugar in. Just don't get heavy handed with it and you're good to go. Yeah. But she's not a cook. She is not. She refuses to get in the kitchen. But will happily eat all the things that I make for myself. Come out while I'm asleep and eat them all, and I wake up to nothing. So just as we went to the sprint, Jean went off to bed, and we've all said good night. So she will definitely be in bed by now. And Deb has also gone off to start the weekend as well. That was 40 minutes ago. So if you're still watching, Deb, have a great weekend and I'll chat soon. Hopefully the magazine will be in your hot little hands because Deb's one of my designers that contributes to the magazine. So, yeah. And Christina got to chapter 3.15. What?
So our book, it doesn't, the parts aren't labeled. So like this is part 1.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And then you know how Stephen King does like the mini chapters or like chapters within a chapter. So she's in part 3, chapter 15.
Okay.
And I'm in part 3, chapter 10. So.
Okay. That makes sense. Now I'm like, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Not sure I know what you're talking about there, but okay. Yeah, and this is what I was saying before. Like, it comes down to the choices that you make and all the rest of it. And I think that that's why they're portraying Harry, like how Harry's being portrayed right now. That, you know, you can see that he lost control at the beginning of the book. And I agree with this. I think Harry's more scared about being like him rather than him himself. You're making me hungry now. Oh, sorry.
Oh, I guess I could say what I was eating. I'm not going to show it because it looks disgusting. Like, I just need you to know that it looks gross. So, I was eating chili cream cheese dip.
That sounds good to me.
So, it's literally exactly what it sounds like. My mom says that my grandma found it on the back of a Hormel chili can once, and then our family just like makes it. I don't know anyone else that eats this, but it's just like a 15-ounce can of Hormel chili. I use the one with beans. I prefer my chili with beans. And then just like a brick of cream cheese. I use Philadelphia cream cheese because other cream cheese tastes funny to me. And then you just put it in a pan and you mix it up until the cream cheese dissolves. Like, cut the cream cheese up. Don't put like the whole brick in there. That would be weird. And then I just put it in a bowl and put shredded cheese on top. And then I use chips to eat it.
I use cream cheese to make my Alfredo. So I have like a cheater recipe for Alfredo. It's really easy. You just melt a block of cream cheese and a block of butter. And then you add a carton of heavy whipping cream. And you bring it up to a nice simmer. And then you add a bag of Parmesan cheese. But my favorite way to do it is to melt I take like a quarter of the stick of butter and I melt it first. And then I take a whole red bell pepper and I mince it really fine and saute it in that butter first until it turns the butter all red. And then I make the rest of the sauce so it makes like a red bell pepper Alfredo, which is so dank.
Dank means something else here. Dank means gross.
Like no, dank means like delicious in America.
Yeah, well, dank here means gross.
Like if we say that something is dank, like yes.
Well, in my universe, maybe in the younger people's universe, not so much. But
like I hear dank used when people are referring to weed. Like they'll say like, "Wow, that's some dank weed." Like it smells good. It's like loud weed.
I think you need to start carrying some dictionaries around and give them to the people that are smelling the weed and go, this is what dank means.
Well, you know how it originates is because dank like originally meant like dreary, like wet, right?
Yeah. Like dank and dreary.
And so if you have moist weed, it's better than dry weed. So it's dank.
Moist is such a disgusting. Which I hope you all know that I'm about to. I mean, people are gonna find out anyway, but Ari and I were about to move to Iowa, whatever, right? So if he doesn't get sick of me, now I have to deal with my friend who does like that word. Again, he will purposely find a way to use it just to gross me out. What a nice person.
You should have been on Cat Sprints with us the other day, and me and Christina were there, and moist, like every version of moist got thrown out there. She was like, "I need an adjective," and somebody was like, "Moist." And she's all, "I need a noun," and somebody was all, "Moistness."
Which one was this on?
It was on Cat Sprints. She does Mad Libs every Wednesday.
Yeah.
Super fun. And then Christina and I are always there to really corrupt the Mad Libs as much as possible.
Yeah, these all happen while I'm asleep. and I do need to sleep, otherwise I'll be coming on to my own sprints and just be nodding off, like doing the nana nap on screen. Are the current or future readathons, I think this is supposed to be, are there any, what are they, or whatever. Anyway, I'm tired now. What are you doing? You're doing a readathon next month, aren't you?
Me?
Neva?
Yeah. So I'm taking part in Realmathon. I'm on Team Shadow. This is run by Cassidy from Covers with Cassidy. I've never done Realmathon before, so that's cool. But I'm doing it this year. I think she started it last year. And then I'll be doing Amazing Readathon. I'm not technically a host this time. I'm something else. I don't remember what she's calling us. She's calling us something else. I'm basically like a floater. Like I'll be helping with like team stuff, which I'm hoping means that I'll be able to like read a little bit slower than I did last year. Other than that, I don't know of anything. I mean, I know of things that are happening behind the scenes, but they're not things that I can talk about yet. So, like, I'm not going to. You know?
I am not doing anything next month, but I am going to be doing Amazing Readathon. I am not a host or a co-host or whatever you want to call it. I'm in the background helping out with Discord.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, because the other thing.
Producer. That's what I am, a producer. Something. I think
that's what we're called, producers. Yeah. Okay, so we're both producers. Because if you don't know, the Amazing Readathon is based off of the show The Amazing Race. So, the only other things that I'm participating in is I'm doing some diamond painting things. Like I'll do Drills and Chills again in October. I wanted to participate in there's like a dragon event in March, but now I don't know that I'm going to be able to because we're moving. So, but yeah, I'll do Drills and Chills. And then there's like who's doing it? Daphne from Diamond Painters Anonymous. I think in like June, she does the DP for pets. And I'm gonna do that this year because she said that anything that we would want to have as a pet will count. So we're allowed to use like dragons or
I mean, if dragons existed, that would be my
Yeah.
top pet.
she was like, anything that you would want as a pet can work, because like a lot of people were like, oh, that means we can only do like cats, dogs, rabbits, whatever. But like last year she did like a unicorn painting, and she said they would work because if unicorns are real, she would have a unicorn for a pet. So we can do unicorns, we can do dragons, we can do.
I mean, who wouldn't want a horse that could stab someone?
So I'm saying,
I
and
It's a little dark. I know it's a little dark for a
and
unicorn,
an
but
animal that could incinerate you with their
the
fire. Come on.
and after my
That's a
unicorn
good old
stabs you, my
cartoon.
dragon's gonna crispy fire. And I'm gonna feed you to my lions. So yeah, it works all the way around.
Neva, have you ever seen The Last Unicorn?
Yes, it's my favorite movie ever. It's literally my favorite movie. I just don't watch it because it does scare Ari.
Yeah, it's not. It's a
Like-
scary. It's a scary
Like it's
cartoon.
actually a movie that terrifies her, like the dragon thing that comes out, the red thing that chases her, like absolutely
bull.
terrifying. And I know it's a book, but I've never read the book.
Yeah, I put it on my wish list because I didn't know it was a book until I don't know, a few years ago. But I've
But-
loved that movie. Like I have that movie on DVD because I love that movie so.
I also have a really unhealthy obsession with Kenny Loggins music. And he does the music for The Last Unicorn. We're not going to talk about it, okay? It's like my comfort music. Like the amount of times I've listened to Return to Pooh Corner is just stupid. Like it's just really stupid. And then he did like the Tigger movie, like the music for the Tigger movie. Yeah, I love Kenny Loggins almost as much as I love Raffi, and I don't talk about that either because that's just embarrassing.
I think the only other one that I'll probably do June Waffle this year for diamond painting, which is with Add More Zest. And I'm thinking I've got a few middle grade books on my shelf, so I'm thinking that because I don't want to sign up for anything in March or April because I do the Women's Prize for Fiction long list, so I don't want to sign up for anything. So I'm thinking that I won't necessarily participate in middle grade March, or March Madness, which are the two Mystery March Madness, I think it's called, is the other one. I won't necessarily sign up for them, but I'll just read those sort of books if I get a chance. So
Yeah, I'll probably do Summerween also. I just don't know if I'm going to actually sign up for it or if I'm just going to kind of participate in the background.
That's all I'm going to do is participate in the background.
Yeah, I'm not signing up for anything. I'm saving myself for something awesome next year, I think.
I wonder what that could be.
I don't know.
That's all right. We don't know either. I don't think the hosts know either at this point.
Total mystery.
Yeah, it's a mystery to all of us, honestly.
Yeah, that's it. So yeah, and in May I do my Clear My Kindle challenge, where I clear my Kindle Unlimited challenge. So that's whatever is on the Kindle on the 1st of May, I read as many of those books as I can to clear it off.
Wait, is this an event or you're just doing it?
I do this every year. It's just
Wait,
it's a challenge I do every year.
Personal challenge.
Well, I'm going to make
I am.
graphics for myself and I'm going to participate with you in this. This sounds fun.
Okay. All right. Well, if you make some graphics, throw them my way, and we can
I
turn it
will.
into something half-assed if you like.
I'll make us some cute graphics because that's easy. You know what I mean? Like people can choose to participate or not.
Yeah.
Look at
Yeah.
me just
There's
inserting
no
myself into the
prompts.
question.
There's no prompts. It's just as soon
read
as you get
what's in your
first
Kindle.
of the May, you just read what's on your Kindle Unlimited list, and you clear that off. And you don't add anything off. You just clear it off, and you try to read as many of them as you can throughout the month. And it goes from the 1st to the 31st of May.
Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna make some graphics for this. Let me
Yeah.
make it.
I've
I'm
been
gonna
doing this for
do
the last
horror.
2 years. Yeah.
Horror in me. 'cause
Look
I
at
do
me just in.
horror
I just
mayhem.
love how Nicole and I are so close now that I'm like, oh cool, I'm gonna make us some graphics and we're just gonna do this together.
Did you hear I don't know if Coda heard my message this morning on Box. I'm like, no worries, hon, I'll see you later. And then I'm like, oh,
Yeah,
hang on a second. I have to go back.
Yeah.
Sorry. Obviously, we're getting very familiar because I call everybody hon.
And I was like, that's fine. It like I don't care. Like the only
Yeah.
honestly, the only pet name that bothers me is when men that I am not in a relationship with of any kind call me baby girl. That shit irks the fuck out of me. Because I'm like, first of all, no. Okay.
See, the only time I call someone baby girl is usually if they're really upset and they're crying and I'm not able to give them a hug. That to me, if I'm in that state and someone says to me, oh, baby girl, it's okay, it's going to be all right.
It's different.
That to me feels like a hug. So I sometimes say that when someone's really upset, but yeah, I try to not to because I know that some people get affronted by it. So
yeah, but I'm talking about like someone's friends used to think that it was cute. Like when we were at the bar, they would think it was cute to like call me that. Like at the bar, like his friends would be like, they would be talking to me and they call me baby girl, and I'm like, who the fuck? And then they would get like affronted because I would be like, who the fuck are you talking to? And they would be like, oh, I thought you were submissive, and I'm like, I am, but not to just like any Tom, Dick, or Harry that walks in off the street. Like, what?
Yeah, fully.
Why don't you just come over here and call me Sugar Tits?
This is not an After Dark episode, remember. Might be After Dark for you guys. We've got to save the juice for then.
But no, you calling me hun doesn't really like bother me. It is like
because I said it, then I put my phone down and I took 2 steps and I went, hang on, go back. Explain myself. Just whoa up there, Nelly. At least I was aware. Like sometimes I can go around and I'm not even aware. I know that my husband's not watching this right now, but I think I pissed him off before when I was talking to him because I was talking to him about Nera Lee. And I said, because she came out and said goodbye to me before, like this morning, because I had words with her yesterday. I'm like, it doesn't kill you to acknowledge my existence. And I said this to my husband and he went quiet. And I'm like, good, that message got home then. Talking about, not wanting to get into it with your husband or anything. Yeah. So, because he gets a little bit, he's ADHD and he gets a little bit like blinkered and he doesn't see the world around him and he forgets other people exist sometimes. So sometimes you've got to subtly drop a boom like that into the conversation and then it sort of jolts him awake and then he's like, oh, I should probably ring more often or so yeah. So I'm like, that wasn't my intention. I was just talking about, but then he went really quiet and I went, ooh, it's not like him. Have we decided to watch Saltburn or have we drunk mushroom coffee? No. Yes, I have decided to watch it. Got bored within 40 minutes, turned it off. And no, I'm not drinking mushroom coffee because we already know how I feel about that.
So I'm going to watch Saltburn. I need to find somewhere to like stream it, but I'm gonna watch it.
It's on Prime.
And it's on Prime. Okay. And I will drink mushroom coffee if Coda will.
I will drink it if somebody wants to send us mushroom coffee so I don't have to pay for it.
There you go. So send me and Coda a message. We'll send you our address.
Now Coda and Neva are now taking donations for mushroom coffee.
I'll try
and
the
packet must be sealed. The packet must be sealed.
Cheap, so I don't want to order it and heat it or whatever.
Yeah.
I would totally try it. Like if somebody has some at home and they just want to send a sample over, I'll totally try it.
Yeah.
I love mushrooms in most cases. So
mushrooms are for eating, not for drinking.
I think for me, it'll be more about like how it makes me feel. So if I notice that it really has a positive effect in some way, then that will be okay, I could maybe get down on this. But if I don't notice an effect, it probably would have to taste like miracle to outweigh.
Yeah, I'm
coffee is a miracle.
I don't like the taste of mushroom soup.
It
And
depends for me.
essentially,
Like, cream of mushroom soup by itself, it needs more stuff. But like just regular, like golden mushroom soup doesn't bother me.
Yeah, I just don't like mushroom soup. Mushrooms are for eating, not drinking. Like, end of story.
Website. Sorry, that was very random. Sorry. I was so last year Rainey sent me this website, and it's like annotation stickers, but they will match your book covers. Like she matches them to certain books. So I wanted to buy a set for Delilah Green Doesn't Care.
I love that book, by the way. Just saying.
I'm so glad that you do. I love it too. A 6-star book for me. But I also wanted them for Crescent City, Legendborn, and there's one other one that I can't freaking Amari, because she has them for that. But I could not remember what this girl's website was, and then I was just like scrolling through Instagram as I do, and she popped up, and I was like, "Oh, thank God, I found it." So
you just got to ask your phone. Ask, and you shall receive. The phone is almost like.
And that's the thing is, like, I sent this message to Rainey, and I was like, Rainey, where is it that you get the annotation? Where do we get the annotation stickers from the girl that like matches them to your books? And she was like, I don't know. I'll have to look at my annotation stuff. That was like 2 days ago, and then I was just like scrolling through, and there it was.
Cool. At least you don't have to scroll anymore.
Thank God.
Because that can be like a mission in itself. I've had to do that as well. I like the fact that sometimes with Facebook, if you click on, I think it's media and files and stuff, if it's got, it'll sometimes pop. It doesn't always, but sometimes the links will pop up, but it's rare that it happens.
Yeah.
I had to switch to my print book, Islands by Christopher Priest. My only non-girl band book lately. My sister called, and she can talk for hours. So can we, apparently. Ordered most of ordered most of the women's prize non-fiction long list, but I'm not sure I'll get to them. That I had a bit of a look. I'll have to dive it. There's a couple there that are intriguing me. I don't know whether I'm going to be able to get them, but I'm definitely not going to commit to reading that. There's no way that I could do that by the time that, because when is it? March 15th, is it? That the fiction is announced?
Long list on the 5th. Winner announced on June 13th.
That's for the non-fiction. But there's also there's the women's prize for fiction as well, which is the one that I normally read. I think that the long list is it is fiction.
I'm looking at fiction right now. It says long list on March 5th, short list April 24th, winner June 13th.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
I just opened it. I thought maybe I'd see if I own any of these, but probably not because they're all new.
They're all been released in the last 12 months, so you probably don't if you haven't bought any books. So for the
where's the list at?
Well, you won't have the
until March.
It's only it's only the non-fiction that's been released.
You definitely don't have any of those.
Hey. I fell down the reels rabbit hole, don't we all? Everton says 54 of 134. What was this for? That's
for Sal.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, mine says 48 of 134.
Is this for you, Neva?
Yes, I do. It's Terms and Conditions. The second Dreamland Billionaires series is Declan and Iris. Declan and Iris. This was a book I talked about a lot last year because so the first book is The Fine Print, and then the second one is I think the second one is Terms and Conditions. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, and then the third one is I don't even remember because I didn't actually finish it. Dreamland Billionaires. Yeah. I don't remember what this third one is called right now. But yeah, there's that. So Terms and Conditions was the one with Declan and Iris. So I suppose that could be why you thought of Iris.
Possibly.
They were my favorite. They were like Grumpy Sunshine, Workplace Romance, Marriage of Convenience.
It sounds like it was all the things.
One Bed Trope. Yeah. Well, because the whole point of the series is it's like basically like knockoff Disney, right? So like their grandpa, like the three brothers, their grandpa passes away, and each of them has something that they have to do in order to receive their inheritance. And Declan's task is that he must marry and produce an heir. That's his task. And so in the first book, which is the fine print, you kind of see glimpses of like Iris trying to find him a wife, like basically like a mail order bride. Where he gives her like a contract, but then in the very beginning of Terms and Conditions, he like insists on meeting the girl he's supposed to marry right before their like engagement announcement and like their engagement shoot, and she's like, I don't think that's a good idea, blah blah blah. So she ends up letting him meet her, and he makes her cry, and she leaves, and she's like, I'm not doing this. And so they already have like the photographer there for like a magazine and all this stuff. And so Iris is like, surprise, it's me, or whatever. But it basically has, oh yeah, and it's Grumpy Sunshine too. Like it has like all the tropes.
It's got everything. Christina's heading off to bed because it's 1 a.m. and don't want to eat again. So I'll leave you both on the TV for watch time and the cat, because the cat needs company. Hello,
Of course.
Thought Dank meant the word that shall not be named for Neva's sake.
She thinks it meant moist.
Yeah, it does literally mean that.
Yeah, it does. They can watch the recording.
I always think of the My Little Pony movie when I hear the word dank, because the evil witch mom is always like, let's make everything dark, dank, and dreary. And then the sisters are like, we have to make everything dark and dank and dreary. I love the My Little Pony movie.
I love My Little Pony. Oh my gosh.
So apparently, where Christina and Coda were out of control in the comments, we can go and watch the recording. It was yesterday, and we made Kate blush. Thanks for the sprints. Have a beautiful rest of your day. Jess can't stay awake anymore. Thanks for the sprints. No worries. Sleep well. Thank you for joining. I swear I was little. I watched The Last Unicorn, and it was a live action movie. Maybe I just have a really good imagination.
No, but I'm trying to think of. No,
the one I'm thinking of is definitely not live action.
But it's like a very serious cartoon.
Yeah,
like
it's a cartoon. It's very serious.
Like it's borderline. Like if it came out nowadays, it would probably be rated PG-13 because it's got violence. It has bad words.
Here's the thing. I've realized this. Okay, I realized a lot of things about myself tonight, and one of those things is that the movies that I grew up watching were not children's movies. Like I also watched The Dark Crystal. That is not a children's movie.
Yeah.
I mean, just because it says Jim Henson does not make it a children's movie.
There was some heavy duty drugs being passed around when it was made.
The Labyrinth, like I grew up watching The Labyrinth.
Again, there were some heavy duty drugs that were getting passed around when these things were made.
But
those were really light compared to heavy metal.
Sure.
Sure. Shannon's come up with your memoir title, The Most Fabulous Years. You were being serious, and I seen that pop up, and I started laughing. I'm like, I've got to stop reading ahead in the comments.
This will be the opening line of my book. 15 years ago, I was sitting on sprints. Nowadays, no one knows what that is. And someone asked me what the most disgusting word was I'd ever heard. And I answered moist. And the rest is history. That will be the opening.
Maybe in 15 years from now, we can sprint as holograms. And we'll like be in people's homes with them being unhinged holograms.
Did you just say Kindle Mayhem? Yeah, there could be that.
I
Well,
said,
It has to be Kindle.
said
I
horror.
saved it as Kindle.
Yeah.
I saved it for my graphics to make. I put I saw this comment, so I saved it as Kindle Unlimited Mayhem.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So I'm
How
gonna make
about
us.
you
So
make-
and basically, it's a great way to just clear off your shelf so you can start again.
you should do KU Mania, but spell it MAY.
Mhm.
And then for your tagline, you could say, "Come read with us." KUM. KU Mania.
Oh, oh, you are such good value, Coda. You are such good value.
And you know,
like you are top shelf, my friend.
and you
top
know
shelf.
we're gonna be out here reading, like, at least me. You know that like 90% of my Kindle Unlimited is smut.
So
It's not only
Trouble
smut.
is, I read smart, and it's off my list. So a lot of the books that I have on there, it's like historical fiction and fantasy and
Here's the
magic
thing.
realism and all that sort of stuff. So
And
I don't even know
90% of what I
about it.
have on Kindle Unlimited right now is not only smut, but also hockey romance. Like, I'm so deep into my hockey romance era. It's so stupid, and they all have like the stupidest names too. It's all like a pucked, like, I don't remember what that one was that I said earlier, but that one is like pucking around is a stupid name. Okay, let's just be honest. Like, pucking around is, I mean, not as stupid as that
I mean,
song
you
that I
could
sent
do
you.
better. You know, pucked from behind.
What is that one that I said earlier? Because I
Pucked
when I
on
was going,
ice.
Jesus Christ. Double pucked. So like I have one right now. It's called Double Pucked.
I like
And
that.
it's a why choose hockey romance.
Choose your own.
No, a why choose.
What's a why choose?
A why choose is like it's not the same as polyamory, but a lot of people will call it that. So it'll be like two male best friends, and then like the girl, and she will like be interested in both of them. So like, why choose?
There's another. You know, we used to call that
You
something
can just
different when I was in high
You
school.
can just have both. So like
What did
Witsec,
you used to
one of
call
my-
it when you were in? Explain it. What they're together and she doesn't want to choose, so it's just basically.
why
Is she with both of them, and are the guys okay with it?
Well, yeah, I mean, there's a consent.
So it's a throuple.
Oh, okay. Well, you made it sound like she was
no.
like, "Why choose?"
but not
And I
even
can get away with it. Not why
So-
choose when it's okay.
okay. So for
It's
me,
okay,
the
it's okay.
difference. So for me, the difference between why choose and polyamory is that usually there is some kind of conflict around the fact that she wants to be with more than one person at a time.
Oh, okay.
With polyamory, it's already established that that's what you're doing. Like, you're already, you know what I'm saying? Usually with why choose, it's not something that she's like consciously making a choice about. So like when we read the Witsec series, did you read that with us, Nicole?
No.
Okay, so like Witsec is why choose. So it's a girl and her 4 neighbors who are brothers. Like, they live in this. So her neighbors that are brothers, right? So there's like the twins, and then there's the 2 older boys, the 2 older brothers. And so there is conflict throughout that series about like, because she starts by like being with the twins, right? And then but then she also falls in love with the two older guys, and so like the two older brothers are like, no, that's weird. Like you're with our brothers. Like there's conflict around it, as opposed to like polyamory, where I'm just like dating two people, but they're like aware of each other.
Gotcha. Okay.
Okay. It's a whole lot of things to keep track of. That's just far too much for me to keep track
Well,
of.
yeah. Okay. Yeah. I feel it.
Mm-hmm. So I just looked at my Kindle Unlimited. I've got The Witches of Scotland, Viciously Yours, Scarred, The Hanging City, The Modern Girl's Guide to Magic. Actually, I think that was more Savannah's. That wasn't mine. But I'd be keen to. It's Chronicles by the looks of it. Her Under Her Care, because I heard that's just messed up.
It is. I've read that one.
Yeah, I've heard that that's messed up. The Last of the Moon Girls, Scent of a Garden, which is by an Indian author, and it's on there because of my Read Around the World challenge. Stars Collide, which I think is a sapphic romance. A River in Darkness, have no idea what that is. Mark Edwards, The House Guest. Death in Sunshine, which I thought I removed because I decided I didn't want to read those because I read a novella and I didn't really like it. So I'll probably remove them off before I start the challenge. Then I have The Vibrant Years, which is another Indian author. Where We Fall. This Is Not How It Ends. The Murmur of Bees. The Library of Lost and Found. And The Girl with the Hazel Eyes, which is also a Read Around the World challenge book. So I currently have 19 on my thing, but I'm going to take that Death in Sunshine because there's 2 books in there and I wasn't real keen on it. I'll take them out. So
Right.
I put them in there during Clue.
So mine currently, actually, I only have one hot romance in here. I'm pretty sure, because I forgot that I have like a whole I have part of a series. So if you remember last year, I started reading the Addicted to You series.
Yep.
So I only bought the first 6 books. So I only bought the 6 books that are the one couple. Lo and I can't remember the chick's name right now, but I only bought their books. But the rest of the books are on Kindle. At least they were when I downloaded them to Kindle Unlimited, so I'm not getting rid of them. Are on Kindle Unlimited because I haven't decided if I care about the sisters or not. Because it's like the whole series is like the Calloway Sisters series. And I don't know if I care about the sisters enough to buy their books. I care about the actual like main couple. So I have Haunting Adeline, Double Pucked, Fix Her Up, Powerless, which is the Elsie Silver book, not the fantasy book. Love Redesigned, Some Kind of Perfect, Long Way Down, Fuel the Fire, Kiss the Sky, A Song I Used to Know, Good Game, Salt and Broom, The Winner.
Salt and Broom's good.
Royal Valentine, With Any Luck, Drop, Cover, and Hold On, Rosie and the Dreamboat, Worst Wingman Ever, and The Exception to the Rule. Now, some of these will be read before, like Haunting Adeline will be read before. And then to be honest with you, knowing myself, I tend to like read them and then like I will finish one and then download another one. So by May, I'll have 20 in there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm sitting at 19 at the moment. But I'm take those 2. They're just a police procedural one. The synopsis sounded really good on the first 2 books were free. So, like for Kindle Unlimited, or you could click them for free as well. But I wasn't too sure about them, so I didn't buy them for free. I just the novella I did, and I didn't really like the novella, so I didn't care.
Yeah.
And if I can't care in a novella, I'm not going to care in the series. So I'll take those out, but I will fill it up until all my 20 spots, and then basically I just smash out. And some of them have audio, some of them don't.
I was gonna say once we get closer to it, that's what I'll do is I'll just make sure that I have I always have 20 that I can grab off my little Kindle Unlimited wish list. Yeah. That's hidden.
So for myself, I usually just make up a graphic of all the books that are in it, and then basically I just tick them off.
That's what That's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna make cute little graphics so everybody can superimpose their pictures, and then
Yeah, that's all I've done. And it's just been a challenge. I've done that for the last 2 years because what I was doing is putting a lot of stuff onto the list and then not actually reading them. So it's still paying, like, and I'd get, sidetracked by other ones. I was like reading some of them, but it just guarantees that I've got my money's worth every May.
every year, yeah.
Yeah. So that's what I do. And I've found some amazing books, like the Nina Knight series by Yasmin Engo. I found that through the first year that I did it. That's when I read a lot of the Colleen Hoover ones as well. Which was not great.
If it hadn't been for Kindle Unlimited, I don't think I would have read Pucking Around. I wouldn't have been able to justify to myself to buy it as a Kindle book. I don't think.
Yeah.
And I just don't read physical books enough to justify purchasing it as a physical book and then putting it on my shelf, unless I mean, gifted books, like I appreciate people that gift me books, and then I will figure out how to read them if they give them to me. Because to
you're
me,
also a person on the go a lot of the time. Like you work nights, you sleep during the day. You've only got a couple of days off a week, and you're on the move. You've got a kid with you all the time, and so you're on the move. So it makes sense that you read on your Kindle.
Yeah,
like when I'm on the move, I have my Kindle. So
yeah, and like people have asked me before, like, oh, do you want us to buy you Kindle books? I would prefer you don't. That's why I don't give people the option to purchase Kindle books for me, because the reason that I still have people send me physical books if they want to gift me books is because then they're sitting on my shelf and I can physically see them. Because I only actually buy Kindle books for myself if I plan on picking them up within the next 6 months.
Yeah.
At least that's what I attempt to do. But like the books that are sitting on my shelf, I can physically see them. So I'm like, okay, I need to read these that are on my shelf. So every book that's currently on my shelf, I can either get through Kindle Unlimited, I can get through the library, or I own the audiobook, or I own the ebook, or I own the audiobook on Audible.
We can also, like with the Kindle Unlimited challenge, that's what I do it for, is the Kindle Unlimited. But if you only have a Kindle and you're not you've purchased books and you're not reading them off it, there's nothing stopping from people for trying to read 20 books off your Kindle.
Yeah,
or, set yourself a goal, 10 books. I go for the entire list. Last year I read 16 of the 20. So those last 4 that I read out were still on there from last year. I didn't take them off. The year before that, I actually read the entire list.
For graphics, what I'll do is I'll make one that says Kindle Unlimited Mayhem on it, and I'll make one that just says Kindle Mayhem on it. That way you have
a choice.
Or Kindle Library Mayhem, something. But that way you can decide which graphic you want to use, and you don't feel pressured to. Because honestly, if I didn't have any Kindle Unlimited books to read, then I would just read down my Kindle.
I don't have KU.
You don't have KU?
No, because I have too many physical books to read to be distracting myself with free fucking books.
Yeah. So you'll be but you're doing Horror Mayhem, aren't you? Because that's happening
I'll
again
do
this year.
Horror Mayhem because like horror is my favorite genre, but since I read so diversely throughout the year, I take advantage of Horror Mayhem and October to get my solid horror reads in. And then I'll do Garbagus, so there'll be some horror there.
Yeah. So you could always, because do you have a Kindle? Like, do you use the Kindle app at all? Or you could always do it for your horror books as well.
I don't remember. I borrowed In the Woods from the library, even though I have the paperback because the words were so small in my copy. It was easier to read on the Kindle. And then I used it for Galley Arts, and
that's my other thing too. Is that like no 2 books are the same, like when it comes to like font and font size, which is why I have such a struggle with reading physical books, because I found that some physical books I do gravitate toward, but if it's like the book I can think of off the top of my head that has kind of a funny font on the inside is Long Live the Pumpkin Queen by Shay Earnshaw. It's just written in like a really, it's supposed to be like whimsically, but it's very hard for me to read it. So I won't always purchase the Kindle version of books. They're on my shelf, but I will like utilize the library.
When you eat porridge or oatmeal, What do you use for liquid? Water, milk, kombucha?
I've only had one
Yeah.
style of kombucha that I actually thought tasted okay, and it was heavily infused with ginger.
So
Which is also good for your gut too.
I love ginger, so I was able to
Mm.
make it through the ginger kombucha, but I haven't tried any other flavors where I'm like, ooh, I need to buy that all the time. Usually, like, oh, why did I buy this shit again?
so I don't
The
like
pineapple and coconut one's really nice.
I thought you didn't like to drink mushrooms.
That's different. It's like, yeah. I don't even know what kombucha is made out of. Is it made out of mushrooms?
Mushroom tea.
Oh, I'm thinking of the fizzy drink.
It's fermented.
Yeah, like I'm thinking of
I'm pretty sure
the
it's mushrooms.
is it? I didn't know that.
okay, so
That's probably what shit.
so for oatmeal, I don't like instant.
Oh no, it
oatmeal.
is. It's. No, I'm wrong. It's fermented black tea.
I was gonna say,
Why
like,
did I think it had mushrooms in it?
I don't know. You got mushrooms on the brain, dude.
Right.
They're just pick some.
You want the fun. You want the. Did you take some funny mushrooms today? Maybe that's what the problem is.
No, I don't take.
That's why you've
funny-
been ducking off camera every now and again. That was the soup.
Yeah, that was me eating soup because I have to drink it.
So I'm
You would know if I had eaten mushrooms because they make me super red and I look like I'm about to freaking explode. Plus, they give me social anxiety really bad, so I don't eat mushrooms.
I don't like instant oatmeal. Like I will only make it if it's like the steel cut oats or whatever, like in a pot.
Yeah.
On the stove.
Yeah.
So I use water, but that's mostly because first of all, I'm not trying to scorch milk. So there's that. But also I'm really picky about the thickness of my oatmeal. Like it has to be really thick.
Mhm.
So
I like
Your spoon has to stand up in it.
yes.
I usually use water with oatmeal. I use milk with like cream of wheat.
So I don't eat oatmeal because I can't. It gives me violent. Like I've had an Anzac biscuit and I have heartburn. I've had to do a chaser with some tablets to stop the acid reflux. So I don't do that. But if I do eat oatmeal, which occasionally I do because I actually like oatmeal, I have steel cut oats and so closest to their natural form. And I use milk to make it, and I soak them overnight in water, and then I tip that water out, and then I make it in the morning with milk. And to that, I usually add brown sugar. A lot of people love my oatmeal at my retreats and all the rest of it because a lot of diabetics can eat oatmeal and stuff like that, and they prefer like. I make a pot of that, and all those people that like it eat it. I, however, stay away from it, avoid it like the plague, because the heartburn gets a bit too much. So, even though it's really good for me, sometimes you just can't eat stuff. So, Monica asked if you can share the link to the sticker place, please.
Oh, she did.
I already did.
There you go.
But also, if you spend a lot of money on that site, do not come after me, okay? Because here's what I'm going to tell you. I was just looking because they have like this Sarah J. Maas like complete collection or whatever. So you can get the Crescent City books. You can get Throne of Glass. We're not going to talk about how much that's going to cost. Of course, these are like wish list items. I'm not buying them right now. But also she has certain books where you can buy the tabs with the book. Like she'll also sell you the book. And they have Fastest Way to Fall, which is one of the books that I'm reading for Bree's little vlog thing. And I am very tempted to buy it because it's like $35, which is like not that much considering that you get the books and other tabs.
Mm-hmm. So that's what it is just there for anybody that couldn't see it. Jamie's back. My sister had a tooth extracted and she was only able to talk for almost 2 hours. It's like, how long does she normally talk? Like, I've seen my husband and my daughter after they get a tooth extracted and they can't talk. That's the quietest they're ever is after they get a tooth taken out.
Just monologue.
That's wild. I subscribed to Kindle Unlimited for years, and I think Stud in the Stacks was the only book I've read. I've had a book on my KU since 2018, and I refuse to read or return. Okay, what book is that? How does she fall in love with four brothers? Is it just an orgy, or are these relationships? Does she
Their
not have
relationships. I can't really tell you that much about
I
it,
love
but
that
basically,
last question.
she's in WITSEC, so she's in the Witness Protection Program.
Yeah.
But I can't really. All I can really tell you is that she's in Witness Protection Program because of something, because of a tragedy that happened to her and her family. She lives in this house with her uncle in like this undisclosed place, and she meets these neighbor boys through that. And then she ends up telling them like what's going on and all that stuff. Like they are like actually relationships. Like here's the thing with me and smut that I don't think people think about this part. I don't read smut that doesn't have plot to it. It actually bothers me to not have some kind of a plot.
Yeah, I don't like to read smut just for the sake of smut. Like
the only book that I made an exception for was Your Dad Will Do, and that was because I was challenged by Brianna to listen to the audiobook while at work. And I did the thing. And I kept my face straight. Thank y'all. But I gave it like a 3-star. Like it wasn't a good book. Because I love smut and dark romance, but it has got to have some kind of an overarching plot. Like there has to be a point to it. If it's just like people having sex every 10 pages, I don't care. So
fair enough.
I have not read this book or this series. I mean, Murder Between the Worlds. Let me go look at what this is.
Monica's might widen it to Kindle books rather than just KU for me, because I keep stupidly buying books for stuff at Kindle Day. Yeah, that's fair enough. And you can DNF if you start a book and you DNF. Like there's no prize, there's no points, there's no nothing. It's just a challenge to clear the decks basically and start afresh. Did you see the interview with Kate Corrin where she said her actions were beyond her control? Insane.
So I did not watch this specific interview. However, I've watched enough commentary to know, like commentary channels, to know that this is what she said. She's blaming it on her mental health. You sound stupid, ma'am. I have mental health issues too, but that doesn't mean that I'm going to go out into Goodreads and make a whole bunch of sock accounts while dragging down other indie authors, some of which are authors of color. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. So yeah, I do know that was her statement. Her apology was that she was sorry, but mental health and like, okay.
I think a lot of people just try to blame mental health for a lot of things, for their own stupidity.
Yeah, like did you know being late all the time is a mental illness too?
What? Being
late all the time.
Late, as in late to your job and stuff?
Late. Yeah, like if you're not on time.
It's a mental illness.
Oh, yeah. Google it.
That's just... No. Seriously?
Yeah.
No.
I mean, for me, it's a curse, not a mental illness, but it has been. You can Google it. I used to tell people it was a curse all the time. And when I worked at the college bookstore, my boss one time was like, "You're always 5 minutes late." And I was like, "Dude, I know it's a curse." He's like, "Well, can't you just like leave the house 5 minutes earlier?" And I was like, "Yeah, I could." And you know what would happen? He's like, "What?" I was like, something would happen. There would be like a car wreck,
That's a self-fulfilling prophecy, dude. Like,
or a tree would be in the road, and I'd still fucking be 5 minutes late, dude. I could leave 10 minutes early, and I'd still be 5 minutes late. That's nothing to do with me.
I disagree. It is not a mental illness. It's not a curse. It is just get your shit together, get out the door 15 minutes earlier, and you'll be fine.
But then that plane crash in the middle of the road.
Look, I'm sorry.
My hands.
You can get around it. So I always I've always worked under the thing, if you're to be on time for work, you need to be 15 minutes early. If you're right on time, you're late, and then you may as well not turn up if you're past the time you were supposed to start. And I always said that to my girls, and my daughter, Savannah, who's at uni, she leaves for work 2 hours before she's supposed to be there. And she just goes and has a cuppa and relax or read a book in the park or whatever, and then she goes off to work, and so she's never late.
I'm always
My other one, she's bolting out the door 5 minutes before.
I'm always
luckily she only works at the end of the street.
I'm always 20 to 30 minutes early, so I'm that way. I'll like, the kids always try to talk to me. I'll be like, sorry, I don't clock in for another 30 minutes. Leave me alone. I'll put my headphones in. I'll like read a book. I'll eat some food.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Not me. If I'm on time, I'm early. And if I'm 5 minutes late, I'm on time.
No, that's not how it works. You
My
start
friend
at 9 o'clock, sir.
My friend Brittany knows that if I die before her, she's supposed to show up late to the funeral with my ashes and blame it on me.
Because he's late to his own funeral.
Nice.
She promised me she would show up 5 minutes late with my ashes and tell everybody it was my fault.
I love it. Absolutely love it. All right. On that note, we're going to go for a sprint. Let me start the timer. Where's the timer? There it is. All right. We will see you in an hour. Well, hello. We are back. Neva's not. Maybe we've lost Neva to sleep.
Oh, there she is.
She's like, yeah, she's gone. You know, you could have just like stayed there, and we could have just talked about you,
Could have.
Are you sleepy?
and then you could have come in and went boo. I did not get any reading done during that sprint. I did, however, watch a floss tube, which is similar to a booktube, except they're talking about the stitching that they've worked on and all the rest of it. And a friend of mine sent me a link and said, you should watch this because I want this. Because I sell floss to, like, I don't sell it in my shop or anything. It's more I take it to retreats and stuff like that and use it for my designing and whatnot. But to some of my VIP customers, they get the floss at a discounted rate. So they'll say, I want X, Y, and Z, and I'll put that together. And if I'm meeting up with them, I'll take it with me. And fine then, be like that, Neva. How rude. No goodbye, no nothing. Just check you later. I'm out.
No, so like on my computer, if I use like 2 fingers or whatever, or 3 fingers, I don't know, I can like swipe between screens, and I guess it didn't register my other finger, so it just like went backwards.
Okay, fair enough.
I didn't just
Okay,
like,
then.
I wasn't like,
Fine.
just, goodbye.
Sprints are over for Neva. Okay, you did it again? What are you doing, woman?
She's worse than me with my thumb in the corner.
Yeah.
Okay, I give up.
Are you right? Is it okay? Is everything okay? You're struggling there.
I was just trying to go to a different fucking screen. It's like,
It's
no,
no.
gonna go backwards a page.
So are you on your iPad, are you?
No, this godforsaken laptop.
So I was dividing up Dune. And I couldn't find like where chapter 16 is. So I'm just going in the first day, I'm just gonna read to book 2.
Where did I put it? It's in the I put the first line. So the first three, it should be about 20%. 25%. And the first break starts with greatness is a transitory experience.
Okay.
In the little quote.
Well, because I'm going to be ahead of you anyway, because I start on a day before you, because I'm starting on the 19th, because if I try to wrap my head around that I'm starting on the 20th, I'll get lost. So I'm just going to start on the 19th. I'll wait until you all get to book 2 before I say anything, because for me, it's only 214 pages.
To book 2?
To book 2, yeah.
I'm trying to,
because I think you said that there was 22 pages in book 1. 22 chapters rather, sorry. And you were going to 16, so
yeah, we're not quite going to book 2. We're going
I'll try and find it, but I don't even like. I could see some chapter breaks as far as to like 7.
Wait, here, hold on a second. I got an idea. How many pages does your copy have?
It's 214.
Okay.
My copy has without the glossary in the back, it's 556.
556 without the appendixes or anything?
Yeah, without that, all that stuff.
556. Okay, one second. 556. So it should be page 143 or 144.
144. Okay, that's like right in the middle of something. All right, I'll just stick a thing there, and I'll go to there.
Somewhere around there, because it should be the chapter around there that starts with the greatness is a transitory experience. In the quote part, the chapter itself starts with.
Oh, yep, it's 136. Found it.
Okay, cool. I was close.
Yeah, it's 10 page. I found it. Thank you. I'm like, damn, I can't find it, and I was going through it, and I'm like, this is hard because I was going to number the chapters. I started doing that, and then I'm like, I'm lost where the chapters are now. Like as I got on, I got to 7, but even then, that's wrong because if it's chapter 16 at 136, yeah. So anyway, I know where I'm going to now. It's all good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
It was hurting my head. It was actually hurting my head, and I just went, I'm just going to book 2. That's it. That.
The second break should be around page 287.
Okay. Let me just move that one out because that's into book 2 then, isn't it?
Yeah, it's right into book two, and it should start with "We Came from Caladan, a Paradise World."
You wrote those letters, the sentences, didn't you?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right, it must be further on because I've got a family life of royal. Let me go to the next one.
You did say 556 pages, right?
Yeah.
Let's just be because of the where they end or something. That it's off. The math is off.
The math is off.
Well, because you should be on page like it's not around 287 somewhere.
287. Stop sticking together. No. Might be before that. Hang on a sec.
Oh yeah, it was before it the last time. So
yeah. What did you say it started with?
we came from Caladan.
We came from Caladan. Yeah, it's 273. All right. Okay, I'll be able to find the rest. What did you do? Just divide it by what, 4 or 3?
I did mine. I guess I could have did that. Well, no, I did it more complicated than that. I did. Okay, so on mine, it's the next one is page 604, and I have 700 and I have to keep looking because I forgot 794 pages. So I did 604 divided by 794 equals 76% of the book times your 556 pages should be right around or before page 422. And it starts with deep in the human unconscious.
That's probably...
It's like the second chapter into book 3.
Deep in the human consciousness? Was that what you said?
Deep in the human unconscious.
Which is, yeah, got it. I have it. I have it. And I've run out of bookmarks, damn.
I use sticky notes. I use sticky notes in mine.
There we go. I'm going to get fancy with the last one and use one of my little fabric bookmarks, little corner bookmarks. See?
Oh, those are cool. My favorite are the like magnetic.
Yeah, I've got a couple of those as well. So yeah. All right. I'm all sorted now. Cool.
Mine has a poop on it.
And I'm pretty sure that Bree's got the same copy as me, so I will send through those page numbers to her.
Awesome.
Yeah, cool. I'll sort that out a bit later. all
And then
that.
if
So,
you're doing the audio, it should say either the chapter number that I gave or
Mhm.
the list that I gave.
Yeah, well, I'll be, because on Monday I've got sprints, so I'll be starting it on Monday, or I'll be starting it after sprints on Monday, because, which technically is when you guys are starting it, is like when you wake up, because I have to finish Babel over the weekend, because I have to then do my thoughts and all that sort of stuff. So my whole weekend is going to be all around Babel, and tonight I'm going to try and finish what's it called? Ink Blood Sister Scribe. So yeah. All right, now that we've bored the hell out of everybody with our planning and stuff like that, how'd you go,
Maybe you're like,
Neva? Whenever you're ready.
Well, I finished because I only have like 5 minutes or something left before earlier, so I finished that, and then I read like a chapter and a half of Butcher and Blackbird.
Okay, cool. Are you enjoying it?
Yeah, I mean it's gory. It's gross. Like, I'm not gonna lie to y'all. Like, it's marketed as being like a dark comedic romance, which, like, it is funny. Like, I'll give it that, but it is yikes. Like, it is it's gross, and it doesn't really like hold anything back.
Fair enough.
my best friend's exorcism is like that. It's really gross, but it's funny.
This is
It's
like
funny,
more
yeah.
gross than my best friend's exorcism.
Yeah.
Look at that. We've
I've
all read one of the same books. That never
Yeah.
happened.
This is like more gross than that. Like the opening scene, she like has gotten trapped inside of a cage where she was like gonna kill she killed somebody, right? But like at the last minute or whatever, he like kicked her and she fell into the cage with him. So she's just like trapped in there with his corpse. You know what I mean? And the amount of explanation that was given for what was happening was disgusting. Yeah, like I do not like, if you are like one of those people like me where like gross things will like put you off of like eating, like don't read this book and eat. That's all I'm saying.
No, I've been a horror fan since I was like 2. At least
I mean, me too, but I still can't deal with certain things if I'm trying to eat. And like the opening scene of this book is one of those things. Disgusting. But it might be a 5-star though, because like it is good, you know? And I care about the people in the book, so at least there's that, considering that I paid for this book on Kindle.
Fair enough. Chris says, I'm tired of these books with small fonts and bright white pages. Are the publishers trying to cause migraines? Yeah, probably. I use half and half on my oatmeal, but I use a 5-grain or a 10-grain blend, not just oatmeal, and add dry fruit and nuts and granola on top. Awesome. I've not tried it. I just try not to bring on heartburn if I can. So yeah. I have to be really in the mood to, know that that's coming to risk it, sort of thing. Chris says, I don't think I'd have the patience to have a relationship with 4 brothers. Twins, yes. 4 brothers would be too much planning, which I hate dating. That's fair enough.
I mean,
see, I would never have this problem, because what would the odds be that all 4 brothers would be gay?
well, and in all reality, there's not really any planning that goes into it. Because like for most of I think it's 4 books. Is it 4 books? Yeah, I'm pretty sure the series is 4 books. And like for at least the first like book and a half, she's only really dealing with the twins. Like all of the brothers play some kind of a part, but like as far as like dating, like actually dating them, there is really only the twins. By the time that anything develops where she's dating all 4 of them, there's not really planning. Like it just is what it is.
Hmm.
I feel like people overthink the whole like polyamory why choose thing. Cause like even in polyamory, like there's some planning. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
Like there has to be like some kind of like schedule, but you don't plan everything down to like the finite details. You know what I mean? Like basically like your planning is just like these 2 or 3 days I'll be at this place or with this person. Like that's about as far as planning goes. I mean, I guess there are some polyamorous people that I know that do like really plan it down to like the wire. Not me. That would absolutely not. I don't know where Nicole's going, but I'll read some comments.
She had to grab something.
You good? Are you good?
Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. She's You want me to read
So,
comments?
the answer to your question is my old reading journal. So,
this.
Oh, in
Yes.
a profile picture.
So I have different things that I put in there. This is from 2022. So I have like my bingo, which I did finish, but I didn't end up blotting it out. I didn't put the end of it. I got busy. Have my Goodreads thing. Read the A to Z challenge. Favorite books, which I got busy, so I never finished it. Big book spread. What else have I got? And then so to my book bracket to find out what my favorite book was for the year. And then I just got the monthly spread, so that's the beginning where I've got the month. Again, that's that like writing down what book I'm reading on what day I put in there so I could fit all my books in. And then I have my to be read and then the book covers of the books that I actually read. And then I just like my favorite quotes. And then I just go onto Pinterest and find pictures that I like and all that sort of stuff. And I use some inks and all that. And that's what I used to do in my journals. So, yeah. Have I done that this last couple of years? No. And I think I got to June and started my spread, and that's where I stopped because I got super busy after that. So I put another bookshelf in the middle of the year as well. So, but I still have all of that to fill in and whatnot. But have I done it since then? No, I didn't do it last year. Do I miss it? Sort of. And like, you don't have to be like, this is not me drawing or anything. This is just pictures that I find on Pinterest or on the internet. I shrink them down. The covers, I just sort of scatter them around. The writing, because I can't write neatly, so I just do it on my printer and then print like in InDesign, just shrink it down and fit as much as I can on it. And then I just cut them out and I'll outline them, or I'll do, a bit of like around all those. I've like used my inks and stuff to make it not so stark white, and use my textures and all that sort of stuff. I'd like to get back into it. And then I got like stickers and cutouts and different things that I add in and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, so that is my profile picture. Yeah, there you go.
It's a pretty book. The cover's really pretty.
Yeah, and I got this off Amazon for like, I think it was like $10 or something. It's just a dot journal. Like, yeah, and I went through and just put in the calendars and that in pencil, so I knew what was going to be there, and then I just add the colors and stuff. Like, I drew that myself, but I used like those books are actually stamps that I have, so I've stamped them and then just color them, and then I can sometimes I had another one, I don't know what happened to it, but the bookshelf, I would actually color the color that the book was that I read.
Oh.
and then write the name of it on and whatnot. So yeah, and I do quotes on bits of paper and add them in and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, that's what it is. Yeah. I'm not super creative, but if you want to see a closer look at those spreads, they are actually in the Discord in the general section. If you want to see what they look like, because that was when I wasn't busy. Chris says thanks for the sprints. Jamie finished Islands and got 60% into Stoner. In Stoner. Islands was already too close to done, and stuff of February. Yep, to count. That's fair enough. This is when you popped out. Bye, Neva. And then hello, Neva. Version and a chapter of Feybound and a chapter of Harry Potter. And that, my friend, brings us to the end of the comments and also the end of the sprints. Anything going on, Neva?
Reading for me.
I should have a video up tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Well, today rather. Patreon is just gonna get it for like until 7 p.m. Like, I apologize. Okay. But I'm a little bit behind this week, clearly. So yeah, that's that's what's happening. So main channel will get it at like 7 p.m. today, and then a vlog will go up on Monday. Oh, and we have sprints on Saturday.
After
And
dark.
yeah, don't come to those to be productive, because I can't promise productivity, but I can promise chaos. That's what my thumbnail should say, I think.
You know what? Mama said do what you're good at.
Yeah.
I'm good at the chaos. Other than that, I don't think there's anything else.
Monica says thank you. Mostly lurked but had a good time. And thank you for being here, Monica. I don't have anything coming out over the weekend. I'll be back on Sunday for sprints to continue on with Harry Potter. Be hanging out in all the places. I'm sure I'll see everybody, but I'm actually going to have a pretty low-key weekend. So, yeah, until the chaos reigns. Which I may be a bit late to, because I'm actually out tomorrow. So I might be a little bit late. But I'm sure you can all handle it.
I have to remember to take a nap tomorrow. So.
I'll text you and remind you. I'll be like,
yes.
Yeah,
I do. If you see like I'm online at like 4, be like, make sure you take your nap.
Rhoda, it's nap time. Come on.
Coda.
Oh, Jamie says it's been fun as always. Thanks, guys. I'm almost done with my 20th girl band book. Look, you're just
see.
killing
This is why I don't join readathons, because I can't keep up with you.
I'm
about to just be like, I can no longer host readathons because I am the worst host known to man.
But do you know what? I don't think the hosts should have to read if they're managing like all the people.
I do not read
like
shit. Like,
yeah.
I really
I don't think we should put that added pressure on ourselves to read all the things. Like, it's great if you've got like 3 hosts and one of them is like productive. That's great. You know, you can encourage and all that sort of stuff. But for the most part, yeah. Anyway.
Hosts definitely, we have a lot to deal with on top of y'all want us to read things.
Yeah, like, and you want us to read? What? But yeah, I agree. All right, we are going to bid you farewell, and we will catch you at some stage over the weekend, if not on Sunday. Have a fabulous weekend, everybody, or Friday if you're only waking up to Friday just now. And if you're watching the replay, don't forget to leave us a comment on either one of our channels. And again, thank you, Coda, for joining us. It's been a fun day, and talking all things Harry Potter. It's been a great time, and we'll see you all again really soon.